Hey, boo-boo!
Hello, we're back.
We are back. We're going to try and catch up, and we've got a bit of footage to show you, so we'll quickly try and catch up and get up to date as possible. We've got Trevor Reardon all in ace king against pocket queens, and ace king no good for tricky Trev, who's sat back down again. Collecting his kit, busting out 4 off the money, and then straight over to Dan Benson with 6s against ace 9. Yeah, as we zoom in right there, there's the ace 9. Tu Wong has got the ace 9. And it's the 6s that have got the ace 9 covered.
You got 6s?
And the river. Oh, it's a 9 to survive. Sit back down, sir. So Tu Wong doubles and to survive. So that's 2. So as we got there with Trev Reardon and we were 4 off the money, who bust out just before Trev?
Yeah, so we last saw Aryan Kashani on stream bust into Martin's Adonai just before we went on dinner. So going to run you through the bust outs. After that we lost Boris Velev, Daryl Hopkins, Janice Phillips. We just saw Trev, and now that is where we are up to.
So that's where we're up to. Players are coming back. We've got a couple of... What do you think? As they're going to sit down there, there's Steve Barnes checking and doing it for his stream. Steve Barnes, ace king against queen king of hearts. So the ace king, this is a bit dodgy for Steve. Steve Barnes needs to avoid hearts, avoid a 10.
And this is the direct bubble.
Oh, it's a heart, it's a 9 of hearts. So Steve Barnes is going to be a couple off the money.
So just before Steve didn't get to catch in between Trev, which we saw, it was Mr. Boone, Rob Boone, out and Cosmin Panescu, and then Steve Barnes, the bubble.
Means we're on the bubble. We are on the bubble. We're just caught up from 4 off the money. Trev Reardon busting, Tu Wong getting himself a nice double, and then Steve Barnes with ace king against king queen. You like to see what you see when you're getting the card draw on the backs, but wow, it is what it is. The flush hits and Steve is out, and now we are going straight over Phil Cannell with the ace king against pocket 9s of Cully Sidhu. And a king on the river is going to kill Cully Sidhu. The river was the king. Cully Sidhu departs.
And that moves tower.
And Phil Cannell is the man. And that's exactly what Cully was thinking. Kinnell lost again. Oh, Phil Cannell with the ace king. Oh, stands up and goes, Cannell! And they went, yes, mate, it's me.
What are you like, Tower?
Phil Cannell busting out Cully Sidhu. And he's walking out and he's Cannell. It was Phil Cannell. So Cully Sidhu bust out on the bubble.
On the bubble, so everyone is in the money. It's just going to be a 90-minute session for us. This session, guys, we run 30-minute into dinner breaks and 90 minutes of play. Quick rundown of the table: 1, 2 Wong, 2 Richard Birchall, 3 Conor O'Driscoll, 4 Alex Abalesi, 5 Ermir Hipri, 6 Chris Day, 7 Shapir, 8 Dan Bedson, and in 9 is Sandeep Gill. So that's what we got for the next 90 minutes.
90 minutes. So there we go. Kullit Sidhu. Still saying it. I won't forget his name, will he?
He won't.
Who knocked you out? Cadell. No, don't swear. Who knocked you out? Yeah, him. Cadell. Well done, Phil. In the money. How many entries? We're 951, and as you can see, top right, 121 left.
And yep, that is Cod Poker on the featured table. Again, he's actually been on the featured table a fair amount this week. The moment of truth, Tower. The moment of truth.
The moment of truth. Andy. I was worried. They weren't on the screen, but they're there. There they are. Boovy's under the table. He's playing cards at the same time. He's got all sorts going on. Let's go, Cod Poker. He has changed his name. He's changed it from Connor to Cod Poker.
I know, it's better, isn't it? It's
a lot better.
It's easier.
It's a lot better. And he's changed it. I says, have you got the ultimate fish on the back of your t-shirt? That'd be you. He went, no, I've just got God. He's making a new avatar and all sorts.
Because shortened session, guys, as well. We've got someone's bucket list, actually, they said to me a minute ago, that they've never done commentary with the Tower.
Amazing.
And they're going to jump in with the Tower for 45 minutes. I'll do the last 45 minutes with them. Done a bit of comms with me the other day. But going to jump in with the Tower at first. We're going to grab Andrew Headley in for a stint, playing this event and not playing the Cup today. So
if it had told you before,
yep,
being a good mate,
yep,
you could have stayed in your room an extra 45
I know,
and come down and kept a bit longer.
I know, I could have
It's
had
not the best mate you've got.
I know.
You might want to change.
But
I'm just saying.
We're going to get Andrew in. First, we're going to follow this ad. I know the bubble's on, but Queen Deuce off from Ermir here feels like a little spin, but we could have potentially waited, Tower. 8 bigs is 8 bigs, but wants to put in the Queen Deuce off after this action in front, and Dan Bedson just going to get this heads up with his huge stack up to 650. Third session of the day.
Amir just thought, that's it. But when you've gone through the blind and you don't put any more chips in, you've still got an orbit to go with 8 bigs. And then you can choose your hands. That's what I'd be doing.
It weren't just that, Tower. It's gone open, free bet. We're in the big blind with Queen Deuce off.
Yeah.
Like we can just fold. These ranges are pretty strong, right? But what do I know?
I just locked 2 pair.
Queen Deuce
I
ace.
just locked 2 pair and just have him drawing pretty thin.
And could be on his way to a treble up here. Plus more. And he is. Ermir threw it in with the Queen Deuce.
What do we know?
What do we know?
What do we know? That's why we're getting Headley in. He'd have known.
On that
He'd
note,
have known that.
We're going to get him in. Andrew Headley coming to the booth. I'll be back in 45 minutes.
Nice
I'll
one.
see you soon, guys.
Absolutely.
Why didn't anyone else come in? Stay on the cable. Told ya, I want to triple up.
Not too sure if it is on the bucket list, and Jay's just making me feel good. You
It
know
is,
what I mean?
mate. It 100% is. I decided, right, bucket list, not to finish off a full family bag of Doritos when you open them. Right?
Yes.
I haven't achieved that yet.
No.
Travel all
But
the
they do
all
get,
the.
they're a lot smaller than they used to be.
They are, and you know,
And so it makes it harder.
times
to not
are hard, you know what I
and
mean?
it makes it harder not to
Recession and
finish
all
them.
that.
Yeah.
visit every continent in the world.
Okay.
Get to do it.
Where have we
And
gone?
commentate with the tower. Let's go.
He's tell you what, he's a charmer. He's a charmer. That red wine's working, I'll tell you. How many continents have you done?
Ooh. 3.
Okay.
So we've got some more. We've got some more work to do. Speaking of work to do, Tower, what
This
a hand
is
to
it.
join.
Straight in on the Queens. Love listening to you when you're on the comms as well.
Thanks, mate.
You're very knowledgeable because you do play a lot of cash yourself, don't you?
At Lifetime, I used to play loads and loads of cash, and then made the transition to tournaments.
Yeah.
A big mixture of all now, but yeah, now that I've got a little one, I'm not playing much poker at all at the minute.
No, I know. And a brand new little one.
I know. 4 months old, eh?
Fantastic.
So I just saw off the stream there, Queen Deuce. That's don't try it. Don't try this at home material.
We were saying wait and orbit, pick your cards, and what do we know?
So it went raise 3-bet, and he just ran it.
He just thought I might as well get me 8 bigs in here with Queen Deuce as a bit of value in the middle of the table.
There's dead money. Okay.
There's certainly no fold equity, that is for sure, but he got it in.
It's very much a don't try this at home
Absolutely.
type spot. It worked out. That's what we'll say. We'll be kind.
He's still sat at the table, which is all good. It is all good.
Brilliant.
So commentary, we've heard you before.
Yeah.
We've heard you on the table, and we've also heard you with Jay. But obviously,
Yeah.
a lot of the times you're not in the same room.
That's true.
You do it remotely. So
Do some
you've
remote
obviously
work.
done Cyprus, which you do have to be together, obviously,
Yeah.
because you're flying out to Cyprus. What else have you done? Did I hear you in the World Series last year?
Yeah, that was quite exciting. I must say, we're all a bit long in the tooth, aren't we? But I did get invited in to commentate on the 3K bracelet final table on
fantastic.
PokerGo.
Brilliant.
That was a lot of fun, so really enjoyed it.
Excellent.
And I've done loads over the years, bits
Yeah,
and pieces,
yeah.
and love working with Jay. I got to give him props.
Yeah.
We tease each other and stuff, but he's very good at what he does. And you yourself, you're the backbone
We are
of UK
the.
poker,
I'm the
mate.
back. So you can play. You see,
You are.
you play a lot of poker. You play a lot of cash. You play a lot of tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm the straight guy. Jay's the superb analyst, and it works well.
It does, mate.
It does work well. And sometimes when I do ask him a question, it's a genuine question for me,
Sure.
which I think also helps me as well.
Well, you must improve a lot, right? Just from
Absolutely.
chatting with Jay.
If I put it into practice and actually decided that I wanted to play poker again,
Yeah.
because I just don't very often have the time. I've now got the grandkids, not the kids, but I've now got the grandkids. So we spend a bit of time off the tails. But
Well,
I do want to play the 25-50s, and it's taking it in and listening to you guys, and that's what will help me.
Well, it's an interesting spot here. We've got the open from 2 from +2. So he opened off around about 15 blinds with ace queen. One of those type of hands that he could have elected to open shove, but we don't do too much open shoving even off the shallow stack. So he does just open. Very interesting decision point now for Shapir. Jack 7 of clubs, he decided, right, getting the price, I'm going to defend. And he does flop a bunch of equity here. 10-8 deuce, but this is really uncomfortable, Tower. 25k from 2, which is kind of half pot. And he basically, just denies the equity. Like, what are we going to do with our Jack 7? If we call and brick, likely our opponent shoves turn a lot. So, nice pickup for him. It's really tricky to play against these 14 big blind min raises, because a lot of the time you're not going to get to go down the streets.
Yeah, and they're not opening light. Or they shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be opening too light.
But like I said, he's on the cusp of 14, 15 bigs. It could have been in,
Could have jammed,
but wasn't.
Seems reasonable. I don't open jam much myself for anything below sort of 15. You really don't. You should almost have no open jams in the kind of modern game.
John, Jay talks to solver now. It could even be as low as 8 and 9 sometimes.
Absolutely, you should still have some min raise folds. Yeah, it's interesting these days. Big hand for Sandeep Tower.
Yes, Sandeep with the ace king from gun. So opens to 16.
Yeah, starting the hand 35 bigs. Very nice hand to wake up with. See Connor O'Driscoll there, a good friend of mine in seat 3. He's having a good week. He came 8th in the high roller, did he?
Yes,
he
8th.
He finaled it, right? So,
He did.
and he's in contention here still. Awkward one for Ermir. 9-10 of hearts, type of hand tower that you would like to get in the mix, but sort of 22 blinds facing under the gun. I'd like to see fold. I think it's, You know, Sandeep should have a fairly tight opening range. He is going to peel. I mean, I don't totally hate it, but it's one of these hands, I think, that, you know, already there's 118 left of sort of 1,000 runners. We're creeping, right? We're creeping, and this can get dicey, especially we don't close the action, right? We have 3 people behind us who could squeeze and shut us out of this pot.
It looks pretty. I want to see a flop kind
It does
of
look
cards,
very pretty.
They're the kind of cards that they are.
Yeah, going to be interesting this because Dan got a pretty mandatory complete. He has to tread carefully here with this type of hand. We can be dominated a lot, which we can see he is. So Ermir not in the worst shape. Well, this is the problem.
Dan flopping top
wow.
2. Good shot for Amir. Top pair, top kicker. We've got action.
This is big trouble for Sandeep. Really going to boil down to how Dan elects to proceed here. Like, we don't have too many raises tower, right, from the big blind here against under the gun. We do have top 2 here, so this one might plug into a hand, into a range, excuse me, where we think, right, under the gun is opened, he's c-betting into 2, even a 20 big blind stack that's peeled, so he might decide to fast play this Dan and try and get it in against exactly sort of ace-king, king-queen, aces, and nut flush draw, and he does raise. I'm not shocked to see it, and this is a brutal spot for Sandeep. Like, if you think to yourself, people just don't really bluff here. Like is he just taking off with Queen 9 against an under the gun c-bet?
Yeah,
probably not. Yeah. King Queen, does it want to raise, get it in for 30 blinds?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
No, they're too deep to be.
Exactly.
To
so
be doing that.
This is really kind of ugly. Like, we should be pretty happy, right? We have ace king, but when the big blind specifically here check raises, this is dicey waters a lot of the time. Like, you kind of need your opponent to be check raise bluffing with a flush draw, like the nut flush draw, maybe some low spades.
Wow,
what a brilliant,
I'll tell you what,
brilliant fold.
There's not many people find that one.
Bravo, sir.
Well done indeed.
Wow, that is a great fold, but like I was just saying there, people really don't bluff this spot too much, Tower. What a great fold.
Great fold. Top pair, top kicker. The schedule for the Irish Open. We got Lance. Tower, can you tell me about the Irish Open? I've noticed the finals for the different tournaments are all on the same day. That, my friend, is something I've not actually checked out. Are we talking about the mystery in the main?
Oh yeah, you're hosting, right?
We are.
Awesome.
I'm literally Laura Cornelius.
Mate, you're like the best person for this kind of job, 100%.
I'm literally like Laura Cornelius. Laura can't do it this year.
I know.
She does the floor videos and wander around and interviews the winners and etc. and videos from around.
Yep.
And basically, Paul O'Reilly said, we need somebody to create the electric atmosphere again of the Irish Open.
Yeah, brilliant.
He says, can you do it? I said, yes, of course I can. He says, what we need you to do. We went, well, actually, you know what to do. He said, we'll leave you to it.
Okay, yeah.
So thank you very much.
Exactly.
So yeah, so fun videos on the floor, interview the winners when they take down the tournaments, and quite a lot of content for the website, the Irish Open website. So
look forward to it, mate. Really do.
You'll be over there.
Yeah, I will. I live in Cork now, so it's
do you
not.
Really?
Yeah. I live in Ireland with my lady and the little one, so
Excellent.
we're not too far away.
Nice one.
Interesting
I didn't know
spot
you'd
here.
moved.
Yeah, I've been there for a little while.
Oh, okay.
This is an interesting one for Dan. So once more, Shapir opens the button here of just a shade under 30 bigs. Dan with King 9 of diamonds. You could go either way. Can 3-bet, can call. I think I like this. You know, you get to put a lot of pressure on some sort of weak ace-X that we can see Shapir has. You're going to get folds from some sort of, you know, Queen-Jack offsuit, even if these type of hands fold, and that's a pretty big win. We don't really mind that too much. Really interesting now for Shapir. All options open, I would suggest. If you think that the small blind is getting out of line a lot, like Dan has a lot of chips, so he could come after us here fairly wide. As we can see, he's relatively wide with King 9 of diamonds. Could call here, Tower, for sure. Could fold. Could go all in. Like, I think that all options here. It really comes down to how you perceive Dan to play, right? Like if you think he's a good player and he'll take a lot of spots, then shove looks good. Very nice.
Like it.
Very nice play. This
working.
Like it a lot.
I thought it might have been a pip too small, but nope, they decided to go with it.
The thing that's nice about this, Tower, is that like Dan's going to take a lot of hands kind of like this, and he's going to take some sort of ace-8, ace-9 off type hands as 3-bet bluffs. And any time that we can get a hand that has us crushed just to fold pre, And like if we get called here, you know, by whatever you want to, like nines through kings, we've got decent equity with the suited ace. Very nice.
Yeah, even if Dan's ace, like 3-betting with ace 7, ace 8, ace 9, he's now in a tricky spot, isn't he?
He's going to fold them all, for sure, for 30 blinds or a shade under. Really nice.
Love it.
There's been some impressive play right off the bat here.
Absolutely. Just quickly going back to Lance and the Irish Open. Yeah, just notice with the, like, if you are heading over to Ireland, you've got the mini, the mini, which is $1 million guarantee for a 250 buy,
Unbelievable,
which is
to be fair.
which is
Isn't it?
crazy.
That's like an Irish Goliath, right, basically.
€250 in million guarantee. The finals on the Monday, which is the final day of the festival. Then you got the mystery bounty final on the same day, and also the main event final on the same day, with also the Liam Flood as well. I'm surmising that they've realised that if you are playing the mini, and the chances of getting to the final are slim for everybody. But if you're playing the main on a different day and you do manage to final that, I'm guessing you might have to pick a day 2 that you're going to be playing. I don't actually know if the day 2 for the mini is on the same day as the day 2 for the Irish Open, the main event. But it's all interesting stuff.
It's going to be hard to fit it all in. You're going to be working overtime, mate. You're going to have like 3 finals to cover.
I think Laura saw the schedule and thought, do you know what?
Over to you. Over to you, Phil.
I'll leave this one for somebody else. But no, I don't know what the thinking is, and I'm guessing that they probably would say that the chances of hitting the mini final and the main event final, even though it's possible, is pretty slim.
Okay.
That's what I'm
That
guessing.
makes sense.
But whatever it is, the festival itself is just massive.
Yeah, it's one of our favourite stops for sure on home turf.
If you're still in the main, then you wouldn't be able to play the mystery bounty anyway, because I think the mystery bounty is only like a 2-day event.
Okay.
So anyway.
So open here from Alex from +2 with the suited ace-6. Kind of speculative call from Sandeep in my eyes. We saw him make that nice fold a minute ago, that amazing fold with ace-king. He's peeled with king-10 off tower. I'm not a big fan of this from the small against a kind of 20 big blind open. 2 decides to take the price. Everybody checking over to Alex. I mean, as flops go for ace-6 suited, this is one of the best ones we're going to see. 5-4 deuce. Should be handover. I mean, unless if Sandeep wants to do something crazy here, I just don't think we ever can do anything. Should just be hand done.
No craziness right there.
I mean, 2 potentially thinking to himself, you know, this is my kind of board, right? Big blind hits it a lot. But I mean, this is just got to be a pretty easy check release. Yeah, well done, Alex. Very nice pickup.
Already down to 1-1-1, so we've lost 10. They are Paul Vasnunas, so Pivas busting out first in the money. Gary Nordigan busting out. Dan Trant, Dan Gormley in the money. And Andy Booth, the boss. 117th, 3,050, his biggest cash ever. Well done, and Boothie.
Well done.
Biggest cash ever.
Oh, I didn't hear you there. I didn't see you there. Liam Mellon finishing in 116. Mitch Johnson 115. Mazin Carcatoli in 114. Tom Kazalets in 113. And 112 Simon Lowski, which means we're down to 111. So in the money, in the big one. $1 million. 1.2 million in the prize pool. Catch you later.
I know, 1.2 million, quite the field, almost breaching 1,000 runners.
Unbelievable.
I was pretty gutted to bust this one, I'm not going to lie. This is one of our kind of, you know, in the UK, like it's hard to get a better tournament than this, right? Like it's probably the best tournament we have.
Yeah. We had the bosses in, and obviously on the Friday morning, and you see the 86 runners on the 86 runners
Bit of
on
a sweat.
day 1A.
Bit of a sweat.
But then it goes to 180, and then it goes to 250, and then it goes to 400.
Yeah.
You know, when you start looking at the numbers to begin with, you think, oh, are we going to get there?
Yep.
And there was absolutely no sweat. They did the guarantee before the turbo flight this morning, which 140 people played.
Which is wild for a 10 a.m. turbo.
10 a.m. turbo.
Crazy stuff.
140 runners. Just crazy stuff. So well done one and all. Well done the floor. Well done all the dealers. And the players for turning out, because it's just been incredible. Really enjoyed it. So flop a King 9-3 rainbow.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Chris has opened off sort of 25 blinds. Richard defending off sort of similar stack. With the Queen 10, this is the typical sort of most c-bet boards you see in Hold'em. You know, these king highs, people don't really check these spots, right? They just tend to auto c-bet range, which makes a lot of sense, right? We have all the strong hands here as Chris. So he's come with a third pot. Richard isn't going to be going anywhere yet, Tower. I'd be shocked to see him ever fold here. We got that gut shot. Whether he decides to take the aggressive route, I think he has counted out a raise. Quite like this. You know, you can immediately get hands like an ace-jack that's c-bet, right, to fold. Ace-queen, put it in a bad spot immediately. Attacking hands like this that Chris has, like a suited ace. And anytime, Tower, you can get a hand slightly better than you out the door. I really like this from Richard. Chris thinking to himself here, is there any latitude or wiggle room to float? It's so tough, right? We only have 167 back. Well, he is floating. All right. All right.
A non-believer there in Chris.
Yeah, this is not a good feeling for Richard. Obviously hoping to take it down, Tower, on the flop.
Turning the deuce of clubs.
These are like the true tests of a poker player. You have to think, okay, how often is my opponent just floating me here, right? And deciding that he's going to, you know, take it away from me on a later street. It's really tough to barrel into this, Tower, because your opponent can just have, right, ace-king, pocket aces, king-queen that will never ever fold. Does wave the white flag on turn. But the Chris is in this sort of awkward spot also, right, where he's thinking, okay, if the big blind has a king, I'm not going to get him to fold, but we need to bluff probably, right? In his mind, he just has ace-8 high. Really interesting spot. He is reaching. Tell you something, Tower, all the credit to him. There's been some play on show here in the early going.
There has. Bets 38.
I mean, it should be hand over, Tower. I don't think Richard can do anything here with 142 back.
Yeah, can't really just call to leave
Nah,
himself 0.5, can he?
He won't ever. What a great play from Chris.
Tell you what.
Goodness
You've
me.
come to the table at the right time here, Andrew.
Everyone's in there scrapping. I mean, you got to fight for your pots, Tower, right?
You certainly have 111 out of 951. We're all in the money. Welcome, one and all, to the live stream from Coventry, the UK Open. Andrew Headley with us for this session. Jay's going to jump in halfway through. And Andrew will take us through to the next break.
He was looking tired, Tower. I don't think he's got the stamina of yourself. He might have the edge on years, mate, but you know.
When we finish, it might be one drink or even straight up the stairs and straight to bed for me. I'm pretty sure the young whippersnapper is not heading straight to his bed when we finish. I'm pretty sure he's either talking with the lads, playing a bit of kaluki or whatever he's doing, a bit of big two with the dealers. You never know with Jay.
I mean, I got to hand it to you, to be fair. Like, I do quite a lot of comms, as you know, myself.
Yeah.
But it seems particularly grueling, the sessions you boys do.
Yeah.
Like, really long days, like 12 hours quite often, right?
We built a reputation from the start of doing the whole tournament.
Yeah.
And that's how we basically kept in the industry. That's how we've really got a good name for ourselves by doing. And we know that when you do a live stream yourselves, it might just be a final table only, or 6 hours here and 6 hours there, and then the day two and then the final. But with the British scene, we're the only live streamers that there are, and we've always thought bring the action from start to finish. And like back in the day before the cards, obviously we just did the videos and stuff like that. But we've always been on site from start to finish, and that's the way it's worked, and it's just carried on. So yes, sometimes the day ones are tough. Sometimes when you're talking blinds are 100, and you've got 300 big blinds, it is tough. But we've always thrived on doing a full day so people can see where the chips come from.
Sure.
So that's the way we've. I think that's one of the reasons as well that grown like what we do. We have a great following in the chat, and people just want to see as much poker nowadays that's visually possible, and we're bringing it to them. So yeah, sometimes it's a tough day. Ones can be tough, but it's nice to know where the chips are coming from for the day two chip leaders and stuff like that. You might have seen them on the table for 3 or 4 hours before. So
sure. I'll tell you something, Dan Bedson here opening with King 6 of diamonds. Look at this from Sandeep! Wow, he just rifles it in on the turn.
Dan Benson's thing's been picked on.
Goodness me! So Dan opened there from hijack. Sandeep with a speculative call with deuces. C-bet from Dan, call. Through to the 5 of clubs turn. Dan with a double barrel and Sandeep just sticks it in with deuces. He might have the magic eye tower. We saw him make that snap fold with ace king, which is pretty wild in itself.
Yep.
And just decides,
And now
I don't believe you've got a better house than me.
Put Dan
Call
straight
this.
in the bin.
Wow.
Yep.
This has been a great table for the first sort of 20 minutes here. We got to keep an eye on Sandeep. That's proper gut poker, you know. Like, I'm not finding that. Not.
No.
I mean, I would fold pre because I think it's a bit dicey to call.
Yeah.
I would call flop and play, I guess. But once you face that big turn barrel, it's not fun to rip it in for 180k
you're not
here with
finding the bet
deuces.
that he did.
I don't think so. Well done.
Pesky, you're not wrong. Tower, I remember it taking 3 hours. Tower, I remember it taking 3 hours plus to set up, lugging your half-ton camera around on your shoulder, you nattering away the wires everywhere in the beginning, the best of days. You're not wrong, that's how it all started. Can't beat the old Z1 on your shoulder. I remember lugging the Z1 round to Macau, jeez. That was some trip. Raising Dan in seat number 8, raising again to 16, gets called from Alex out of the big. Off to the flop. Alex Abelassi sees a flop of Queen 10 4, wrapped around it is Dan Bedson. Should be one bet and done. That should be, but as we've seen on this table, it might not be, but this time it is. Hey Jonathan Well, many congratulations, very unlucky sir. Won a £1,500 seat, free on the wheel that we had the total. All the Tower and Jay thinks went on the wheel. Jonathan got the ticket, played all day yesterday, and unfortunately just busting out before the end of the day. But good to have you with us, John, and I'm glad you enjoyed the experience.
I saw that, quite the
For a
story.
free roll,
I know,
brilliant,
it's
isn't
not
it?
bad, is it? Quite the story.
Brilliant, free roll, playing a £1,500. Like he said, an event he'd never play himself.
Right.
So just superb, really, really good.
We had a few of them on the DTD streams
Yeah.
where somebody won the free seat and they actually played the comp and chopped it, which was a really nice
brilliant.
story.
Yeah.
It was, I think, one of the kind of monthly 100Ks or something like this. So he got the free seat and chopped it for about 10 bags.
Fantastic.
Pretty nice.
The biggest one we've had was a guy called, was it Chris Brampton? Nigel Brampton. We did the wheel.
Okay.
So we did the wheel for seats, all different kind of seats. I think one of them was a big one, £1,000 seat. Anyway,
Got it.
we've got 12 names on the wheel. As we're spinning, we noticed there's a name missing. So by mistake, we've missed
Right.
off a name.
Okay.
So anyway, everybody wins all the prizes, and then Nye just come on. He says, "Well, my name wasn't on there." I said, "Yeah, we realised when we started spinning, we can't really stop it because somebody had already been eliminated. What we'll do, bit of compensation. You might not have won anything anyway. What we'll do is just chuck your Goliath seat. Six for 26 grand in Goliath,
Unbelievable, eh?
and he wasn't on the
It's
wheel.
amazing. I love this stuff.
It
Though, you know,
wasn't
like
on
the
the wheel by
stories.
mistake.
Yeah.
We gave him a Goliath seat as a compensation and a sorry,
Okay.
and ends up cashing in Goliath and getting £26,000 in the
Unbelievable.
biggest comp of the year.
You couldn't make
So
it
like
up,
you
could
said,
you? You really couldn't.
These little stories, yours 10 grand and
Yeah.
cashing it, like just watching the stream, getting a free roll and getting some tickets. It's fantastic, and it makes us feel good.
I love it. Yeah.
It does. It makes us
Sort
feel
of
good.
grassroots poker,
Small.
right? It's good. It's good to give everybody a shot. Love seeing it.
Yep, they're great stories. They really are.
I'm doing my social media duties.
Love
Tower.
it. I love it.
I gotta tell the masses that I'm in there with the tower. I can't find it. I'm computer illiterate, as you know. I'm not
Well,
very good
that's
at
what
these
we do. If anything goes wrong on our end, we just shout PK. And that's it. That's our answer to everything. So we're in the money. And as you can see there, we have just got shot down from 111 to 97.
It's going to go quick now for the next little while.
97 from 111 the last time we looked. We're down to 97, so we'll run out the eliminations very shortly. But oh wow, they have dropped down. Well, after this hand, we'll run through. If any of the names that you're rooting for get called out, they will have bust the million guarantee.
So look at this. This is spicy from 2. Like, sometimes, you know, you really do just get some kind of field players right in this field. Opening here, Tower, this is very spicy. 8-6 offsuit. Opening off 14 blinds from MP. Alex deciding that he's going to peel in position on the button. Very tricky. Against a full 3x open, this isn't very comfortable. Now, what do we do as Chris? With Ace-Jack, like it's a strong hand, but you're facing a 3x open off a kind of 14 big blind stack and a button call. Really going to come down to how we perceive mostly 2 to play. Like, if you know that he's capable, Taran, look at this. Chris has just rifled it. He's playing very well. We saw him float the Ace-8 a moment ago correctly against the Queen-10 bluff from the big blind. And he's just stuck it in, and yeah. Alex is just sitting there cursing himself and thinking, why did I call here on the button? But yeah, another kind of don't try this at home spot here. This open from 2 is, in my eyes, too
now
wide.
we've got to make the hand look as strong as possible without
I don't really
showing the
understand.
cards.
I must say, right, that's one sort of little bugbear of mine. Like, it's okay to raise fold.
Yeah.
Do you know? Like, it's okay to bluff and then fold if someone...
It's a little bit
like,
like...
does it really get you any more
Jay,
credit? Like,
Jay always says,
Yeah.
if you get 3-bet, you should always know what you should be doing straight away.
Like, it's fine too. You've been caught.
Yeah.
The hand's in the cookie jar. You know, you've been slapped on the wrist and told, don't do that again, son.
Exactly right.
It's alright just to fold your hand.
Yeah.
Like, personally, I don't really understand the point. Like, I don't think it gains you...
Use the time bank for absolutely no reason.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't think it's going to gain you any more credit, really. Like, are people going to think, well, you've tank folded 8s here, which would be reasonable, by the way, facing just a big blind, you know, 30 big blind jam.
Yeah.
Don't really understand the point of it, personally. I think we just fold and move on to the next hand.
Absolutely. Like you say, if you get your hands caught, then you just
Yeah.
tap the table and say, yeah, fair dues.
Let's get out of the way.
Oi.
Love it.
Like it. Is that Picasso, my old comms friend, says Charlie Reid?
It is.
It is indeed.
Hello, Charlie. We did a couple of streams ourselves for DTD. How are you, son? Hope you're doing well. Charlie, another one very easy to root for. I saw him going to Vegas last year, and he was like,
yes.
It like reminded me of me when I was like 22. Which is quite a while ago, Tower, as you well know. I've never seen somebody look so excited. I'm like walking through the airport, like knackered, bags under my eyes. Yeah. Charlie's like all chirpy with his mates. We're off to Vegas. No, he's a great lad, Charlie. Nice to see you, buddy. There we've got Mr. Whale in the chat saying that he played all day with Chris yesterday and he's very active and not afraid to get after it. This another kind of spicy one, Tower. Mr. O'Driscoll, I think this is inadvisable, personally. Like, I see a lot of this Tower people opening these kind of... Okay, sorry, it's Queen 7 of Hearts, so it makes a little more sense to potentially... I thought he opened 7-8 suited, which off sort of 16 blinds is kind of dicey from MP. Unfortunately for Connor, gets 3-bet. Not much to be done. It makes a bit more sense to open a kind of blocker-based hand, which he did with the Queen 7. Unfortunately, runs into it.
Tilly says, is Phil Cannell still in the tourney? Yes, he busted the bubble, did Phil. Cully busting out. And quickly run through a few of the eliminations. Jaipu finishing in 1-1-10. Gerald McAnally 109. Luke Mason 106. Bowsib cashing in 105th. Navas Robles 104. Brandon Harris. John Kiteki Kumba. Great name. Brandon Shields. Chufty.
Look at that for a 3 in a row. Phil Suki.
Phil Suki, Richard Ashby, Brandon Shields. Ravi Chef busting out. Darshan Patel. Unuk Grower. Adam Wilkinson and Luke Porter.
Loads of names.
First event winner of last year in the event one at the GKPT London last year. Luke Porter busting out in 93. We're down to 92.
I do feel like every UK reg is here. Like it's been a who's who.
Weirdly, we were saying that when it takes a name and we think who's not here.
Sure.
And
I can't think of many.
When you've got Grafton playing, that I've not seen in 3 years because he's in Brazil. You got Charlton, come straight from Cambodia, straight to Heathrow, straight in the train,
Nobody
straight
loves
here.
it more, mate. Nobody loves it more.
You know, just brilliant. No, there aren't many regulars missing that are still in the UK. The likes of the Jake Codys and Matt Perrins all in the USA and stuff like that. But and there's pokers to be played in Cyprus at the moment and wherever you, and probably still Cambodia and wherever you. So you can play absolutely. Pads has never played a GKPT, or he has played a grand final in London.
What a slacker!
And that's it.
Grow up, Pads, and get in the mix. Right, we've got a 3-bet pile here from Mr. O'Driscoll. Very tilting spot this for Richard. Tries to steal a 1 tower with the King Jack off the sort of 13 blinds. Gets it stuck in his eye, unfortunately. Nice pickup for Connor.
Chip leader 66 bigs. Nice stakes we have in as we just come on to level number 20. The blinds are now 5,000, 10,000. £220,000 up top.
It's unbelievable, to be fair.
Very nice, isn't it?
I obviously was a little tilted to bust this one. Ended up kind of soft bubbling.
Did you fancy playing the cup or anything like that?
I'm going to fly home to... I'm a softie. I miss my son and my missus.
Good on you.
No, I had a flight booked in advance for Sunday.
Okay. Yeah.
And I can't get back till Monday until midnight or something. Ooh. And I just thought, you know what? Yeah. I have had my... behind handed to me all week. It's been pretty grim. So the thought of jumping in the cup tower, it was a step too far.
It's not only that, it's what to do in Coventry on Monday for the full day.
Exactly. Just wander around telling people bad beats. Sit at the train station and talk to my fellow
Have you got a plan now the family's in? Got a little bit bigger?
I've always got a plan.
Have you got?
Always have a plan.
Do we still look at the calendar where the games are?
Yeah, we do. I'm going to go to Glasgow next week and play some of the live IPT stuff.
We're up there as well in the week after for that.
For the 888. So I might see you there. I'll play the Irish Open because I'm in home turf.
Yeah.
I'm doing commentating in Cyprus in May.
I've seen that.
There's plenty going on.
The Irish scene's got so much better.
It's brilliant.
There's so many Irish lads nowadays don't even need to travel.
Yeah.
Because they're just going from town to town. It's fantastic.
It's very similar to like the grassroots here, I think, where Finton has done an amazing job with the Irish Poker Tour, and it's going from strength to strength. Speaking of strength to strength, Tower, Alex goes for a wide one, ace-4 off.
Top and bottom on an ace-4-7
and he's going to play it trappy. I don't mind this at all. You know, you really do block this board very heavily. I mean, Dan... Oh, he must have limped, okay, because there's no way Dan's in this pot with Jack Deuce unless this is a limp pot. So this makes more sense now. Very interesting to choose ace-4 off as a limp. Not something I would be doing myself, but look at this. We've induced Sandeep to bluff by checking flop. Nicely done so far. So he's going to have a stab tower, 1/3. Would like to see Alex just call, like allow your opponent to bluff. Yeah. We have the ace of clubs in hand, right? There is a turn flush draw, less to protect from. We have this kind of flopped monster, so to speak, on the ace 7/4. Does just call. Very nice.
Heads up to the river as Dan folds.
Now this is the spot where I'm expecting Sandeep just to bluff this every time. We're in the big blind. We have all the 5x. We try and dislodge our opponent off like a king jack of clubs, right? King queen of clubs that beats us. Don't expect our opponent to have too many ace x because they've limped in pre. No, he has given up. I thought he would bluff this river, I must say. You know, like, I'm not a huge fan of the turn bluff, but once we've got here, would seem quite reasonable. It's hard for Alex to have a 5. We can get some kind of weak 1 pairs and some missed flush draws to fold. Unless Sandeep has got something psychotic in mind. This is really interesting, though. He's going full pot. Like, what 5 can we have, right? I mean, I guess we can still bet large with 2 pair. If Sandeep shoves here, it's hand of the day, hand of the tournament. But you wouldn't imagine he will.
No, out of the way this time for Sandeep.
Very tricky, Alex. Very tricky.
So the blinds are 10k. Average stack a decent 32 bigs. 60-minute clock. We're in the money. We're down to 92.
I guess it's too early to ask you who you think's going to win, etc.
Do you know what? I don't think I could name a lot of the players because obviously we had a bit of technical issues with it. We've not got the chip counts coming through. We'll have a full chip count at the next break.
Right.
Even though at this moment in time it's going to be 90 deep, but we will get all chip counts for the start of the next session. So we might have a look there and might pick. I think Jay's got a sweat. I think it's him and Sam. They both picked 8 players at the beginning of the day.
They just love punting, don't they?
Yeah,
these two?
And I think every final table list is £100 or something like that, or whatever it is. So he'll tell you exactly what it was, but I know they picked 8 players each.
Okay.
So, and I don't know who's on his list or what his list contains of, but he's got 8 players.
Oh, well, we've got Sandeep in the tank, in the small. Don't know what he's got. Richard has just jammed it in with the jacks. Okay, Sandeep with a slight tank with an ace. And 2, nowhere to go tower. Queen. I mean, although we did see him do some spicy stuff, but I mean, we can't be calling this one off.
He's tank folding.
You would imagine so.
Who's in the comms, says Johnny Brown? Is it Lewis Capaldi?
Oh, that's a compliment, isn't it? Thank you, John.
One of the greatest videos you've ever seen.
Which
is
one?
Obviously the Lewis Capaldi at Glastonbury.
I don't know if I've seen it, Tower.
Really? Oh, it nearly made me cry. He started with his Tourette's on the
that's right,
because
he was struggling, right?
Because he said he nearly didn't do Glastonbury because he was having.
He's called it off, Tower. Let's come back
story.
to it.
How's he done this?
Oh wow!
Wow, the hand was over, man.
I mean, 2's just decided. I'm sure I'm gonna run it. Hope to see like a pocket pair or an ace king type hand. This is dicey stuff. Richard can't believe it. Jumps out his chair, Tower.
I can't believe I'm sitting back down when I've got jacks with that call.
He's looking pretty good so far. 4 kings to fade only. This would be ugly.
Because there's only 1 live king in the deck.
Oh, there is. Oh, they can't do it to him. They can't do it. They can't, can they? Surely not.
Oh. And doesn't. That is weird.
Yeah, I think he just had enough, Tower. It does happen
Queen
sometimes.
10 off. I've got in the money, he says, and that's it. I'm done. Queen 10.
I mean, he did only have 7 blinds back and maybe just lying in the sand tower and thought, you know what? I'm going to spin the wheel.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan, I got to say. But Richard, loving life, up to 213k.
2-1-87 for 3,290. A couple of GDPRs. Tariq Iman, Thomas Hall. Tom Hall busting out in 91st. And Majid Nadeem, who chopped the first UK Open. He's out as well, but 2-1 there with the Queen 10. Yeah, so Lewis has gone through all his half his set.
Okay.
And then he started with the ticks on stage, and you can see him that he's
getting emotional,
doing the ticks. And he starts the song, And really, obviously, one of his best, one of his most famous songs.
Okay.
And as he starts to, you can hear the ticks coming through, so he misses a line.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden you stop, and 120,000 people are singing your song, word for word, in tune.
Brilliant.
And he stood there, and he's just thinking, wow, this is unbelievable. And the crowd just literally sang it perfect all the way through for the whole 3 minutes of the song.
Carried him
and
through.
he literally just stood there, and he just couldn't believe it.
Beautiful.
It was an amazing. See, you have to watch it. It's just
I will.
so good. Really, really good. Louis Capaldi at Glasgow. It was just, it was so emotional.
I'll take the Lewis. Sounds like
Absolutely,
Lewis Capaldi.
yeah.
I'll take that. Very funny man.
Do you know if you're in the same town?
No, he's. Is he Dumfries? No, that's Feraldo territory. No, that's the DJ. What's his name? Calvin Harris. He's.
Oh, right, okay.
That's what Feraldo says. He's the second most famous man in Dumfries. He used to go out with Taylor Swift.
Okay.
And that's Calvin
What,
Harris,
Feraldo?
by the way, not Feraldo. But she came to visit. She came to visit Dumfries and went to the Aldi or something. And then people just, it's Dumfries. They don't care. They're like, hurry up, love, get out the way. I'm trying to pay for my
They
shopping.
wouldn't have a clue.
They don't
wouldn't
care about old Swifty.
He's Whitburn, is he?
I'm not sure.
Whitburn. Isn't that where? Oh no, Wishaw's where the snooker plays from, isn't it?
That is John
Higgins.
Higgins, very
He's-
good. The Wizard of Wishaw.
He's from Wishaw.
Interesting spot here for Ermir Tower. I know we're having fun, but we should call the action.
We will.
He folds ace 10 plus 3 disciplined. Could have gone for a steal tower. You can still raise fold. We talked about it earlier. He could min raise off 14. Decides not to. I would have liked to see raise, I think, with ace 10. It plays really well, right, as like a steal. But you do have the full table behind you. It is awkward, so I can understand it. Now, Richard could have jammed this one tower. Like 14 bigs effective covering Connor with a hand like Queen Jack. Could have decided just to shove. Now, Mr. O'Driscoll, knowing him, I could see him using this one tower as a steal pre-flop. Yeah, he's going to go for it. I don't blame him. A hand as bad as 9 deuce. If your opponent has a hand like a 10-8, sort of 10-9, they might just fold to raise. But unfortunately for Connor, Richard with the Queen Jack can't go anywhere just yet. Obviously, Connor hates to see that call with the 9 deuce. But we do flop best. 5-4 deuce.
5-4 deuce is the flop 2 clubs.
Yeah, kind of like, unless you're being trapped tower by like an aces here, right? Like Richard can have some strong hands, but most of his hands that limp, that are not really strong, either limp call or limp shove. So if he has a hand like 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, these type of hands, they're all going to jam. But Connor's let him get there. I thought he might go for like a small bet. Like 5-4 deuce, not going to connect with Richard's limp call range too hard. Turns a queen.
And the river is the king of spades.
Yeah, very nasty run out for Connor. Richard's not going to like this card either, but he is going to go for value. This is a kind of interesting hand to me. We're basically targeting like an ace high type hand to get called by here, or a complete dust hand like this that's ISO'd pre and connected with, a bad deuce, a 4, something like this. Try and get called. Wow, and he pays it off.
It does pay him off.
He did bet one big blind, which I don't mind at all. And Connor going to get the bad news. Feels compelled to have to call with bottom pair.
But he got him there in the end. So we're down to 92. Oh, we're down to 86. Changed again. Oh, Yuvon out in 87. Threes we're down to 86. The man's in the wings. Yoko comes down at down at DTD and Malton and Cyprus and wherever you do. But today, together behind the comms on the UK Open, we're going to bring Jay back to sit with Andrew Wedley. Keep going, young man. Always a pleasure. Whether it's a bucket list or not, it's one of mine.
Mate, it absolutely was on the bucket list. I told you.
Loved it.
I tell you something, tonight I'm going to finish that family bag of Doritos and we'll tick off number 2.
It's been great. Going to bring Jay back in for the final 45 minutes of this session. We are down to 86.
Race 20.
Good evening, everyone. Back for final 45 minutes of the session.
Bucket list has been ticked off, Jay.
How was it?
It was elite. I'm just going to put it out there that it might be the best 45 minutes of commentary that has ever happened anywhere in the world.
The great thing about the tower is something you get with no one else. You'll get just random questions about anything, or you'll just come out with something for no reason that's not even relevant.
We covered subject matter that went from Dumfries, Lewis Capaldi, family bags of Doritos, and the Irish Open.
Irish Open.
All four were covered in depth.
In that order?
All at the same time, my friend.
All in there. How's the play been? How's the poker been?
I mean, really interesting. So Sandeep here, we got to keep an eye on him in seat 9. Made an elite snap fold with Ace King on King Jack Deuce. Spade.
Okay.
Where he opened under the gun, we had a call MP, the big blind called, it came King Jack Deuce, and he got check raised by the big blind who had top 2. And I was saying that, like, nobody really bluffs these spots, right? Like, it's very either massive draw heavy or flop 2 pair, set of deuces kind of heavy. And he folded very quickly. Then he played a pot where Dan opened King 6 suited. Sandeep called in position with deuces, which I wasn't a big fan of with the stack depth, but he called flop on 7-5-5.
Yep.
Turn was a 5. Dan double barreled large, and he just rifled it in with the deuces for like 20 bigs and was like, "You don't have it."
Oh wow.
It was pretty sick, so you got to keep your eye on him. I think a field player, but has some moves.
So, Chris saw a lot of him yesterday. Opens under the gun, raises to 20. Dan with the queens here makes it 55. Something interesting that you may not have just... Oh, it's still in there, the 20k. Sandeep calling out a turn before Dan's initial 3-bet.
Yeah. So that will stand, Jay?
Yeah, that will stay in the pot, and then he'll have the option to make up the extra 35
this
if he
is very
wishes.
tricky.
Obviously, still got Chris to worry about now behind that can still reopen the action as well as Sandeep. So
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Forfeit the 20k.
I wonder how this impacts on Chris's decision, right? Because like normally here, 6s, we're kind of hating life. We've been 3-bet, we've started with 30 blinds. But there is another 2 big blinds now in the pot. Whether that compels him, you know, Jay, sometimes to think, well, I'm going to peel more often, or I might even 4-bet shove a little bit more often.
Do you think you're going to 3-bet wider now once you see that dead call that's like... Unless
Did he see it before? We don't really know.
I've done seen it before. He's seen the 20k.
Wow.
Do you think you're going to start squeezing wider? Because this is
maybe.
just never a hand. Unless we're up against Angles McManus.
Yeah.
Pulling an angle, like... As long as it's not an angle, maybe we can squeeze wider. But
hopefully for Chris's sake, he doesn't level himself here, because you certainly could. So tricky. I mean, we're kind of getting a nicer price now to peel, even though it's not something I would advise to do here off 30 blinds, like last 80 runners or so.
Yeah.
6s is one of these real marginal opens at this stage of a tournament anyway. It's probably bottom, right? So, but Chris, we've seen, hasn't been afraid to put the chips to work. We saw him execute a lovely float, Jay, with just ace high when he got check raised on King 9x. Yeah, does feel compelled to call now. I don't really blame him with the extra 20k in there. He's going hunting for a 6, Mr. Harwood.
Yeah, and could be trouble for Dan if he hits it. But it's Dan that flops his set on Queen Jack 7 Rainbow. And at just under 2 SPR, probably one that we could potentially check here. We can still get all the money in by river.
Yeah, this is one of these where like we almost never check, like in theory land. But if we're ever gonna find a knuckle, this would be the one. I'd expect him just to bet tiny, which is, you know, you're still gonna get continues from some Jack X, some, you know, Ace 10 suited type hands.
Yeah, of course.
This is. I mean, Chris just has to release, you'd imagine, unless he wants to do something a little bit psychotic.
Yeah, 20% from Dan, regardless of size here. Can't see how Chris gets to continue out position.
How can we? He's had some moves, Jay, I will tell you this, but I think he just recognises we've got nowhere to go. Yeah, Chris, I think like Dan seems like a really nice lad whenever I've played with him, and he's maybe thinking there, here lads, I'm not taking advantage of that misclick.
How we doing, Holly?
By the way, someone's asking for Dan Laidlaw over me. What's that all about?
I have no idea. Who said that? Mike Lennon, how dare you?
I know. Classic Leonard.
Classic. Johnny Scott in the chat. Flop the nuts. JG. Jonathan Whale in the chat. Jonathan Whale won a. I'm sure Tower told you.
We were talking about it. What a great story.
It would have been great if he could have bagged and potentially cashed, but the experience that he got from it, I think he had a great day.
Don't worry, Mr. Whale, I'm right there with you, but I did 4 instead of 1. Good times. Now I'm here with you.
Even better times.
It is good times, to be fair. Always a pleasure. Round to Alex then, on the button. 24 blinds, ace-7, good enough to come in for a raise. Sounds like all in, and it is. This is grim, right, for the button. That looks like 90k. Maybe it's a shade over 100, so we might be able to get away. Oh!
This isn't grim for Chris, though. What a lovely spot.
Goodness me.
Looks down at the boots in the big blind, and I guess he's just all in. Like, I guess flat all in. It's the same thing at this stack depth, isn't it?
We just jam. Like, you don't want to set any alarm bells off here. I would actually flat here with my mediocre hands that need to overcall to maybe try and in some universe get the button to fold 9s or something. Like if we have 8s and we think we need to call. I mean, we just put it in, right?
Yeah, of course.
Let's just stick it in. Here he comes. Very unfortunate for Ermir, Jay, because he probably gets this through, I think, for 12 against the stack depth of the ace-7. %20 equity only. Going to need a lot of help, or he is going to be gone in 82nd place.
Smidge on the flop. Now direct outs to get there. 5 outs, kings and queens now working. 9 of spades, no good. So Ermir down to a 5 outer, 1 to come. And 7 of hearts on the end. So Ermir out, Chris's aces hold, he's up to just shy of 400k. Just a little look at some of the bust outs that have occurred over the last 45 minutes. Did Tao run down any?
He did.
Okay.
We got to Mr. Tom Hall. Was
You
the
got
last
to
one
Tom
we,
Hall,
was
okay.
the last one we looked at.
So a few more. Dre Olympus, Vic Meta, Tuvrong, Tariq and Man. A few GDPRs in there, and I'm sure there's a few more to come.
We were talking about it, me and Tower Jay, just like a who's who of
been.
like so many names, like every name that I see on the bust out list, I'm like, well, I've played with him. Played with him. He's pretty good. Don't like that guy.
The high roller as well. The high roller field was
the high roller
ridiculous,
was pretty ridiculous. Yeah.
So Ermir Hidri we just saw before him, Lewis Brown, Virgil Turchi and Dean Hutchinson.
My boy!
And that
don't give me that news.
Is going to bring us up to 80 players remaining when the graphic updates. You can see it on the screen anyway in the background.
How long are you playing till today? Is it a number of levels
10
rather than players?
10 levels or 24 players.
I told you. Sorry to interrupt, my friend. We got to keep an eye on Sandeep. He's like the you know, the lady on Twitter who talks about good vibes only. He's the vibes guy.
Okay.
He's just like all timing. He just decides I'm gonna go for it with the deuce 5 of hearts. We saw him get king queen to fold.
Shapir, ace 3.
This is one of the most uncomfortable spots in my eyes in tournament poker, where you know that you're supposed to defend for chips, but 25 blinds deep against someone we know is very tricky. Like, I actually don't hate fold here at this stage of a tournament. I would rather 3-bet fold than call.
That's what I was just about to say. Like three bets probably one of these ones we can take, especially at 25 as well. The old offsuit high low, obviously low frequency, but in with a call. Shapir, Sandeep with position, and it's 5 high.
Yeah, I mean he's so spicy. Honestly, a lot of fun. Well then, Sandeep, what's your plan, my friend?
So, I guess we're always continuing. When we get hit, ace high board, going to bet heavily.
Like, this is the problem with ace 3. You immediately face half pot, and it's just horrible. Like, you're it's a complete guessing game immediately. Of course, we're ahead of some hands. Like, typically a normal range here, we're going to be facing some king jacks, some sort of jack 10 suiteds. You know, hands like this, maybe some pocket pairs that are trying to get us to fold an ace. Like sure. 7s, 9s, they're all going to range bet. So we're going to go ahead and check call, and then we're going to see what happens.
How can Sandeep run it with this
this
hand,
is it, though. This is
How
it.
can
This
he run
is
it
the
with
dream.
5 high, though?
You
He's
have
got
to.
no equity. He's drawing dead
It doesn't
versus,
matter.
like...
Doesn't matter. We have all the ace-king. We have all the kings, the queens, the pocket 8s. Come on, Sandeep. For the fans.
We not at least want like the little gutter in there, a 10-9 suited, something like that.
Yeah, we do. But one thing I will say, which is nice, we don't have a spade in our hand, right? We can get lots and lots of call folds. Hands like queen 10, queen jack, king 10, king jack.
Oh, he's knuckled
9, 10 of spades. Ah, Sandeep, you're breaking my heart. Now then, 2x pot all in. Let's go. Nah, it's unlikely that he goes for it now.
It's actually pretty sick on this deuce specifically to go like for that 2x
It
pot
is.
all in once there's checked over to us, because just removal to some of these potential river 2 pairs from the big blind. But
I mean, the problem here is people say, oh, we've rivered showdown, etc. But Shapir probably going to bluff a hand like a jack 9 of spades, right? He's probably just going to bluff.
the problem here, we have...
Hello! It's kind of credible, this.
It's not just that, Andrew. We're playing in GUKPT rules, so it's last aggressor that has to show. So he's got to show the 5 high from +1 if he doesn't bet.
Oh, no.
That's the other thing as well. That's another reason to bluff. You don't want people to see you're opening these spanners from +1.
So what are we repping here, Jelly? Ace 9, right? Ace 10,
exactly
Ace Jack,
that,
are
exactly
the three kind of hands that we're mostly repping that pot control turn and go for value. I mean, this doesn't look like a bluff, and it often isn't a bluff.
I feel like versus big blind, we can even go for like as thin as A7 versus Ace3, perhaps.
Sure.
So
I think any ace we need to bet.
Yeah, exactly.
And it kind of looks value-y, right? He's gone the half pot, which is like, okay, I didn't want to put much money on the turn. Now I know my hand's good. I'm going to just bet enough to get you to call. This could get through. And this is the problem, Jay, that we said about calling with Ace3, but yeah, just not quite enough. This is why I kind of like Jam, but Jam doesn't make much sense, because lots of our 2-pair plus bet the turn, right, and just look to get it in on river. And Sandeep, he's a lot of fun to watch, I'll tell you, and I hope he can spin it up, because he's box office entertainment. The treble works every time.
Yeah, it does. It works a lot. Not many people have it in them to call 1 pair down against a treble.
Almost impossible. As we see Mr. Worthington Lease join the table, Leo. Been on quite the tear, hasn't he, Jay? The last kind of 18 months or so.
I'll say that's the right
Lovely guy, Leo. Plays well, running well. And looks like he's got a stack. Looks like about 400k to me. From the eyeball test.
Coming today with about 300, I think. So I'm well to keep them plus more.
You're going to have to talk me through this then.
Okay.
Tower said that you and a colleague or a friend, you've chosen 8 people each to FT.
Yep.
Talk us through. I want to hear. I want to hear the details.
So me and my friend, good friend of mine, Sam Goodman, last night we were sat there, and like as we are, we're poker players. We're like, how can we do some money?
Spice
like
up our lives.
exactly. And like I know I'm going to be on the stream. It's going to be a long day today. It's a little sweat for myself as well. So we both picked a few players. We had to pick 1 wild card each. 1 short stack, and then we had 6 whoever we wanted to pick, and we both picked a team each. I'm struggling because I've only got 2 of mine left in, and his whole team, bar Tom Hall, is still in. So he's got.
No.
So I'm in. I'm under it at the moment. But Paul Trotter's one of my pick, and he's got about 800k.
Yeah.
So
go on the Trotter.
Get the Trotter flying the flag. But yeah, we've got a little side bet going on. Me and my mate, each player that makes a final table of your team.
I hope you picked me. I hope you bloody picked me.
Well,
you didn't, did you? Yeah. Whatever. I don't want to hear it.
If you had over 300k, I would have picked you. Honestly, I would have picked you. But when you've got people like Leo, you've got Dean Hutchinson. much. So
I was
you
on
got
the short
home.
stack. I was on the short stack. You
Yeah,
could have picked
short,
me.
short stack was under 100k. Was you under 100k?
I had 64.
Man.
Yeah, whatever,
It was,
whatever,
It was
Harwood.
between 65 and 100k for our last pick.
All right.
Oh dear.
I didn't even have enough to make the cut.
No, but I picked. Who did I pick? I had Florian Juta for my short stack.
Very good pick.
That was my pick.
To be
for my
fair,
short
very
stack.
good pick.
And he was one of the first out today, so it didn't turn
Justice.
out too good.
Sorry,
but,
Florian.
there you go. There you go. Well, if I picked you, how would you have done for me?
Mate, well, it would be nice if I could win an all in here in Coventry. I
That's-
promised I wouldn't moan on the stream, but you know, I spun it up, got it in for 300k with Ace King of Diamonds against Queens and Nines.
It's a good
How do
spot,
you
good
lose?
spot. You
How do
usually
you
always
lose?
win. They're the ones you usually
Like
always
10
win.
from the money, 15 from the money. It's an absolute joke. I won't be back.
It won't be back to Coventry. Jonathan,
Oh, he'll be back.
couple of aces under the gun. And Connor with the Jack 10 of diamonds here from +2, straight in the muck.
Easy lay down. Well done, Connor. He was unlucky, Connor, in a spot where he ISO'd 9 deuce. I was advocating for a flop bet where small blind limp called. It came 5-4 deuce, and we're like 18 bigs deep. And I think most of the small blind limp call range just like really whiffs hard, right?
Yeah.
If they have the low pocket pairs, they limp shove. You know, there's not much, like we've got a lot to protect against is my point. And he checked back and a queen hit the turn. The guy had queen jack, check, river king, and the guy bet one big blind and milked us. But he's still in there with a fighting chance.
I actually missed his stack when he folded a Jack 10 2.
11 bigs.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
so
that makes sense.
he's that really awkward there.
Right, yeah, of course. 11 big blinds, there we are for Connor. Oh, we do Mantles. Yes, we are in Coventry. This is a UK Open main event. Reg now closed, 1.2 million prize pool, 220k, just shy of that, up top to the winner. We're playing 10 levels today, so we've still got a long way. Going to be finishing up about 2 in the morning.
I was saying to Tower that you guys, like me and you, have done a bunch of comms together and
Yes.
stuff, but like it's never as like you guys do the grueling like 12-hour regular shifts. How do you find it, by the way? Like,
It's
like me and you
the-
chat
the-
a lot, but it's hard.
the-
It's
the-
long
the-
hours.
The thing that's hardest is when you get to the back end of the day, like your head, you just get a lot of like brain fog, like your head's
Sure.
scrambled, like it's aching, and like the back end of the day, like a lot of the time it's like the crunch time of the tournaments, and this is when
Okay.
you want to be tuned in
Sharp.
the most and sharp.
Yeah.
And like it's sometimes like I can't even compute like the big blinds, how many people at big blinds someone's got, because my brain's just absolutely like flummoxed from what's happened all day.
Got it.
Because you know, as like an analyst, someone that's breaking down hands, you're playing every single hand. Like
Yeah.
you're playing every single spot. When you're sat at the table, you can have a 2 orbits off. You can have a little 40-minute refreshment, just sit back. But obviously in the booth, it can be difficult when you're involved in every spot and your mind's turning, and obviously your brain's functioning higher than it usually is when you're just sat there at the table and getting sort of a 15-minute refreshment every now and then. But I love it. That's the other thing as well. Like there's moments that I take away from it, and you just look back and you just laugh to yourself, and you think, oh my word, that was just great. Whether it be a hand, whether it be something that's happened in the booth, it's just one of those.
Yeah, you both do a great job. Backbone of the UK poker scene. I wondered if Sandeep would consider squeeze shoving here. It's not a hand I would take at this stack depth. I don't think we've got that much fold equity. Does decide to overcall, which I'm not a huge fan, Jay, personally. Ace 7 of clubs. Like, you're going to be dominated a good amount here by Chris or Dan. You know, it's just so shallow, right? To be trying to, like, flop a flush draw or the like. What a flop for Chris. We don't know what Dan has yet.
I wonder if Chris Faber finds check here down on the bottom, but does go for the bet right off the bat with the top 2.
This is definitely a spot in Theory World that we're going to check, like, a lot.
Yeah.
Like, we have a call from the button and the call from the small blind. Both should connect with this texture pretty hard, I would suggest. Like, lots of these kind of aces, kings, ace-king hands have already 3-bet. So there's going to be a lot of Broadways out there. Unfortunate for Chris here that he doesn't get any further action, but he'll be happy enough. Dan probably had a suited ace here himself, or a low pocket pair.
How you doing, Carl Lakeland? Evening, lads. Hope you're both well. Nipped to the pub for some unplanned drinks while there was no hole cards. Now I'm back
Aye, aye.
with a ruby and the stream. Nothing like good old Ruby Murray.
A Ruby's a curry, isn't it?
Yeah, Ruby's
Check
a
me out.
Yeah, there you go.
Know my stuff.
Cockney rhyming slang.
Mate,
You're not from London, mate.
Tell
How
you
do know that?
something, my plates of feet are absolutely killing
Yeah,
me,
we
big man.
got an imposter here.
Plates of feet, did I say? Plates
Yeah,
of meat.
Plates of meat. Feet,
There we
yeah.
go. I'm back.
I've hurt McGregory this week.
Tell you something, I'm off up the apple and stairs
Yeah, there you go.
for a lie down shortly. I think that's the only ones I know, to be fair. I'm not sure I know anymore.
Well, I've hurt McGregory this week.
What's that?
Gregory Peck.
Neck.
Yeah,
There we
I've
go.
done my necking this week.
I've hurt me Gregory Peck. Brilliant.
Rosie Lee. Cup of Rosie Lee.
My knee?
No, cup of Rosie Lee.
A cup of tea?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. So I tell you something. Richard's had a cup of Rosie Lee himself. Just rifles it with Queen 10 suited. Gets the better hand to fold.
Yeah,
Very nice. Interesting spot that with Queen 10 suited. You'll actually like see a decent amount of check here at this sort of depth. Like you don't want to raise fold, but he just decides to take the option of, you know what, I don't think you're going to have enough traps. Sticks it in and gets a hand that had him crushed out the door. Happy days.
Now out the way. 24 mins left of the session.
It's a beautiful looking hand.
Plenty of chips, but not choosing to open from the low jack.
Yeah, a little surprised. I think that's just a shade tight. To be fair, we are last 80. Like, you know, people talk about it, all the boring stuff that we talk about. ICM does start creeping in. And it is the type of hand that if we get 3-bet, very hard to continue off sort of 35 blinds. I don't hate fold. For me, I would open this hand, but it's not the worst. It's like the cusp, right? Like Queen 8, Queen 7 suited can go in the bin. Is Connor defending? He is. Makes sense for the min raise. It's pretty bleak, though, for the 6 deuce of hearts. Can be an adjustment here, Jay. We talk about it a lot on stream. For Jonathan, could have sized up a bit here pre. You know when I like it a lot in these spots where your opponent has sort of 8 to 9 bigs specifically. Sort of you can make it 2.7x and just kind of deny. But like Connor just can't really bluff at this board. It's like super difficult. When it does check to river,
It's still even like.
yeah, I know. It's,
Like, it might even get picked off by some
I know.
like some pocket pairs, many size.
I just bet 10k anyway, and just because I hate myself. Basically. No, I wouldn't bluff this one. He's going to need some help, Mr. O'Driscoll. Down to 7 blinds. Hour clock though, Jay, right? There's still a bit of room.
hour clock,
Still a bit of room.
loads of time on this structure. Where's your next stop, Andrew? I know you got the little one now, and obviously a lot of family time. Is it? Are you in Ireland?
Yeah, we live in Cork area.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Beautiful part of the world. I'm going to go to Glasgow next week and see some family, and there's a nice little Irish poker tour event going on in Glasgow. Well worth a look if you're there. 400 quid buy-in, 200k guaranteed,
nice.
which is not bad at all. So I'll go and see my dad, go and see the family, flick that one in. Then
Will you be at Glasgow for the 888?
well, that's it. I might come and see yourself and Mr. Tower at that one as well. I'll see though, because with the family stuff, it is quite tricky now. I can't really be like, all right, Jade, I'm off for 2 weeks to, hang out with Jay Tower and the troops. I'll definitely play the first one, and then hopefully be able to see you guys for a bit. Then I'll play Irish Open, and then me and yourself are off to Cyprus, aren't we, in May?
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, same.
The Queen 7-4 after. Dan opened the 5s here. He's going to c-bet, and that's going to be hand done.
Yeah, we can have some checks on this board, but often nice to just deny equity here. It's hard for people sub 20 to really come after us here on these type of textures. Anyway, try and just clear out 2 random cards, gets it done. I like how Dan plays. I've played a little bit with him this week. He seems to hold himself pretty well. His sizings seem quite on point. Definitely plays well.
Lovely guy as well. I've known Dan a couple of years.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, top-notch guy. Played cash with him a little bit. He won the grand final in London a year and a half ago.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so...
He's got pedigree.
Yeah, really nice guy. Very tall as well.
He looks tall.
Very tall.
Even sad.
Always looking up at him.
Can Mr. O'Driscoll find a go hand here from the button? 7 bigs, Jay. That's not going to get it done. You wouldn't think.
Suited, for sure. Offsuit.
I mean, this feels like a frustration shove to me. Into Leo as well, who's going to call correctly. He may reflect on this as a big misstep, Jay. Sorry, Connor. I'm not a huge fan of this one. You know, into a strong reg who's gonna look you up here with like a king 8 and stuff like this. Gonna have to get there. Gets the bad news that he is indeed crushed by Leo's ace 8.
No help there. We got the gut shot. Needing a 7 or a 9. Otherwise, it's GG Connor. He's going to just leave us with the gutter. 9 ball needed. And 7 of hearts on the end. So Connor going to be exiting out in 74th just before him. Bixie Yao, Simon Higgins, who was one of the big stacks to start the day. Alex Todd, Sam Goodman, John Gilchrist and Justin Tsui. So we are going to be down to 73 when that number updates, guys. And we're going on break in 20 minutes' time. Been great to have Andrew in the booth for an hour and a half with us. Give us a little break. It's going to be a long day ahead for us. We know that already. Always good to have you, mate.
Absolutely, mate. I've enjoyed it a lot. I feel for Connor there. Like it's very frustrating to sort of blind down, and I mean, he knows me well. He knows I'm not just going to flame him, but he's going to reflect badly on that one. You know, you are last 75, right? Yeah. Like, you have 7 blinds. Like, you can go down to 4 or 5 bigs in this if you have to, right? Like, it's not the end of the world in an hour clock. 7-8 off, I just think a little too thin for me, unfortunately for him. And I mean, good luck beating Leo in an all-in. What are you doing?
The man is on fire. The last 18 months, as you said. Sandeep there just open rips the 7s, gets it through. Any ladies left in, says Man of Straw. I know that Vanessa Cade is still in. I've seen Vanessa as I walk back to the booth. Gonna have a little look down the list now.
I'm gonna have to get a little rub down in. So I was hanging out with Vanessa's better half, Mr. Jamie Dwan, at the bar.
Oh yeah, I was next.
You were there. Break. And he did 9 bullets in this last year, Jamie. I mean, I know he likes to blast it off, but Jamie, geez, oh mate, have a bit of discretion, son. 9 bullets and then 6 this year. So he's doing his bit to keep the UK poker economy booming.
I hope you two are good mates.
We're good mates.
I'm not getting the complaint.
He knows it himself. He was making fun of himself. But you know what? A man of heart, he's in the cup.
There you go.
See? There's nothing wrong with blasting it off if you're willing to show up and play every turn.
There you go. That's it, isn't it?
He's a legend. I love him.
Such a better story as well. Like, this is what I always say. These hand histories, when someone's like, I lost a flip, I got aces versus kings, I hit a king. Yeah. How much better is it when you say I check raise flop, I overbet turn, I shove 4x pot for river,
yeah, brilliant,
and they call me with top pair. What do you have? I had 8 high, but like, it's such a better story, isn't it? I actually get such a better buzz when I bust a tournament like that rather than a.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. When you bluff it off, it's such a like.
As long as it's a good bluff.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as it's a good, like inverted commas, good bluff.
But you can always just. So it's always a good bluff if you just say, "Oh, I only do it against that player dependent." Then it's always a good bluff.
And then you go home and run it in the sim, and it says that it does it 3% of the time.
Exactly.
And you go look at that, and you go look at that.
Low frequency.
3 times out of 100, I'm a big genius.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, they call you the other 97, Jay, is the big problem.
No, I don't think so, Man of Straw. I look down the list, and I do not think there's anyone else. I'm missing someone. I apologise.
Oh, what's this? Lady's still in the event. Yeah, Vanessa had about 18 blinds or so on dinner. While you're doing that, I'll talk about this very difficult spot that's about to unfold for Jonathan against a very capable player in Leo. This is really grim for Jonathan. Opening +1J, ace queen, start the hand with 31 big blinds. A player like Leo is going to find the lighter 3-bets here, so like I wouldn't fault Jonathan if he piles this in. Like, we have a pretty strong hand here, 30 bigs deep. I wonder if he knows, you know, this is a spot in my eyes where it's all about who you're playing against. There's certain players here that you just never ever shove your hand, but against a capable reg, this is one of the trickiest spots in No Limit. Like, it would be really difficult here, you know, to just fold our hand. He is going to go with call. Again, kind of dicey, but we have a strong hand, right? So it's hard to blame him. I think fold would be a bit too tight. So either call or shove, I think, the order of business. We can see Leo has him crushed. Pre-flop at least. And post-flop. But it's a tricky board for Leo. Not going to be absolutely loving it.
He does choose to check behind.
Oh, this is a fun one now.
Any bluffs from Jonathan?
I mean, this is our absolute
Like,
nut bluff. Like, there is no better candidate I can think of, Jay, to bluff with than this.
Just lean Jam River on pretty much
I would.
everything.
Check shove. Check shove
that
is
would be sexy.
Gangster. I really think that if Leo bets here, that we have the absolute nut candidate to check jam. Block the straight, block the nut flush, put a hand like jacks, like queens, like a one-pair hand in a horrible spot. Can he find it? Because this is the nut hand to choose, Jay.
And I feel like Leo would fold ace king here, no spade.
I think
feel
he'll
like
fold
would.
if he gets shoved on. What a play! Brilliant, brilliant. Goodness me, and Leo now lamenting that turn bet. Can't blame him.
This is sick for Leo.
Oh, what a great play, by the way. It may not work, but this is a sick play. And, like, nobody bluffs here, Jay. It's the old... Like, what can he be bluffing with other than this?
Yeah.
I can't really think of one.
It's pretty sick from Jonathan. I absolutely love it.
Love
as well.
it.
Like, he's going to have eights, he's going to have nines, he's going to have perhaps king 10 suited. Tens that doesn't want a 4-bet send.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to ace queen tens, isn't it?
He has so many value hands, Jay.
He's got 8s, 9s, 10s for the set, king 10 suited, only one combo from Leo's perspective. And he can have ace jack of spades, ace 10 of spades, ace queen of spades, no flushes blocked from Leo's perspective. So,
one thing I will say is that, do you think the nut flush jams, or does it do the old call and then, like in game flow? You know, if you understand where I'm coming from. But at the same time, who bluffs here? Like, it's literally, this might be the only one. Ace jack offsuit probably folding pre, right, to 3-bet would make sense to myself. You need your opponent to be bluffing something like a jack 10 occasionally here, which doesn't seem that likely. I don't think people bluff, like, check shove with jack 10 of hearts here, for example. And it's really hard to give our opponent just the ace of spades, unless it's this exact one.
And the problem Leo's got is that ace jack off folds pre. So ace jack off ace of spades is not a thing either.
Sure.
So literally he's got like hardly any bluff combos, and then literally I don't like when we're in a 3-bet pot, +1 versus cut-off ranges are so much more condensed here. So although he's got not too much value, 8s, 9s, 10s, 9 combos.
He's going to fold. He's going to fold.
It's like 10 combos of value against like 2-3 combos of bluffs, and sick move from Jonathan. Take a bow, sir. What a sick play. Gets Leo off the best of it.
Great hand of poker. Very, very well done. And I don't fault Leo in the slightest. Actually, quite like how he played this hand. You know, the king 10-9, heavy check from us here, I think, in position. When our opponent is raised and called, they're not going to have 5s, 6s, 7s very often, stuff like this, so they're going to smash this board. And he does decide, right, let's half pot turn now, let's charge a 1 pair with a spade. Maybe another type of bluff we didn't think about there, pocket 7s with a spade. I can't think of much else, though. I really beautifully played hand of poker from both, I think. Jonathan, well done. Great hand.
No, TM, I don't think Jonathan ever has king queen. That shouldn't check shove the turn.
No, I don't think so.
So
probably mixes leading turn and check call. That's a great hand. And, like, you can't fault Leo, right? Like, it's just... What do we do? We're just pure bluff catching. We're dead a lot. Like, we're stone dead against a straight, for example, something like this. A set, like you said, set of 8s, we're just stone dead. Horrible feeling to get check shoved on here, obviously, and have to fold a hand as strong as ace-king. Should we double check? Kind of interesting. Probably not. Like, you still want to deny that, like, you're not going to get check jammed on very often, right?
No, and at like 28, like, he's probably not going to have, like, ace-6 through ace-deuce of spades, these type of hands, Jonathan, either. So he actually doesn't really have too many flushes himself. So I think I actually kind of like bet turn from Leo, but
yeah,
it's a very interesting hand and sick move from Jonathan, especially like less than 10% left of the field playing for 220k. That's the other thing, Andrew. It's all good seeing this bluff day one when you can go and re-enter, but deep on a day two when you're playing for this amount of money, sick move.
It's fun when something develops and, like, we were calling for it. We were thinking, right, check jam turn here is a really sick spot, and he does just snap find it. Well done. Over to Richard here. Jay, very strong hand under the gun. Big slicks, suited variety, 25 blinds. There's been some really strong play in this kind of frame of poker. Great to watch. Jonathan gets out of the way with the suited 9-4. Look at the chip counts. Dan Bedson way out in front, 750k. Phil Clark, who's just joined, absolute gentleman, made a nice run in the high roller. I was on his table for a while. 500k, plenty to work with. Really good player, Phil. Super solid. I never really see him make mistakes. Type of guy in this structure, Jay, I think, who will be primed to make a deep run, I think. Poker's getting tough, eh? There's so many, like, really solid, like, strong poker players now.
Especially in the UK, I feel, because, like, I don't know if I've just been lucky the last few years, but whenever I see a guy play in Ireland or even a guy play, definitely in Vegas, like, just the level and the standard and the stuff you see is just nowhere near to what I'm watching day in, day out in the booth. It's such a high level.
I mean, this has been a tough week. Yeah. I've not been on many tables where I, like, you know, felt right. I can just run this over or whatever. Very tough. Leo getting a little out of line here, but reasonable. Suited king. Does open. Richard going to defend queen 3 of clubs.
Just king high here for Leo. Going to find the c-bet on the 10-8 deuce rainbow. That will probably be that. Unless Richard's got any ideas with the queen 3 of clubs.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that, wow, he's going to float.
I thought little check raise, not a little float out of position.
I'm not a big fan of this check call. Ironically, Leo has that exact hand here that may shut it down occasionally, and we might get the chance to bluff river. But also Leo going to be aware, like, our opponent, you know, I don't know, it's tough to fire off, right? So Richard probably going to get the chance to bluff river here. Does go check, check. I mean, mandatory river bet for Richard, I think, on every river here that's not a 3. He might check a 3.
Maybe an ace as well.
Maybe an ace, yeah. We don't see the river. We get the sweat.
The sick thing is, if this is like a 5 or 4... Well,
yeah, Leo might call here.
Leo might call.
He might call. Like, this is a great river for Leo's hand. Obviously now removing one of the potential 8x that Richard could have had. I mean, some of Richard's 10x at stack depth is check raise getting in flop 2. He might call here. There's like quite a lot of combos of sort of 7-9, Jack-9, Queen-Jack. All these type of holdings. 55 kj the sizing. Anything
Yeah.
we read into that? So it's shade over half.
Yeah, I think we want to have some 10x in our value bet range. So
Of
I feel
course.
like we just go this size with all our boats and our 10x. Like Leo, once he checks back turn, does look like he's going to have a lot of ace high, king high stuff.
I think Leo's going to call here. Yeah, he does flick it in. What a great call. Well done, Leo. Very nice. Steadies the ship after that somewhat traumatic ace-king hand. This is the problem when you try and bluff the good players, Jay. It's an awful river, right? This eight,
Terrible
one of the worst
river.
in the deck. Nice hand. I'm with you. I'm kind of prefer check raise flop if we are going to
just a
continue.
small check raise, and off of 20. This is where we find them from. Like, we don't like check raising gut shots at this stack depth. We just like to check call. We want the overcard, the free to flush, free to straight stuff.
Yeah, one of those spots where you'll normally see like a queen 7 of clubs makes it in, right? Because it has some more kind of backdoor potential. Queen 3 is like, in my eyes, a bit too thin against a capable player in position. I'd prefer to just check fold this hand. But if we are going to continue, I'm with you that check raise probably more preferable to check call. Seen a lot of good hands this last
It's been really
frame.
great 45 minutes that joined you. I'm not sure how the first 45 was you and Dan.
Really good,
as
really
well,
good. I'm almost sad to be leaving.
It's alright, you can go to the bar, have
I'll
a
survive.
glass of wine, have a chat. There'll be a few more people busted now as well, which is...
They're all in the cup. It's changed times.
Oh, no.
10 years ago. 10 years ago, everybody was bang on it. Off into Coventry. Now, it's a graveyard out there. They're all grinding for the £100 of
This
EV.
is it. Everyone's got families
You
now.
hate
This
seeing
is
it.
the problem.
You
Like,
hate
everyone...
to see it. You love to see it, but you get me. Pretty wide this one, Jay, from Alex. Don't hate it off 18. You know, normally you want kind of king, queen, king, jack as your steal, but can't hurt to widen to the king 10. Phil Clark, who I was saying very solid. I don't expect him to defend this. You can for chips, but it's just very dicey against an under the gun range from 18 blinds.
And see it drop to 69, and that is because we've lost a few more from out of tables.
Started brilliantly, and then we've just gone on the most dire run.
So I'm going to run you through some names. Arcadius Syriaki, Keith Johnson, and Dravdoshi Jacob Stone. And that brings us up to now with 69 remaining, approaching the next break.
Around to Richard here on the button, J. Queen 6 suited. Gonna come in for a steal. 16 blinds to start. Yeah, Alex with one of those decision points. Is some argument to shove occasionally if you think your opponent is always going to sort of just have a chip EV opening range, right? Like, we're getting to the sort of 70 left and people tend to tighten up a little, but does just call. Makes some sense, of course. Keeping some stuff we crush.
Yeah, Jack A6, 2 hearts. Richard jumps in front with bottom.
Yeah, very tricky, this. Not really a hand that we want to bet fold. But also, of course, very tricky to check back and try and navigate this hand. He's going to keep it simple, Jay. Gone pretty big as well. Shade over half. Alex really nowhere to go in my eyes with just king high, no heart in hand.
Yeah,
just let it go.
Into the mark, and we are going to have a quick look, guys, at the table that's going to be coming on after the break. Sorry, we haven't got a pan. just a list of players. I thought we had an old pan. It's actually a rundown of a hand history. So I am going to quickly run through that. This is on the outer table. This is the table that's coming on after the break. So Antoine Sou, the Frenchman, opens to 20k. Matt Davenport calls. Tuan 3 bets from the big blind to 110k. Antoine Sou makes it 240k. Tuan calls, so 4-bet pot. We go to the Ace King 6. Tuan shoves for 220k.
He donk shoves?
Sou snaps. Sou's got Ace King for top 2.
Oh no.
And Tuan has deuces on Ace King 6. Turns a brick. River.
Quack, quack.
A deuce on the river. And it's going to be Tuan that's getting the bread today. Because Sou...
One absolutely filthy hand history.
is going to be left with 250k, so 900k pot, all in on Ace King 6, and Tuan somehow has the ducks and finds one on the river.
I don't often curse my fellow man at the poker table, Jay. But if that's me, I've got top 2, and some expletive rivers of deuce, I'm not happy.
You're not happy.
I'm not happy, pal.
But it's Tuan. Have you ever seen Tuan?
He's lovely. Oh, it's okay. We can forgive him.
He is, as you say, a firecracker. He is an absolute maniac. So
Me.
he does a lot of stuff like that. Sometimes he's going to get there. That's flown by that 45 minutes, guys. We're on a quick 15-minute break. It will be Tower and I back at 20 to 10. Anything happening here? Probably not against small blind. Do expect more C-bets from Dan. Maybe more checks versus big.
Yeah, interesting decision from Alex to peel here out of the small.
And he's just
Doesn't pan out.
Check fold. So massive thank you to this man giving us a break. We're going to need them today as it's a long old evening. Andy Headley, I'm sure we'll see you again soon, sir. Good luck in future poker.
Pleasure as always, my friend.
I will see you in Ireland, I believe.
I'll be there.
See ya. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second here, guys.
Because this could be huge from the 2 men who got the stacks and all the chips at the moment.
This is set up central 5-handed, and with these 2 opponents, Tower, 2 firecrackers, it probably gets in. Like, if this is a setup with, let's say, Jagger and Midi with all the chips, I doubt it would get in at the FT, but with these 2, here we go. Incoming 4-bet. And Tuan Lee's not going to put in a third of his stack to fold queens, I don't think, Tower. Here we are. Tuan on Tuan action, says Ben. And it's probably going to end up in the middle because Tuan's not folding kings and Tuan Lee's not going to fold queens after putting in a third of his stack. Here we are. And this is a huge point in the tournament. This is going to be for well over half the chips in play. Assuming Tuan goes with 5-bet jam, I don't see any merit in flatting now we get here, Tower. Is he thinking about folding?
No, he can't be folding. Can't be folding.
Oh.
Is he gonna jam all in? Or jam all in?
Surely all in's the only option we have.
This is the option, that's
There we go with the all in, and it's back over to Tuan Lee. What is he thinking now? But is he putting in a third of his chips to fold queens? Maybe he is. Because now it's like a situation, Tower. Tuan's never doing this with jacks. He's never doing it with 10s. Is ace king even in there? Probably not. So surely it's got to be one of these. 12 combos combined, aces and kings, 6 of each. Surely it's got to be one or the other. And can we fold and leave ourselves with still 70 BBs? And maybe he is going to let it go.
Twan at the bottom of the TV has said something in native language, in a different language, that Twan Lee then says you shouldn't have said that. So floor was called. I don't think there's any action or any penalty, or if there is, it'll be after the hand. But he's made the call with the queens.
And the table love to see this tower. Second and first
Wow.
in chips colliding. Everyone at the table's loving this.
You're not wrong.
And if
You are not wrong. Twan Lee.
gonna need a queen, and if he doesn't find it, Twan Win is gonna be runaway chip leader.
Oh, it's on the flop. A flopped set, but brings in tens and a king.
What a sick flop.
What a flop.
Biggest pot of the tournament. We got our opponent dead to 2 outs, and now we're needing to hit. Doesn't find it. So Twan Lee up to 2 million. Twan Win down to 372. But what a huge turning point that is in the final table.
Huge. The short stacks have got plenty of time. 14, 15, 17 bigs. Still plenty of time. And Cal looks down. Gun opens and looks down at kings.
Raise 40,000.
Any action for the man. They're called Calagero. Michael with the nines, probably going to be seeing a flop at least, which he does. Makes the call. Calls passes it out with 9 deuce. John gets underway as well.
Fold, fold.
Now Thomas will defend the big. Looks down at 240k. Does he think this is a good time to squeeze?
It's a sick one here. I mean,
10 seconds.
Tom's probably not getting away from this one tower, to be fair, but
Raise 160,000.
There's the raise.
does go 3-bet not all in, and it's going to be really grim here when Cal goes 4, and then Michael's probably going to get out of the way, and we're back on Tom. We know we're behind at that point, but
10 seconds.
Cal's triangles in. First
Let's
bit of
go for
action.
it. Michael gets out of the way, and
Fold.
Tom obviously can't do anything at that point, but he's got some outs. And he's taking on
Yep.
the man of the moment in the first all-in confrontation of the final table
Does it
here at
happen?
the high roller. So
You know what always happens when you're up against kings and you're all in? There's always an ace on the floor.
honestly,
It is. It happens more than it should do.
yeah, where's your ace there?
Ah,
There we go.
Thomas Clack needing one of the 3 aces, running queens.
7 on the turn, so just 3 outs now for Tom going into the river, or the bubble will burst here.
Oh, Barry! The off from heaven. Oh, man.
Out of nowhere, Ewan applauds.
God,
Oh, that is a savage one.
that is grim.
You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead, and I've been thoroughly impressed with Jean Juan. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well, so that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline but can really put the pressure on as well.
defend the big. Brendan has opened 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened 3 bets at 200 with 9-4 against Brendan.
All aboard the exploit train. This has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands. He's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this spot. So if David feels like that, maybe he feels like he just gets the free bet deck. I'm not sure about 9-4 tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding, so he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
On the flop for Brendan, 8, 9, 10 flop, top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David though, just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, going to trade carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon. Still going to come along with his middle. Was only south a quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is a 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now it's Brendan, maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a free bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. We are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
Now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 part of the deck? Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. Maybe David thinks he's gonna free bet deck, but I personally wouldn't free bet deck. That's what I'm saying. Even if I think the person is
What's
playing.
David's plan on the river?
Well,
Just call with the 9. Oh, that's grim.
wow.
What a river card for David Ledden.
That is ridiculous, Tower. And to be fair, now he snags it, he might actually go for the lead because Brendan shouldn't have any 9x other than, like, no, he can't have 9x. He's called the free bet. So Brendan actually can't have 9x here. So therefore, like even 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, they're not going to call at this stage. So therefore, he's probably going to check back a lot of his range on the river as Brendan. So we're going to take this away from him as David Ledden decides to donk jam the 9, just sort of realising this is a river card that's going to be checked back heavily from Brendan. So taking it away from him. And now Brendan in a real grim spot with the Jack 10. And this is really strange because where is David going to find bluffs from? What hand wants to call twice, check call, and now wants to donk shove the river? Like with no backdoor flush draw present? You're really stretching, Tower, because like if David has free bet something like ace 10, he never donk jams. If he's somehow got like a Jack 8 suited, sort of the pair up and down, pair gut shot, he never jams river, because we still beat some like King Jack suited, some King Queen suited, some Ace Jack suited, some viable bluffs for Brendan. So where on earth is David meant to get a bluff from? But now let's flip it the other way. Where's his value coming from, Tower? Like what 9x is going to call twice? Jack 9 suited, Queen 9 suited potentially, but you're not going to assign him 9-4 off, that's for sure.
No, not at all.
So it's really strange. Spot for...
I've got a bit less. I think I'm on the right. What's up with you? Nothing. Yeah, I'm up there. Stay and watch that last hand or not? Stay and watch that last hand or not? I was here. I was there, yeah. I stayed and watched it. I've never seen anything like that stuff. No. So many shits. It's the first time.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Thank you to Andrew Headley.
It's the first time I ever
No
saw
Picasso himself. Top lad. Knows his stuff.
I'm sure you're
Great to have him on board. So
like first time ever you
welcome back anytime is Picasso.
And we have the table where that mad hand occurred that I run you through the history just before the break. I'll run you through the rest of the players. Obviously, Tuan Lee, 900k now after pinging that deuce on the river versus Antoine Suru. But quick rundown of who we got. Ray Power in 1, Paul Skingley in 2, Jamie Lee in 3, Martin Frey in 4, Stato in 5, Antoine Suru in 6, Matt Davenport in 7, Peter Seeger in 8, and Tuan Lee in the 9 seat with his massive stack after
900k.
finding a quack on the river.
cameras on here.
Everyone seems happy about it, other than Antoine. I see Stato and Matt having a little smile amongst themselves, maybe about that hand that just occurred before the break.
The boss would have been on the feature.
It would have been, yeah, he was in...
Unfortunately taken out by Matt Davenport. You don't win flips against Matt.
You don't.
You just don't. You should realise. If you watch the stream long enough, you just realise it doesn't happen. So we're on 69.
Yeah, and just before the break, guys, I'll run you through the names I didn't mention. We got up to Jake Stone, but we lost 3 more. Leslie Packard, JM GDPR. And our high roller champion, Reese Keane. Another cash for him this week, £3,530.
We're busting out. Was that just before the break?
Yep, that was just before the break.
So 66 left. Says on the screen 66.
How you doing, Paul Barnes?
Hey Paul, hope you're well.
And we are going to do the big giveaway this session, guys. I've got the Road to Vegas ticket
You doing it today?
up for
You're not
grabs.
doing it tomorrow?
We're doing it today. Tom's asked me for peak time.
Sunday.
Because if we do it peak time Sunday, 8, 9 o'clock, the thing's already started.
Okay.
He's up. This is like the prime time. People Saturday night on the sofa, got the stream
They'll all
on.
be watching 1% Club.
I don't think they will.
Strictly Come Dancing.
I don't think they will. We're going to jump back to this hand because we got Ray with the free bet to 90k here and Stato with 10s and sub 20 BBs. Low jack. He's got no time banks.
Floor 13.
He's checking his pockets.
Floor.
Someone on the outer table which was switched around, sitting there with 28 time banks. Antoine quickly grabs his. Not having those.
There, mate. Got my name on him, he says.
Either way, Stato just lets the pocket tens go. And that's to be player dependent. That I'm surprised. Low jack versus big that Stato's got away from tens there.
I don't know why I did. Sorry. I wish. They're in my pocket, mate. I don't know how they ended up there. Well, I put
They're in his pocket.
They were in my pocket. Oh dear. He's probably tried buying into the cup with them or something like that, you know, sticking it in machine, see what he can get out of them.
That is classic. He's trying to pocket the time bank chips. Oh, that is funny. Oh. I'm actually surprised that it has to be some sort of player dependency there. Like Stato's been sat on this table all day, I know, because
Yeah.
the boss was on it. And I'm guessing if Ray hasn't been doing much free betting, if he hasn't been getting out of line, Stato just maybe with an exploit fold there. 10s middle position versus big blind for 20. Thought it would be getting in, but that was absolutely hilarious, Tower. I don't think we've ever seen that before.
pulls them out of his pocket. He's like Sean Hayden. Oh, here they are.
That's great, that was.
Oh, yes, Emily.
I'll show what a respected figure is in the poker world. Said to Luke he had 2, and Luke comes over with 2 anyway, the tournament director.
Yeah.
Like, there you are. Before he finds them in his pocket. King Queen. Going to open from +1. So going to do the giveaway, guys. About 10:30, so 45 minutes. Stay tuned till then. I'll make sure I'm asking the questions, so
You
it's
are.
not anything silly.
It was a great question,
Gives
the last one.
everyone a fair chance.
I redeemed myself for the last one.
Yeah, the last one was all right. The Johnny Wilkinson one was good.
You'll just never forget about Nelly J.
I will never forget about Nelly J. So Ace 10-8 rainbow here. Started with the King Queen. Board that we're going to have heavy C bets on. Fold out like exactly this, deuces through 7s, fold out stuff like 8-6, 8-5 suited, even 8-7 off, something along these lines. And pull out the way with 3s.
Big blind on the move. Big blind on the move. We were 800 at 64.
Should be. We should be. That must mean, and it does mean, we have lost a few. Hendrik Getchie first out after the break, followed by Richard Birchall and Phil Canal. Oh no.
Well done.
Oh no. It's Phil
Yeah.
Canal.
Oh, yes.
Yes. You just have a way of saying it, making it sound like something else.
I don't know what you mean.
I know, you know exactly what I mean. So good run from Phil, 1 bullet. Played the turbo yesterday, bagged, and I actually think he played this morning's turbo and bagged actually, but was off 1 bullet. And a nice bit of double his money plus extra. At 63 remaining now. King Jack from that. Looking at 24k. Jack 8 off for Stato in the big blind. Even off a 22 here. Feel like just gets in. Wouldn't defend Jack 6 off. Jack 7's kind of mare. Jack 8 just going to be getting involved. Tom Hall is GG, man of straw.
He is in the money though, isn't he?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure he was in the money.
$10.96. Interesting flop here. Imagine the lady rolling off on either turn or river. Up and down for Stato. Matt with 2 overs, club and a gut shot here. Could see some fireworks. Interesting one for Matt whether to see bet or not here with the King Jack. Obviously Stato is going to have some hands that we can't, some strong hands, some 7-8, 9-6 suited, 10-9, 10-6 suited, this type of stuff, but still the overpair advantage, some ace 10, king 10 in Matt's range, which just comes with half pot for 30k. Up and down here is Stato, never going anywhere. Just assessing how to play this one, and I feel like at this stack depth tower we do just land on call. Yes, we can target some ace high, king high stuff to potentially fold out with a check raise, but if we do make this like 80k and Matt wants to set us in, it just becomes horrible. So just gives us the call option to take to the turn.
5 of clubs on the turn.
And I do think one that's going to go check here. Don't think Stato's ever going to play lead. Yes, we're going to have more flushes from the big blind, but Matt's still going to open like always X of clubs or King X of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs, this type of stuff. And from Matt's perspective, feel like is one that potentially does want to play check at the stack depth again. Be frustrating if we were met by it, and all in if we elected to bet here when we have 2 overs, a gut shot, and a flush draw. Going to see a lot of bluffs from Statos on low rivers tower, sort of non-paint, ace, non-club rivers. Stato should be trying to dislodge Matt off of some ace high, king high stuff. And we are just waiting to see the river card. Jack on the end tower. Oh no, it's an 8 of clubs. So Stato did bluff the club river, turned his 8 into a bluff. A quick call from Matt with a club of his own. Stato down to 17.
75 bigs for Twan, chip leader. Matt second in chips. 63 players left. 4 levels of poker to go tonight. Finishing the live stream around 2 AM. Good to see Jamie Lake. Don't see very often, do we, nowadays? There's a lot of cash. It's turned up for the big ones. Not many sponsor pros left apart from Matt. No, that is it. Matt only.
Ace 5 for Twan. Opens to 25k. Jamie here with a king 10 knows that this man probably going to open wider than anyone sat at this table, so could be thinking about a free bet. Prefer the king jack, king queen, but gonna land on call. Okay. Didn't think we'd see this option tower. Obviously we have position on Twan, but even still feel like going to play better taking an aggressive route or just fold even.
Well, the Jack 3 can come along and get involved,
Yeah.
and then it's
Splitting equity 3 ways.
yeah, it's a tough one then with the King 10.
Yeah, I feel like free bet, fold, like to the options in general. But Jamie may be thinking, it's good to go post in position on Twan because when we make a hand, he is one of these that can potentially give it to us. But he won't be giving anything to us on the A7-5.
No, top and bottom for chip leader.
A little cheeky check. Don't mind it to in position Jamie.
Two of hearts on the turn. Antoine checks, more or less giving up.
Yeah, it's just bet, fold, fold.
It should be.
On to the next hand.
It should be exactly that. That's how it's happened. 63 players left out of the 266 that started day 2. $220,000 up top. If you've not seen the full payout structure, is there. £219,720. What a beaut. Final table is 5 figures as well, 16,350. We are well in the money. We're in the bracket of 57th to 65th at the minute for 3,660, and they go up in small increments. Even £10,000 for 11 and 12th. Nice. Nice payday and a nice prize pool. 951 runners.
Didn't just fancy adding a little 220 to top, making it 220k.
Yeah, that would have been nice, wouldn't it? Nobody would have noticed. A nice round 220,000.
Literally could have taken £2 off of every other place.
Yep.
I don't think the person that wins it will be that fast. I think, oh, I wish it was 220k.
Oh, yeah.
£219,780 up top. Line on line between Antoine and Matt here. Ace 5 off could potentially get after it for Matt. There we go. Going to be a fold from Antoine. Nice one to use. Offsuit, less playability, so can just put the pressure on with it pre with the ace blocker. We can still fold out some like ace 6, ace 7, ace 8, fold out stuff like jack 10 suited, 9, 10 suited, which we're essentially flipping against.
Peter King says, question to Tower and J and the chat. If you could pick 3 pro poker players to play with 3 non-poker but famous people, who would you choose to be on your sitting go?
Poker players.
Poker players.
Phil Ivey.
Nice.
Bill Klein.
Oh,
Bill Klein.
Bill Klein.
That is disrespectful if you're saying who. You're not saying who, are you?
I thought he made underpants. Don't know him.
You don't know Bill Klein?
Nope.
That is embarrassing, Tal. You cannot have been doing poker commentary for 20 years.
I've never commentated on Bill Klein.
And not know who Bill Klein is.
Bill Klein. Shall I Google him?
Google him.
Is he a big player? Does he play at the Hustler?
I think he's played at a Hustler before.
Bill Calvin Klein. Bill Klein, retired American businessman.
So going to quickly jump back to this because Matt with ace jack, Paul with aces.
He's definitely retired. So Paul with the boots. We're wrapped around it. Gut shot for kings for Matt Davenport. And it's not. So Matt down to $500,000, 40 bigs. Paul up to 40 bigs. Yeah, I know Bill Klein. Yeah. Donates all his money to charity whenever he wins out at poker. There's old Bill. And he owns the high stake poker pros. There we go. Very nice.
And I'm trying to think who my third one would be. I'm not actually that sure. Probably. I'm going to go Scott Seaver as my third poker pro.
Scott Seaver, okay.
Scott Seaver. And let's have a think of his three.
My 3 poker players, Scotty Wynn would be one of them.
Yep.
Scotty Wynn for sure would be one of them. I think I'd have to go Elmuth,
Helmuth.
as
You've-
we've interviewed him a few times. And, he seems all right.
He's alright.
I don't think he shouts at us too much.
This one with the A6 just continues. Just oh no, he goes for a little donkey donk here on the 846. I actually really like this one, Tom. Like at this stage, Stato never opens 6-7 off of his stack depth. He never opens 8-5, 4-5. He's just best he can have is 9s through aces, and then he's just got that linear range of high cards, ace king through to like jack 10. So kind of a tidy little donk there from Tom. I'm not really a celebrity person for the 3 celebrities. I'm not really, never really.
I think for the third poker player, I'd like to spice it up and probably go Mike Mattisell. Mike the Mouth.
Mike the Mouth.
I'd like to have Mike the Mouth on the table.
Who would your 3 celebrities be?
So 3 celebrities. Now then. Three celebrities. I'd like to go David Beckham.
David Beckham.
Yeah.
See, none of that interests me really. Like all these.
I might go Bex.
You go Bex. Okay.
It always seems like very down to earth and
Okay.
he's got manners. He seems to, and he'd enjoy the game.
Hold your horses. Pocket aces for Ray here.
Oh, Ray. All right, Ray.
See if we can find a nice little sort of 9 BBs, 8 BBs around there. Sort of 96k. Around the 100k remit. What I'd like to see.
Lee Trevino,
Okay.
best golfer in the world in my eyes.
Okay.
Somebody I would have loved a round of golf with, even though he's still a living.
So you're looking at this a lot different to me for celebrities. Like you're choosing like proper like.
Celebrities.
Yeah, but like, and people that people know, right? Not
And,
like,
if he was still with us, I would have loved Freddie Starr to be on the table because I would never have stopped laughing at all.
nothing going on here for Matt. Not much 4x out there for Ray's opponents, so probably just going to see bet small.
So yeah, there we go. That'd be a good lineup. I'd enjoy that. I'd enjoy that lineup. I really would.
I'd go for Pierluigi Collina.
Yeah, Luigi. That's a referee with a bald head.
Refereed the 2002 South Korea Japan World Cup final.
Did he? Mm-hmm. Okay. I just remember him from the European leagues.
And then I'd probably go for Ridian Roberts from the 2008 X Factor.
With the white hair.
Yeah, he always intrigued me. This is what I mean. You're looking at the question a bit different to me. And then my last one, I don't know his name, but the Chelsea goalkeeper coach when Petr Cech first joined. The one that told the joke about the baby. He seems like a great guy. You know when he says there's a Petr Cech and he's down. You heard that one about the burning baby in the building, and Petr Cech's below. He goes, throw it down, throw it down. I'll catch it. I'm the best. I'm the best goalkeeper in the world. That joke. That guy would be my third pick. I don't actually know his name. Ace-5 for Antoine opens to 24k, and Ray must be thinking, what is going on this session? Some great distribution, and this is when you want it. Deep in tournaments, less than 10% of the field remaining. 3 bets the Ace-King to 77k, and that will be that for the hand.
In the end.
We have a loose one from Antoine from this position, especially when you've got Matt, Antoine, direct left on position. Feel like, yeah, we want the ace obviously to attempt to steal, but I feel like if we're opening ace-5 off, we're just opening every ace and maybe overdoing it even with still. Doesn't matter, ace-5 into the muck. Peter Crouch ain't a bad shot actually, Kev. Peter Crouch
He's
is a good
quite
shot.
funny, isn't he?
So we got the big road to Vegas giveaway at 10:30, guys. 23 minutes. I will be thinking of a question for the tower. I'll try and make it a good one.
Down to 58, it says Pete Donahue, Kartik, RC, Jamie Wade, and Martins Adenaya busting out. Down to 58. Line 612, 58 players left. All falling round to Paul on the button. Who says 25? Nines for Jamie. Both pretty deep.
Can free bet call here, Jamie, for 30. Button versus big, perfectly fine to free bet call, like some 7s, some 8s, some 6s. Want to jam for 30 on the button, so this is definitely one that wants to do exactly this. Nice big size as well. I'm going to be working against Paul's specific hand. Hey then, Luke. Hey up, Tower and Jay. Been a while since I've tuned into the stream. Hope you guys are doing well. What are you looking forward to this year poker-wise? Anything we need to look out for? Well, these are the main stops for the GUK PT.
That's just about everything.
With the 888 live scattered in as well. Best thing to do, screenshot.
Leeds, Portsmouth added in, and the GKPT in London.
And then we are here for the UKPLs this year, so these are the events that we are going to be covering. And we've also got this one as well, the big one, the Goliath. Going to be huge. We'll be there for a couple of weeks in the summer.
Whatever you need to know, Luke, honestly, just ask, because we can answer it. Looking forward to the Irish Open. A couple of weeks in Vegas for me. Jay were there for a month.
You'd be surprised. L4 Fedor says he goes Luke Schwartz, Tony G, Viffa, Chris Eubank Jr., Eddie Hearn, Conor Benn, Carnage lineup. I actually played with Schwartz not a few weeks ago. Played casually. He's a completely different guy that you saw on the TV. He's a lovely bloke now. Really chilled at the table. Like keeps himself to himself.
Yeah.
Obviously it comes with age, but he's a top-notch lad. Is Luke.
Awesome.
So. He's not the character you saw on that Friday Night Poker all them years ago, put it that way. Tony G's still the same though. I don't know about Viffa.
Honestly, Luke, if you want a question answering, we will do our very best, because there's plenty going on in 2025.
This is a problem with poker nowadays. Like, it's become obviously like a profession for some, and this is how they make their living. That you don't really have the characters you used to have back in the day. You used to all be going on at the table. Everyone had sort of their own personality. There were blow-ups. There were people arguing, shouting at each other, which obviously made good coverage and entertainment. Sort of these days, all the people that are at the top of the game, they're just sitting there stoic at the table, don't really say a word. They're just in their own head. Sort of that part of the game has definitely changed over the years. It seems like a lot more serious game these days than it was 20 years ago. No, Sam's still about, man. He don't play too much poker. Sam Tricky, but he is still definitely around. He's actually in my fantasy football league this year. He's in the old FPL league with me that I keep moaning about.
Who's that?
Sam Trickett.
Is he really? Where does he live these days?
I'm actually not sure. Not sure where he lives.
Not seen David Benjamin for a long time. Up and end for Matt. Not much else for anybody else.
Just looks like Peter's going to continue. Freeway might tone it down a little bit. Maybe more inclined to continue like ace-9 diamond here, just blocking some continue range, blocking some check ranges. But we are going to get a bit of value from Matt with the up and down here with the 8-9 suited. It's a fairly big bet though, 35 into 48. So over 2/3 pot here. Even still, we got up and down backdoor flush draw for Matt. So in with the call. Well, that's an interesting one. We just have to triple our hand off now, Peter. It's way too good to tower. Like, we have to triple it off, and I'll tell you why. Like, Matt's never got kings, jacks, tens. He never has ace king. He probably never has ace queen. That squeezes once so ooh flat. So he's just got so much one pair stuff, and we have a 9 in our hand blocking that queen 9 from the big blind. Ace queen would squeeze. Like, Matt's just going to have so much one pair stuff here. It's going to work with a bet on the river either way for Peter, but that king on the turn, I just feel like it's one that wants to now be tripled. Maybe we like check back some wet rivers, something like an ace or something like a diamond or a heart, but I feel like once that king rolls off, we've just got the green light to go mad there with ace 9 specifically. Either way, checks back turn and chooses to bluff the river and gets Matt out of there.
Twan Leach looks your lead on our table. Ray Power second in chips.
That's a long time.
And Jamie Lee.
Giveaway coming up in 15 minutes.
Indeedy, indeedy. Ray with the sixes. Evening, Neil. Come to join us with 55 players left in the UK Open 1 million guarantee that took 1.22 million. And Ray Power in seat number 1. Doesn't like that flop. 9 Jack Queen 2 clubs. Could see bet. Well, it should be in the hand.
Yeah, these are one of these that we like to, like, once again, potentially triple tail, like where we pull our bluffs from. We like using the smaller pairs, like the ones that unblock hands that, like, essentially, like, we get value from hands that beat us, but fold out these hands on the river, like the 9-10, the Jack-10, the Queen-10, the Jack-X of clubs. So, like, these smaller pairs can be the ones that we potentially go for the barrel off on.
The cup is booming. Did you see the runners in the cup?
Well, I said it'll probably get about 300. I don't know.
272.
Yeah, so probably more than 300.
272 in the cup. Good evening, Poker Nourish on Facebook.
Ace Queen for Jamie. We should see an open. Well, we will see an open. He won't like looking at them, Anton.
The pocket tools in the bin. Get them in the bin.
I'm not playing that hand that Twan got us with. I still can't believe that hand history. If I weren't sent it and someone told me it, you'd never believe it could be true, but what a ridiculous pot. Twan is a fruity old customer. Just going to be a raising take for Jamie with the ace queen, no action. How was the treble day today, Poker Norris Guru? I'll tell you what, Poker Norris Guru, I've got a little tip for you. Just assume it hasn't come in unless we say otherwise every week. It's the best thing to do.
Yeah.
Save so much time over the years.
Unfortunately, not good. 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss. 2 up at half time though. We had a sweat.
it doesn't mean anything to up at half
It
time.
does. We had a sweat. We weren't losing at half time.
Yeah, so we did have that sick one against Spand recently. 2 tables out in Manchester. Kings versus Kings.
Yep, 4 to the flush. Evening gas. Hi guys, Tower said it would be a close game and you would win. You were right. Stats of the game are similar. Miller's played well up front. Up the gas.
Ace 10 for Antoine here. Should be opening off of 18. Way too much to jam from this position. Going to be a raise and take. What good is that to me, Joe Diego? I only put the treble on when I'm sat next to Tower. What good is it if it came in off stream last Saturday, though? What good's that to me? What good's that to you as well? Everyone else in the chat box. I think we are going to start boycotting it on Saturdays on the stream.
Tower's treble sponsored by every bookies in the land.
Do you know, literally, Peter King, you'd be millions in your pocket if you laid every treble since I started this job. If you were just laying every single treble, you'd be on a private beach somewhere now, your own little island with your cocktail and your hammock.
56 players left. Final break of the day in one level and 18 minutes. Playing till around about 2 AM tonight on stream. Started at 2:20.
I don't know. JG says, does Tower get rake when it loses? Do you get rake when the treble... Actually,
Do I get
come to
rake?
think of it, how comes every Saturday you have a Charter-Brie on steak? I've just realised that. I've just realised that.
Damn, and not a tuna sandwich. Is that what you're saying?
Like the rest of the week. Eat steak on a Saturday and sandwiches the rest of the week. That's all I'm saying. Ace 5 suited for Antoine from +1. Raises to 24. King Jack of Hearts here for Matt. Kind of not deep enough to free bet here, I don't think. He's going to find the free bet. It's just really annoying, isn't it, if we get 4-bet jammed on and we got King Jack of Hearts here. Like, definitely find some free bets at like 40. Not sure. At 24 here of Antoine. One thing that is really nice, though, the size Matt chose here, gone smaller, because just accounting for a 20 big blind stack depth, or just north of. And even getting the 9s at pull to fold here. Now, Antoine. Ace 5 of clubs. +1 versus +2. Any fruity ideas? This man is one that will have it in the locker tower. Any 4-bet sends coming in is the question.
Any 4-bet sense.
And Antoine will know Matt as well. Will know he's capable. We've got the hand to do it with. Are we going to take it? There we go. What a guy. What a sick guy. Finds the 4-bet send with the Ace 5 suited. The one we want to use and have. And gets the King Jack out of there. Sick move by Antoine. Love it. The one we won is the bluff. And the King Jack of Hearts and Matt into the muck there. Interesting free bet from him at 24 effective with that particular hand. A lovely little move from Antoine.
Still on 55.
Yeah, we are going to the giveaway shortly. I am going to be quickly running down some stuff from online though, guys.
Whoa.
Keep your ears out for that because there's so much going on online.
Yes.
This month now that we are in March.
March.
And it's online that give us these tokens to give to you lot in the chat boxes. First we'll see what happens here. Ray with sevens cut off opens.
March.
We've seen Jamie Lee with this hand before, but that was a cash game stream with the 7 deuce bounty game on. I doubt he's going to be messing about here when we're playing for this amount of money. He definitely thought about it.
Oh.
He's had some fun moments with that hand on stream, so the memory's coming back. Over to Stato, big blind, working with sub 10. Defence.
Hey, deuce, deuce, flop. I'm going to what Stato has at the big.
Yeah, just guess we always continue sevens here as right. Yes, Stato can have some 8x, but not going to have too much deuce x at this stage. Not defending offsuit deuce x, and not all the suited. It does just see bet and fold. So quick rundown, guys, of what's occurring online at the moment. Grosvenor Poker, you can check it all out. I think you've all heard already, but we do have satellites running for the Irish Open, which is occurring next month. 2.5 mil guaranteed on the Irish Open. Remember that. You can win yourself a 22.50 package from a €1 buy-in all the way up to €150 buy-in. You can win a main event seat for €11.50 for a €50 buy-in, or you can win a €2.50 mini main seat. If you don't want to play a main, feel like it's a bit out of your price range, there's satellites for as little as €10 online to get into the mini main in Ireland on Grosvenor Poker. If you're thinking here in the UK, we have our daily live event credit satellites. So for your 25.50s, for your Grosvenor Presents events, for your GUKPTs, you can get yourself into the live event credit satellites. 20k guaranteed every week on those, and they are great. So many people say we've got tickets galore. They can just go to festival with their live event credit and play as they please. And then don't forget, tomorrow as well, we will be running that book for the Day 3 Sportsbook. You can get your bets on. The market usually opens about 7 AM. And finally, this month, we are starting Road to Vegas. £4,000 packages. Every week there is a satellite final, and details for that, I believe, are going to be out next week, so keep your eyes peeled for that. And we are giving away the first Road to Vegas satellite ticket worth £110 after this hand.
Oi. There is no ticket just yet for the payouts, but I think we can show you them in results, unless there's... No, there are chip counts in there, aren't there? Chip counts in the payouts now, so I don't think they're there. No, that's the high roller. The Road to Vegas.
4-bet here from Matt, and now Jamie got to get out of the way with the ace jack as he does. Matt will be happy with that one. And before we start the giveaway, we've got a big old pot occurring on an outer table. We've got a 3-way all in here. What are we working with? So it's Thomas Bagley with ace king, Meng Shi Tian with ace king, and what a spot for Martin Donoghue with the sevens.
3, 4, 6.
So Martin is the short stack, so won't be losing anyone unless we see an ace or a king. And it's the 8 of diamonds on the river, so Martin will treble up to just shy of 800k, and Meng Shi Tian and Thomas Bagley both are left with 100k each. Ace Queen for Peter. Big old open, veering towards that 3x remit. So much better to just make it 2 bigs or slightly more. We want action. We want the big blind to defend wide. And gets that one through. So you ready, Tower? He's not ready.
Yeah,
it's
always
a
ready.
pretty fair question.
I'm always ready.
I've got to run everyone down the rules just in case we've got any new viewers. Quick as at this, I'm going to ask Tower a question. He'll write his answer down on that piece of paper. Closest to Tower's answer is going to win a £110 Road to Vegas ticket. May see you in Vegas with us this summer. Make sure you only guess once. 1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified from this giveaway and all future giveaways. And please do not guess until I say go. Please do not give Tower any clues in the chat box. So, Tower,
Yo.
all I would like to know
Alright.
is worldwide, how many currencies are there? How many total currencies are there worldwide? And I'll tell you what, I'll give you 3. You got the dollar, you got the pound, you got the euro. There's a head start for you. We'll give you 20 seconds. How many currencies are there worldwide? 5 seconds. 4. Tower's guess is in. Good luck, everyone. We'll give you about 5 minutes before we reveal the correct answer, and then we will go to Tower's answer. This is for a Road to Vegas 110 ticket. You could be out there this summer. As Twan gets the raise and take through with the ace-3 suited. Question, how many currencies are there worldwide? And it is Tower who is guessing.
Good luck, we're trying to get inside my napper. Blind 6-12 for a few more minutes. And then the blind's up in 8.
Got a question for you, Tower.
Yes.
What happens if someone guesses twice, but they put the same guess twice? Because
That's a new one.
we've never had this before,
That's
so
a new
I'm
one.
guessing we're not going to disqualify them, because I'm guessing it's probably just connection. They thought it didn't go through, and it's come through twice.
I
So
think you're right. If it had been a different guess, then we know that they've been guessing twice. Fair enough. We'll let them off, whoever they were.
just needed to confer. Ace 10 for Stato here. This is going to have to do. Not going to get any better than this for sub 8. And we must be on a ladder. 80k. Leaving himself some back. The question is, how many currencies worldwide? Good evening, Sinead. Welcome
Good
to
evening,
the stream.
Sinead.
How many currencies does Tower think there are worldwide? Tower guessing.
Tobias Xavier Declan Perks. The best name by a mile.
And after this hand, gonna reveal the correct answer.
Okay.
See if you get any
you're a
tails
bit
on the
sharpish,
tower.
aren't you? Yeah, you.
The back end of day 2 tower. 52 left playing for 220k.
We've got 4 hours left.
Matt opening hijack, raises to 24, Ray with a pill with a 6-5 of clubs, Paul comes along with 7-8 off in the big blind.
King high flop, king 8, king, queen 6, 2 spades.
Yeah, not the nicest of flops for Matt to see, especially 3-way as well. With position heads up, we still will heavily c-bet the king, queen 6 board with most of our range. 3-way with small blind in does become a little less appetising. We do expect some king jack, king 10, king 9 suited in the range from the small, so I wouldn't be surprised to see exactly that from Matt. Even on the king high board, 10 of diamonds turn. And I don't think we're going to see any leading going on here from either of the blinds. Feel like Ray's going to have better hands to lead as a bluff, and Paul's hand still got to be wary about Matt's check back range as the early position open up, or late position open up in the hijack. And it's just going to be a check mark for Matt, and he should win this pot. I'd be surprised if there's any bluffing going on here from anyone. Like Matt can still have stuff like queen jack, ace queen, some queen x that checks twice, pocket jacks, this type of stuff. But Paul does have spade in hand. And there we are, does check through. Matt Davenport taking this one. And as he does, we will head on over to an outer table. And it is Chris Day, who is all in and at risk. And he's run into the ace-jack of Dan Bedson. Any sixes for Chris, or any chops for Chris?
Yes, 3 for a chop. 2 for a chop. And it's not jack on the river, it means it is 6 of Chris Day. Busting out, Leo sat there with chunks. And Chris Day heading out. Down we go. Chris Day out in 52nd.
So a good run from Chris Day, and on that note, going to give away the correct answer now. So according to Google, this is,
According to Google,
the amount of currencies there are in the world is 164. 164 currencies worldwide. That's what Google says. It doesn't matter because Tower's answer is what we're looking for. We give you another 3-4 minutes, and then we will be giving away the final token of the festival and just get to concentrate on what's going to be a terrific end to the day.
161.
164, I think I said.
Okay.
Should be the final hand at 6k, 12k, then be moving into the 16k level. Anton ace 3 of hearts. Ball open under the gun. King 10 suited here. Jamie. Facing gun, I feel like we do just call as well. And at this stack depth, once again, 6 of Anton, 27 of Anton. It's so annoying if we 3-bet and get jammed on. And such a hand. Great playability. Flops well. Yes, we're out of position and can split 3-way when Stato's behind. But I feel like call's the only avenue to take here for Jamie. Does play cool. King, Queen, 8 rainbow. So Jamie flopping top pair. Anton with the ace-3 suited. King high board going to have a lot of c-bets on. Against small blind, as we just mentioned, the handful gets a bit more dicey. Like Jamie is going to have all this Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, King 10, King Jack. These type of hands. Even still, Anton does just come with continue. He's going to have still aces, kings, queens, ace king, hands that Jamie can't have in range. So exercises that 23k. Do expect Jamie to just play check call here. Doubt there's any raising going on. Six of spades on the turn here. It's now decision point for Antoine. Like, I feel like we're going to have better barrels for ace high, like the ace jack and ace 10, the obvious ones when we got the Broadway draw. And not only that, like, it's better to have the jack or the 10 for the sidecar, because now we remove some of like the king jack, king 10 stuff that Jamie can have, which aren't going to be folding on the turn. So I feel like as Antoine here, we're going to have better barrels like ace jack, ace 10, the obvious ones. I don't feel like we just need to barrel all our ace highs. Yes, we still got the advantage in terms of range and strongest holdings, but as I say, can't just be barreling all ace highs. I feel like we need to be selective. Does check back.
What was the question? I missed it after this hand. 8 of diamonds on the river. Check mark for Jamie.
Jamie, after check turn, we just always have the best hand. Sometimes ace 8 for sure. Ace 8 suited, 8 9 suited. Doubt that would open off of this stack depth at this stage, but few combos of 8x out there. But even still, as Jamie, target some queen jack, some ace queen, some queen 10, even stuff that just don't believe us. I guess we can have jack 10, jack 9, 9 10 suited as our bluffs. Doubt Antoine ever heroes this one tower. Like, we literally only beat jack 10, jack 9, 10 9 suited, like never offsuit. So literally 12 combos in the deck that we beat, and Jamie's not always going to bluff them on this run out. Ace 3 seems like a pretty easy fold.
And there it was.
So we're going to give you 20 seconds, guys. How many currencies are there in the world?
Yes, get your answers down. We're going to close the comp very soon. How many currencies are there in the world? My guess, how many currencies do I think that there are in the world?
The correct answer was 164.
Yeah, that's been weird.
We'll give you 10 seconds.
10 seconds. 161 in the world. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
3, 2, 1.
4, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1.
Did you just point your fingers up as you was
No,
doing the
no,
countdown,
no,
telling
no,
people to get higher? You can't
no,
be doing
no,
that.
no,
You can't be
no,
going like that to tell everyone to
No,
get
I
higher.
was just scratching. I was just scratching. So, comp is now closed. Thanks to everybody, because it says there and it's on all 3. So the comp is now closed. How many currencies are there in the world? This is for a road to Vegas.
The road to Vegas 110.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So, 161 in the world. And are we going straight to it?
Hold on a minute, because
Fun least 3 bet.
in general here, snap fold, ace jack, but against Tuan, it's going to become a bit more complicated, because this is a man, as we've seen over the last year, he does like to get after it. We'll see what Matt does. He may just snap fold, but it wouldn't surprise me against this specific customer if Matt found a 4-bet once in a while there with the ace jack off. Obviously never taking it full frequency, but against Tuan specifically could be maybe a hand that could 4-bet once in a while. If not, just fold as Matt did. But off to Tower's answer.
I thought there were more. I tried to think and how many countries were in the world, and I don't actually know the answer.
206, right? Is it
I thought there were
206?
more.
Is it 206?
See, I thought there was about 260. And then I thought, well, there's some countries with euro.
Yeah, a lot of countries with
but
euro.
there's not many others that duplicate. There's a couple that have there's a couple that have the American dollar as well as, but some of them have their own currency as well as another currency. So I didn't think. So I tried to think how many countries there were in the world, and I thought it was 260, and not 206. So I got that bit wrong. So then I realised that the euro only has about 12 countries in it, and they all use the same currency. So that was a few did off that, and then there weren't too many more that we're going to take off the American dollar, because nobody else uses the British pound and nobody else uses the euro apart from the euros, and nobody else uses that. So, and everybody else has their own currency. So I went for just under how many countries I thought there were in the world, 260, so, and then a few less, because you didn't add a few, because you had to take a few off because of the euros. So I went with 241. 200, which is more currencies than there are countries.
I'm actually going to start saving airtime and just ask you for your answer in future rather than your explanation, because once again it made absolutely no sense.
I thought there were 260 countries and some used the same currency, so it had to be less than 260. But 241.
A lot of countries share the euro, right?
10.
10?
That's it.
Is it just 10?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Definitely?
Nope.
Is that factual?
Nope.
I'd definitely have the overs on 10 for the euro.
All right, then go 12.
All right, I'd still have the overs on 12. But it doesn't matter because
240, right, that's what I thought it was.
because someone is winning themselves a road to Vegas.
Yes.
110.
That's what we need to know. Who is it?
No one was spot on.
Not surprised.
No one was one away.
Not surprised.
Or two away.
Not surprised.
Or three.
I'm not
Even
surprised.
4.
All right.
No one was 5.
No.
But someone and someone else, because
Oh,
someone
it's
else
fine.
come in at the last minute, were 6 away, and that was Adam Mercer and John Conlin, both on Facebook. So Adam Mercer, John Conlin, I need a red or black from you in the chat. First guest plays precedent, so
247.
red or black in the chat from Adam and John on Facebook, please. And whoever guesses the correct colour that the flop is going to be, you will be winning the £110 Road to Vegas ticket.
20.
There we are, 20. I knew it'd be over 12.
I thought it was 10.
Adam Mercer is red. That means John Conlin, you are black. Good luck, guys. John Conlin says red as well. Adam was in first. John, you have been assigned black. Adam, you are red. Good luck, guys.
Good luck, everybody. Good luck, you. 20 countries. I thought it was only 10.
You're thinking about all your little ones, don't you? Like I don't know if they do use the euro, maybe, but you got loads of little countries like your Andorras, your Liechtensteins, your San Marinos, your Macedonias. I don't know if they use the euro, but like you've got so many little countries in Europe that I'm guessing a few of them do. Luxembourg do use the euro.
Got you. Damn. Trying it back, yes.
That was alright. Wasn't too bad. Seen worse for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just look how far you were off yesterday from Annie J the cow.
That was an invalid question. Literally, the question was void. You can never even use that as an example because it was just a void question. So A7 suited for Peter in the big blind defends. Jamie with the ace-8 suited in the hijack. Here we go, red or black. Who's it going to be?
Red.
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 Adam Mercer, congratulations.
Just in time.
We may be seeing you in Vegas with us this year. You have won the £110 Road to Vegas ticket. Drop your alias in the chat box, please, and I will get you put on the spreadsheet. These tickets will all be in Monday.
Well done.
Next week, George, will be all the details coming out. Tom told me in March is when it will be released, all details. So I'm guessing next week, as we are in March now. Just keep your eyes peeled. Grosvenor Poker socials, just make sure you give us a follow. All the details will be posted on there. John Conlin thinks he's won. He's put his alias in there.
Unlucky John. Adam Mercer won it with the red. Guess he said red first. It's on our social.
So I'll tell you what, John. I'm gonna give you a 30. What? I'll give you a 30. It was close. Look, it's like half a second between them both putting red. Literally half a second between them both putting red. So I'll give John Conlon a 30, but Adam Mercer is the winner of the road to Vegas ticket.
What happens if Terry guesses the exact amount? I've done it twice. In all the times I've been doing it, I've done it twice. I just get a round of applause.
Yeah.
That's it.
All in, Nicole.
Starting with the 10s. Jamie, 9-6 suited. Bit of an out of line open. The whole table gets to see this now. And Stato all in with the 10s. How can this go wrong? Oh dear, why did I say that?
How can this go wrong?
How can this go wrong?
What have you done?
Up and down now for the 9-6 of Jamie. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Stato fading 5s and 10s. And it's the Jack of Diamonds. It's never easy, is it? Stato doubles to 230. Jamie Lee down to 430. And as that occurs, we are heading over to Tower's favourite Frenchman, Antoine Labatt, all in. Not a risk. Martin Helmuth, the player at risk here, with the Ace-Jack. Antoine with the King-Queen. So Martin holding, fading 6 outs, and does. Martin Helmuth with the double Ace-Jack versus the King-Queen of Antoine Labatt. Look at Antoine today. He's got over a milli.
He has indeed. The losers one. And just for proof, just for proof, because John Conlon still thinks we're fibbing. Adam Mercer above you, John. There we go. Adam Mercer red. John Conlon red. Straight above you. Can't deny. You weren't quick enough. Just saying.
Ace-Jack for Antoine in the hijack. Opens. 17 bigs. Raises to 32. Oh dear. Oh dear, this is trouble.
Uh-oh.
We do not fold Ace-Jack to this man tower. LP versus small blind. And this is what I mean by player dependency. Like, because Twan plays in the manner he does, he gets action from hands that others wouldn't. But I wouldn't fault Antoine for 4-bet jamming here against Twan specifically. I just don't see how against this particular opponent who's probably got the highest 3-bet frequency in the entire field when he's got chips. Be some fold if he finds it, but how on earth against Twan? Like if it was against P on Twan's right, yeah, just maybe muck the Ace-Jack. But this is a special player who has 3-bet us. And it would be some fold if Antoine gets away from it against Twan specifically. But again, I don't see how we do. But he's been there for years. Been playing this game many a year now, Antoine Swu. And sometimes live feel in the moment, your gut can tell you the way to sway. I'd be super impressed if he somehow gets away from this against Twan specifically.
Can he do it?
Very nice, sir.
Wow, yes he can.
Very nice indeed. This is the difference now sometimes. Like you saw him 4-bet rip ace-5 suited correctly, like when his opponent was weak, and so then just LP versus small versus probably one of the most aggressive players in the field just finds the raise fold with ace-jack, hijack versus small blind. That's class. Like in general, against population, yeah, it's like a fold that we're probably going to make a lot. Like we're not going to go broke, but I'm just talking about the dynamic of who we're up against. And for our regular viewers that have watched over the last sort of 18 months, you'll know a lot about Tuan. You would have seen him pull some mad moves down the line. Great guy off the table, always fun to watch.
Absolutely.
But difficult to fold a hand that high up to him when we're sat at 20 BBs.
All in the call 13.
Ace King suited for Stato. What has happened here? How has this got in? I've just looked up and we're all in Ace King versus Jack 9.
Jack 9 from Paul Stringley, I tell you what. That is a huge big blind. What is it? Wow. Sometimes. Do you feel it?
Yeah, I just looked back, so it's gone raise, jam, call. This is a crazy old jam from Paul. And now Stato needing a jack or an ace, otherwise it's GG. Stato.
Oh, he eats the river.
Barry to the rescue.
Wow.
Late on a Saturday evening, and that leaves Paul with 97k. What is Paul up to there with a Jack 9 of Hearts tower? Mad old move. Stato finds the ace on the river to survive. I'm just going to check something. I've got a theory.
Go on. I got a theory. But tonight's gonna be a good night.
I thought I was just looking who bagged the turbo day one in, because the people that were in the turbo have now been playing poker for 13 hours. So maybe this is where you are going to see a bit of fatigue set in tower. Like there, for example, even those that started at 2 today, you've still been playing for 9 hours. Like, this is where you've really got to keep your head on your shoulders.
I hope we get more. It's great TV.
Yeah, I know it's great. I know it's great TV, but you've got to drink a lot of water. Just try and keep your head there, keep your mind clear, because this is where the fatigue is really going to start to kick in.
Go on, Dr. J. You've been octo jumped. Right. Raise it up.
Yeah, I guess that is Jack hand that we don't necessarily ever fold out better. Of course we don't fold out ace queen, ace king. We don't fold out stuff like 10s and 9s. But I feel like when we're up against an opponent, I know it's probably better to 4-bet jam like the ace-5 suited we saw Antoine Suru do. But when we're up against an opponent that's 3-bet range, it's just got so much trash in it some of the time. When he's got chips specifically, it's difficult to not want to 4-bet send that spot of Saru, and I don't know if he picked up on something. You never know in game how he's feeling, the flow, but made a very good fold in my opinion against that particular opponent. Yes, it's a pretty easy fold against a lot of players, but against these ones that just can be a bit wild from time to time, I think it's a good old lay down there. Jack 5 suited for Stato. Expecting to defend the suited Jack. Just north of a BB, more to put in. Defend he does. Yeah, so like in theory, potentially could donk here as Stato, but against Tuan, who probably will open 6-4 suited, 5-3 suited, 7-5 suited from the hijack, I don't think there's any need as Stato, and we just play him flow as he does to check it over. And it turns the flush, 9 of clubs on the turn. Now potentially going to start going for his value right off the bat here. Like a lot of stuff to get called by as well. Like, there are going to be some like king high, queen high, ace highs that now turn a flush draw with the bear club that all have to stick around. Even some stuff like 9-10, jack 9, all this turn top pair in there from Tuan to get paid by it. And Tuan with bottom pair, but not really got much coverage on rivers. Like queen, offsuit queen, or free is only real code card to see. It does let the bottom pair go correctly. Nice fold. And as that occurs, we might as well head on over to an outer table.
Oh, Marius is filming.
Marius pocket jacks against the ace king here. Marius, the player at risk, fading queens now.
He does.
He does. Marius, who already this week has had a super deep run. One final already, nearly a title as well. With the jacks winning a big old flip there versus the ace king.
Easy, easy, easy. Nice one, Marius. Nice one, the Marius.
And this is the time tell, like when you're there in a tournament, 5% of the field left, you see the tables getting smaller and smaller, less tables, breaking tables here, there, and like you look up at the prize pool, and this is where you sort of start to believe, and you think, okay, if we can have 24 hours of run good from here, catch a bit of heat, it could be our time. Like, it's going to be going through most people's heads as you look up at that huge 220k up top. But we got another all in and a call, and it's Paul with the queen 10 of hearts against Tuan with the king queen. Any help for Paul? Yes.
Yes, 10 jack 7.
We're still sweating one. Aces, 9s and kings to fade. Well, that is ridiculous. So the king on the turn, ace or 9 would chop it up. 10 to win it outright.
And it's a queen on the river. Tuan, turn and river.
And there's a Paul going to be out in 48th place. Just before him, we lost Meng Shi Tian, Sandeep Gill, Alexandru Abalesai, and Chris Day we saw on the pan. So going to be 47 remaining when that number updates.
Which he does indeed, spot on 47.
Imagine winning coin flip, says Rip Cheetah. Imagine.
Yeah, imagine.
Imagine winning 80-20s, Rosser. Yeah, we haven't actually got a ticker for the payouts. Obviously, with the gremlins in the system today, there's been PK's been worked off his feet. He's been running around, fixing the table, making sure everything's running right. So, hasn't been able to put a prize ticker in for us yet. But you can go to our Poker Live app, and all the prizes will be there for you to see.
They will indeed. And if you do want to know, it's 219,720. Top right of your screen there, underneath the 47. It does tell you the payouts if you can read them. We're down to 46, and 46 will be 3,920. That's where we're up to. And 121 got the money. The bubble was Cully Sidhu, and Pivas was first out in the money.
E6 suited for Twan. Never not opening this. Did. Yeah, sick double for Cully. Hanscon bubbled the high roller and the main.
Wow.
Not the double you're looking for. Has to be a jam here for Anton once again against this opponent. I still don't know how he folded ace jack against Twan when he's got this many chips, because Twan does get after it too much when he's got the chips, and Anton is going to take the eights on this occasion. And Mr. Davenport with ace queen here in the small. Now from Matt's perspective, we need to get in Antoine's head, so Antoine's going to think like Twan's going to be opening a lot with his chip lead, so Antoine's going to be shoving ace jack, ace 10 suited, king queen suited. I feel like Matt's ace queen's too good tower for 20. His 20, yeah, Twan's still there to worry about, but this guy's probably opening like 20% from gun, maybe more. I'd be shocked if Matt got away from it tower, and we're going to be off to the races, and Antoine in good shape to potentially double. But you just got to think about what Antoine's range is here once he thinks about what Twan's range is, and Antoine's going to think that Twan going to be opening probably any suited ace, most offsuit ace x, any suited king, and when his range is that wide, like Antoine gets to start shoving in perhaps some suited middling ace x, some ace 10, some ace jack, king queen, queen jack suited. It's just a lot in there that Matt dominates, and then we flip against a lot. Sometimes we need to find a free outer, but I feel like versus range ace queen going to be way too good here.
And in they go.
And Antoine hates this. He's just basically hoping to see ace queen or ace king now. And we are off to the races.
Here we go. Tournament entry Sam was indeed 1.5k. Cheers 4k Ben for the answer.
All in a call 13.
Queen on the flop, Antoine South facing elimination.
Yeah, great start for Matt. No runners for the eight, so just fading 2 outs to eliminate Antoine.
Can he find it?
No, he cannot. 3 of spades
Oh,
on
look,
the
Antoine.
end. Antoine through. Out with the eights. He's going to take home £3,920 for a 46th place finish.
Well played, sir.
And just before him, we lost Michael Harrison on the outer table. So when that number updates, we're going to be down to 45, perhaps 44.
Oh, aye.
Because Dave Doherty is all in and at risk. Ace King for Dave Doherty against the tens. That's a nice window card.
It certainly is. Here comes a double.
Fade in a 10.
Yes.
DD. As an Irish Open title, how about a UK Open title for the double? Big old double up for Dave. queen for Jamie Lee. Opens the 35 from hijack. Peter here in the small blind. Out the way. 10-9 of hearts though for Twan. He's going to be continuing, you expect.
Evening, Gary.
Semi-last knockings, Gary. We've got a break in 30 minutes and then
Yes.
back for the final 2 hours.
If you want to stick with us, we finish at 2 a.m. today. If you want to stick with us.
We've done some hours since Wednesday this week. I know Tuesday the Heads Up Championship was short and sweet, but since we come in Wednesday... Continue from Jamie. Twan, no backdoor flush draw to go with his dummy and gutter. Also reverse implied odds there. Obviously Jamie still got full 16 combinations of ace-10. Times that the queen rolls off, but no backdoor flush draw. Just going to get out of the way facing third.
Twan Lee, 68 bigs, 45 left. Oh yeah, he's in Bratislava, isn't he?
McGaffney.
Aye. Had an up and down day, but got it all back in the Omaha cash. Oh, gee, I'll be booking tickets soon. If you can win, anybody can. Phew.
No, Gary always moans about people not being able to fold at Hill Street.
Yeah.
I played an Omaha comp with him before and he wasn't able to fold River either. he called with a flush on a paired board.
Did he?
He called with a flush on a paired
I
board.
thought he was good.
He was right though.
Ah. Oh, here we go, Gaza.
What's that, Gary? That must have been 4 years ago, that hand. It goes quick, don't it? It goes quick.
Wow.
He'll never forget that hand, Gary. He'll always remind me about it.
Love it.
Ace 10-3. Lovely flop for Ray here. Potentially not going to get the flop bet though. Like the Queen 10 seems like a nice one to check back. We're going to go for bet. They are obviously going to have stronger ace-x. In terms of range, board that we probably bet high frequency. In terms of actual hand, probably a nice one to check back once in a while. At 50k from Peter. Expect Ray to just check call tower, keep some bluffs in against a button opening range. It's going to contain a lot of whiffs.
Turn cards are 5 of hearts.
Yeah, so Peter's going to be able to save his tournament. Heart on the turn. Should be check, check. Oh my word. Did Peter just jam?
All in. He did indeed. Ray's just called.
And he's dead.
Peter is drawing dead.
Oh my word.
Okay. Some strange goings on today.
So, but Tower, once again, I'm going to do some research.
You're going to find out if you played the turbo.
Yep. Isn't one of those. Only 5 players that played. Sorry, 6 players that played the turbo this morning. Still in.
There you go.
Once again, I'm going to say that's down to just perhaps a bit of tiredness late in the day. 11:15. It can happen. It really can. And those that play a lot of poker will know when you're sat there, your brain does tire.
How do you think it affects your chances of getting well this year if you're going to try it?
I think it's definitely makes it open to everyone. It's all about makes it go.
Yeah, I don't really know how. Because like you had 40 cash or something.
Oh, I
No, more.
yeah, I think.
But in terms of like big scores, you probably have. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how it works.
Well, apparently.
Something while I'm on the Poker Live app.
Yes.
So we have 2 left in from day 1A. Only 2 players
How
left
do you
in from
know
day
that?
1A. Because when you go on the app, if I show you day 1A, the ones with chips next to their name are the ones obviously still left in, still in the field.
Only 2 from day 1A.
Only 2 from day
that-
1A.
That's interesting.
We have 9 from day 1B still in. That looks about like 25 from day 1C.
Okay.
Only 5 from day 1D. And 7 from day 1E this morning.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, life-wise, it probably is good for you.
I like how you worked it out. I never even thought of that. Well done, you.
Thank you.
Well, I like that.
I know it wasn't. That sounded really patronising.
No,
I know
no.
it wasn't. I know it wasn't.
It honestly was. It honestly was.
Phil Clark comes to the table. Been a good day for him. It probably wouldn't have, Richie Burner. It says Queen come on the river. It wouldn't have gone all in anyway. We check back turn with Queen 10. And then pocket freeze lead river. As long as they don't lead all in, which I doubt they will for over pot, then we just call. Guess we're still in. King Jack of Hearts, the stato opens from gun, raises to 32. I feel like Carl always plays cool here in the smallest sixes. Suited Queen for Jamie, fine to come in. Does defend. Sixes of Carl still out in front, 1 over card. We're met by a stato with a King Jack here. And you're going to see about the 10 high board. I guess we fold out some ace high stuff, fold out the King Queen potentially. I'm just going to check back, see a turn.
3 reaches the 3 of hearts, pairs it up.
And now Carl going to lead himself here. We'll have like the ace 10 through to like 10-9 suited. Just going to get the quick fold from Stato. How are we doing, Matagi? Evening, chaps. Mind showing the schedule on screen
Which
quickly?
one?
I'm going to get a water quick. I'm going
Which
to get
one
some
would you
water.
like?
I'll leave you with this, man.
schedule? Give us a clue. Would you like the schedule for tomorrow? Would you like the UKPL in Glasgow? Would you like the one in Newcastle? Would you like Goliath? Which one?
Right, I think I've never been asked that in 35 years.
Newcastle. The Newcastle UKPL goes a little bit like this. There we go. That's the UKPL schedule for Newcastle when we get there the first week in April. I don't know if Vanessa's still in or not. She must be. I'm guessing she is. Is Vanessa still in?
Yes.
I'm guessing she is because we've not seen the name on the list.
Yes.
Oh, there's the answer straight away. Yes. So that's the schedule for the UKPL. And if you want to take a screenshot now.
Peter wants your schedule on your days off.
Sleep, wake up, breakfast, grandkids.
So hijack button here. Carl goes for free bet with ace queen suited. Couple of things to our first thing, if we are going to free bet, it seems way too small at this stack depth. We start the hand like 35 effective. Would be putting some more juice on this because we just priced Twan in. Anything suited, Twan gets to come along now. Like anything sort of connected, he gets to come along now. He's just getting such a good price. like in general there as Carl, probably want to be going around 110k. The other thing as well, like this hand probably doesn't free bet as much as it plays flat versus late position, simply because we keep in a lot of the dominated range, the ace-x that opens that folds to the free bet, the king-queen, the queen-jack, the queen-10. So although it's such a strong hand, LP versus LP, the ace-queen suited, actually one that, believe it or not, will do some flatting when we're at these deeper stack depths. Obviously at like 20 we just want to get it in, but potentially there a flat could have been an avenue to take.
But on a day off last week, when I bust out the satellite, the double satellite that was here, we went to a pub called the Greyhound, which is about a 10-minute drive from here, 7 minutes from the Novotel, and on the canal, 7 minutes away. Stunning food, and I mean brilliant pub food. And if anybody's watching from the Greyhound, thank you very much. It was delicious. And the next time we're in Cov and I've got a day off, we're coming back, because you can't beat some great pub food.
You
and
can't.
once you find a pub with great pub food, you'll always return.
What was Tower's guess, says Montana? It was 164. The correct answer, you guessed 241.
241, I guess.
241, I guess. You must be on delay. That was about half hour ago. Did I just see a dog in the background?
Pardon?
I definitely just saw a dog running around
Get
the
away.
casino. I 100% just saw a dog
way.
in the background. Has to be a service dog. Look there, look, top right, top right. You see it? You see it?
The last time we saw Gilly had about 1.4 million.
Just imagine the dog placing bets on the roulette, putting his paw out, the little chips on
What
the
number?
roulette.
Woof, woof, woof. Number 3. Woof.
Ace-8 suited for Twan. Continues on Queen 9-6 Rainbow. Ace-3 of spades here for Phil. Feel like slightly too low down. Thinking about continuing here against Twan, but I prefer like Ace-7, Ace-8 of spades when we got the backdoor flush draw to go alongside it. Even still, Phil does want to have a look at a turn, and it brings the nut flush draw in for him. As Twan here with the Ace-8 of hearts, is he going to potentially run a barrel? I prefer like using King-Jack, King-10 when we have the gut shot. Obviously, it is our board. We have queens, we have nines, we have ace, queen, king, queen. A lot stronger hands than Phil can have, but can't just barrel everything that hasn't connected. As I always say, be selective. Prefer to have like the gut shot and overcard than just the dry overcard as Twan. But it is Twan, and the man does love to bluff. But in comes the bluff. 40% hand not over, because Phil's turned the nut flush draw. Getting tired here, guys. Ace-3 of spades, always continuing now once we turn the nut flush draw. And in that weird world as well, Phil will know King-Jack, Jack-10, King-10, 10-8's double gutted, 10-8 suited Twan would open from +1. So there are a lot of these straight combinations that we are actually still in front of. So there is a world in somewhere that we don't actually have to hit our flush, but then probably we do, because Twan, if he does have one of these hands, he's just got to triple it, hasn't he? The 8 is somehow going to play.
There's the queen on the river.
And I doubt Twan is going to unload here, Tower, because now Phil, never folding his Queen X, can have obviously Queen Deuce suited, all the way up to probably Queen 8 off in the big blind. So I doubt we're going to take this Queen River as Twan to unload. Probably even going to get some calls from 9x now as well when that Queen pairs potentially. Do we think that we're folding out 9x? Do we think we're folding out 6x? We're definitely not folding a Queen. Just seems like a horrible river to bluff, Tower. Like one of the worst in the deck to unload on. But this man, sometimes he does not care. Is going to knuckle it back.
To see the ace-high winning.
And the 8 will play.
Stato's waiting. Just turn him over for him.
Sato put in a time bank for him.
Love it.
He's only gone and put in a time bank. Phil with a little hand funeral there. He never had the best hand at any point.
No.
I thought hand funerals were for when you get unlucky. That was a lengthy one though. That was a good
It
20-second hand funeral there for Phil Clark on the river.
When you go to Vegas, there's a place you always go to eat. There is for Jay. It rhymes with Jay.
Chick-fil-A.
It starts with Chick.
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A for Jay.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A's go-to when I'm at the Nugget, or when the dinner break's a bit shorter and you need to go Paris to Planet Hollywood. But in terms of restaurants out there, Barbecue Road Smokehouse, unbelievable. They do like a huge meat platter, very nice. Steakhouse at the Wynn, very good as well, the one downstairs. But yeah,
If you want a decent steak for a decent price, the Outback. In the side of Harrods. But if it was a place that I would always go, it would be the Grand Lux in the Venetian, the cafe in the Grand Lux. But I eat at Ellis Island every day. The French onion soup.
You
at
always
Ellis
say about
Island.
this. You always say this.
The French onion soup at Ellis Island is fantastic.
Open from 12, Carl just flats ace queen from hijack at the stack depth, seems good. And over to Matt. Looks like a man who could be thinking about a squeeze. Just recall.
Mon ami Gabby, isn't that in the Paris?
Yeah, it's the one outside
Across the road,
Paris.
isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's across the road from the fountains.
That was the one I lost a stupid Swazi there.
No,
last year. Do you know
in
what?
there?
Do you know what?
Right,
do you know
yeah.
what? Do you know what the worst thing is as well? I only had a starter as well, and they actually gave me the option to buy out of the Swazi, and I didn't, and I ended up losing it, and I had like something so small. But that's Vegas for you when you go out for these poker player dinner breaks and you all want to flip for the bill at the end. Someone always gets hurt. To be fair, I think that was the only one I lost last year in terms of bill flips. Ten of clubs on the river. I don't know what Matt's got, but five's got the check mark against the ace queen of Carl. May have started betting Turner's Carl with ace queen, like fold out sevens through threes, even put some triples in mind on the river.
But you do have to be careful in Mon ami Gabby because it gets that busy. I've had a couple of cold meals in there.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. I think it gets a little bit too busy sometimes and you struggle. If you want cheap and cheerful and you're part of the fast food chain, I like a Sbarro. So I like the old folder pizza.
Folder pizza?
You know the strombolis? The stromboli and the Caesar salad for about $15. Great meal. Yeah, stromboli. Love it. A stromboli and a Caesar salad with their ranch sauce. Good snack.
You not got the other one?
Blind and blind, Matt with the king 5, Tom with the 9-7. Queen 10-8, rainbow, Twan flops. Up and down, one end to the dummy end note. Matt gonna take a stab himself with a king 5. Yes, we fold out maybe king 7, king 6, but still difficult to dislodge worse with the king 5 here. Ace highs and any pair of twans should be coming along, but we do get value from the 9-7, and this could be a danger card for Matt here. Once he bets flop, like his bluffs are going to be some 9x, are going to be some jack-x, so when we have a king, hard to now get to the turn with a worse hand than king 5i, but then again you think a twan's range, he can still have some 9x of his own, like 9 deuce off, checking back all the way up to ace 9. So it's an interesting spot here for Matt whether to potentially get aggressive. The good thing is as well, Tower, we have ace king, Twan does not. That's something that's very important here for Matt as well. We can have ace king, Twan cannot, because we can complete and go for the complete raise. Twan would never check it behind. Just a call from Twan, keeping Matt's bluffs in as he has.
And 7 on the river.
Matt has to bluff here, I think, Tower. Well, it's kind of, we got a heart in our hand, we got a king in our hand. Like, we don't get to the river with worse, right? The problem is we've got Twan, the man we're in the pot with, and he may get sticky. Did Matt check? I didn't even see Matt check, but Matt obviously did check, and Twan doesn't go for value with his straight after the flush completes river.
Indeed. A calzone's different from a stromboli. A calzone is a folded pizza that looks like pasta, and then it's cooked like a pizza, so it's all the pizza toppings are in the middle. A stromboli is an open-ended pizza sandwich, if that makes sense. It's like a slice of pizza, or 2 slices of pizza, it's folded with an open end, so it's a rectangular shape, but they're delicious. So yeah, a calzone's a little bit different, because that's a folded pizza that looks like a pasty, that is full of all the pizza toppings that you want.
Disney have a clue, says, I went to the Goliath. Original plan was sleeping on the daughter's coach in Sully Hall. The missus decided to come. Cost me a suite at the Hilton, still paying it off. Bad move. Of course, Peter says, if Tower was ill, would you commentate with someone else, Jay? And same for you to Tower with Jay if Jay was ill. Tower does it anyway when I have my Fridays off usually.
Well, it says, who would you want in commentary?
Oh, who would I want?
Yes.
Who would I want?
If I was ill.
If you were ill. I'm allowed to say Patrick, as we've got history, let's say, me and Patrick Antonius in the booth. Fire in the booth together.
I love it. No, we're not poker sandwich, a pizza sandwich. It's like a pizza sandwich. Your pizza topping, like your pepperoni and your onions and what have you, in folded pizza base. They're great. Just Google a stromboli. They're absolutely delicious, by the way.
Ace 4 suited for Stato. Opens the 32. Jack 10 of diamonds for Twan. This stack depth feel like cool. Best way to proceed. It's just such a lovely hand. If we 3-bet once again, Stato 4-bets all in. We just have to fold it, so it leaves us with the call option with position on the open up, going heads up.
King high flop, king 6-4.
Board that. Wouldn't be surprised if Stato did play some checks with Twan in position on the button tower. General king high boards, our boards as the opener, gonna have ace king, kings, aces that our opponent doesn't have. So it's still happy to continue, and it's a complete whiff here for Twan with the Jack 10 of diamonds. Even this man can't find a way to continue here.
Zylo says, when are we going to Vegas? He asked yesterday when we started a giveaway.
I'll probably go early to middle of June, and then I'll probably be back middle of July. We got the Vic on the, when's the Vic? stick on the 16th when we're live. Yes, I'll probably fly back like 14th of July. Probably go on like the 14th of June. Oh, that would you let me have it off if I was still in the WS? Do you reckon the boss would let me?
We'd both be off.
Yeah, but just
to let you know. And if it was day 7, we'd fly PK over as well.
yeah, I think we'd just cancel the stream.
Yeah, that's the plan. We're in. I know Jay's not in Edinburgh, but we'll be in Edinburgh for the UKPL until the 22nd of June, and then the plan for myself will be to go as soon after that as possible, and come back probably like Jay 13th to 14th of July, ready for the Vic.
I'm actually excited to see what the Vic looks like.
Yeah, all the bottoms done. Jim's update yesterday was that all the bottom level 1 is finished.
I hope they've sorted that lift out. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, you're more than one person in it.
6 people to that lift apparently. When
Yeah,
you get
wait.
it. 6 persons.
6?
It says holds up to 6 persons.
Not a chance that it ever got more than 2 in it.
Yeah, me and you would struggle to get in it. Just us 2.
Yeah, the ground floor is done, so level 1 is done, completed, and there is no floor, no walls, and no ceiling in the poker room.
Hold on a minute. No floor, no walls, no ceiling.
Yep.
So it's just space.
It's at the moment.
So they knocked the store. So they're basically building another story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The outside wall is still there, and that's about it.
3 minutes of the session, guys. Going to take us to the final break of the day. Late one for us this evening on day 2, but we need to be playing down to 24 or a full 10 levels, whatever comes first. It's going to go close. I think it is going to go close. We've got 42 remaining. We just lost Richard, Owen and Thomas Bagley from outer tables. So we are down to the final 42. When we lose 2 more, we will be down to the final 5 tables, 8-handed. Antoine, as the opener continues, 4 hearts on the turn. I don't see how on earth he's going to continue here. Like, at least have a gut shot, at least have a club, just have something, so we're not drawing dead versus a queen. At least something. And it's just barrels away, as we know. He does love to bluff.
He does indeed.
But would much prefer just to have a gutter, a club.
But does he not pick his spots very well?
Even an overcard. He does, to be fair. His timing is pretty good. But it's not actually timing, Tower. It's the fact that when you get to this stage, people don't like cooling down double or triple barrels with just 1 pair. They don't. It's not necessarily timing. It's just full throttle pressure that Tuan likes to put on when he's got a chip stack. And we're going to potentially see it here on the river when he's sat here with 10 high.
Is he going to get Kyle off the best hand?
Knows that he's never going to win it with a check. He's just an absolute menace and will put you in a hell of a lot of spots, but decides to knuckle the 10-7, and he's got to show as the last aggressor.
Doesn't want to show the 10-7, but has to. Chip counts will be updated on the break. Not on the app, but they will be on the live stream. Simon, I'm not too sure if they actually updated at all on the app. And the only time, as Jay has pointed out, anybody who's got a chip count to the side of their name on the app, it means they're in. They're still in. But I don't know if they're ever updated on the app, to be fair, until the end of the day. But we'll have a chip count at the start of level number 23. Live stream started at 20 past 2 this afternoon, and we're finishing the live stream at 2 a.m. Where did Ravi finish? Says Cosmin.
Don't think he cashed.
I don't think he did either.
No. Yeah, I remember walking in early, and I think I saw him walk in as well, so I think he, like, first session of the day, perhaps. Time when the Queen 10 opens, makes it 50. King 6 off the field. Doubt he's going to defend this off of 15. So much better to defend like 6-7 off, something with a bit more connectivity, flop more straight draws, etc. And does let it go. We're on a 15-minute break, guys. We will see you at 5 past midnight. You struggle to assign bluffs, but you also struggle to assign value as well. Like, would David really check call, and overpair, and now want to donk jam river? I don't think so. Would he want to check call, ace 10, donk jam river? I don't think so. So he's basically saying he's got a 9, but the 9x that get here, I guess, are the ones with the straight draws with no backdoor flush draw present. So Jack 9, Queen 9, these type of holdings. I'd never give him 9-4 off. Like, I expect the 9x with no redraw to just fold turn if I'm sat there as Brendan. So it's a really weird spot for him.
And he's time banked himself into the break.
Queen Jack, we have a Jack. That could actually work. Queen Jack may make sense. Someone in the chat saying Queen Jack potentially. Yeah, I could see it. That actually could make a bit of sense for David. Flop the nuts, check call. Doesn't want him to check back this 9 river. But Brendan has a key blocker to that, obviously. We have a Jack in hand, removal to some Queen Jack.
Last time bank. Into the break. We are. What a last hand of the session. Brendan McManus, it's all of it to call.
I don't think he's going to call tower. I feel like.
He's made the call
He's
to see the bad news that he has just been rivered. Brendan McManus. Just finishing in 7th place for £13,840, and it's time to take breath from that hand.
You could have run through all the guesses of David's hand. It would have taken a while to get to what he actually had, Tower. The old 9-4 razzled him from the big blinds. And as we said, I think lead on the river's really good from David. I personally would have folded turn against Brendan, but once we do call turn and we ping that 9, I feel like we have to lead, whether it be all in or a different size. Yeah. It's just one of these rivers Brendan's going to check back high frequency.
We'll see you back in 13 in a little bit minutes with 6 players. Brendan just been eliminated in a bit of a whopper. See ya soon.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second here, guys.
Because this could be huge from the 2 men who got the stacks and all the chips at the moment.
This is set up central 5-handed, and with these 2 opponents, Tower, 2 firecrackers, it probably gets in. Like, if this is a setup with, let's say, Jagger and Midi with all the chips, I doubt it would get in at the FT, but with these 2, here we go. Incoming 4-bet. Antoine Lee's not going to put in a third of his stack to fold queens, I don't think, Tower. Here we are. Twan on Twan action, says Ben. And it's probably going to end up in the middle because Twan's not folding kings and Twan Lee's not going to fold queens after putting in a third of his stack. Here we are. And this is a huge point in the tournament. This is going to be for well over half the chips in play. Assuming Twan goes with 5-bet jam, I don't see any merit in flatting now we get here, Tower. Is he thinking about folding?
No, he can't be folding. Can't be folding. Oh. Is he gonna jam all in? Or jam not all in?
Surely all in's the only option we have.
Which is the option, that's
there we go with the all in, and it's back over to Twan Lee. What is he thinking now? But is he putting in a third of his chips to fold queens? Maybe he is. Because now it's like a situation tower. Twan's never doing this with jacks. He's never doing it with tens. Is ace king even in there? Probably not. So surely it's got to be one of these. 12 combos combined, aces and kings, 6 of each. Surely it's got to be one or the other. And can we fold and leave ourselves with still 70 BBs? And maybe he is going to let it go.
So Twan at the bottom of the TV has said something in native language, in a different language, that Twan Lee then says you shouldn't have said that. So floor was called. I don't think there's any action or any penalty, or if there is, it'll be after the hand. But he's made the call with the queens.
And the table love to see this tower. Second and first
Wow.
and chips colliding. Everyone at the table's loving this.
You're not wrong.
And if
You are not wrong. Twan Lee.
gonna need a queen, and if he doesn't find it, Twan Win is gonna be runaway chip leader.
Oh, it's on the flop. A flopped set, but brings in tens and a king.
What a sick flop.
What a flop.
Biggest pot of the tournament. We got our opponent dead to 2 outs, and now we're needing to hit. Doesn't find it. So Twan Lee up to 2 million. Twan Win down to 372. But what a huge turning point that is in the final table.
Huge. The short stacks have got plenty of time. 14, 15, 17 bigs. Still plenty of time. And Cal looks down. Gun opens and looks down at kings.
Raise 40,000.
Any action for the man. They're called Calogero. Michael with the nines, probably going to be seeing a flop at least, which he does. Makes the call. Calls spice it out with 9 deuce. John gets underway as well. Now Thomas will defend the big. Looks down at 240k. Does he think this is a good time to squeeze?
It's a sick one here. I mean,
10 seconds.
Tom's probably not getting away from this one tower, to be fair, but
Raise 160,000.
There's the raise.
does go 3-bet not all in, and it's going to be really grim here when Cal goes 4, and then Michael's probably going to get out of the way, and we're back on time. We know we're behind at that point, but
10 seconds.
Calls triangles in. First bit
let's
of
go for
action.
it. Michael gets out of the way, and Tom obviously can't do anything at that point, but he's got some outs. And he's taking on
Yep.
the man of the moment in the first all-in confrontation of the final table
Does it
here at
happen?
the high roller. So
You know what always happens when you're up against kings and you're all in? There's always an ace on the floor.
honestly,
It is. It happens more than it should do.
yeah, where's your ace there?
Ah,
There we go.
Thomas Clack needing one of the 3 aces, running queens.
7 on the turn, so just 3 outs now for Tom going into the river, or the bubble will burst here.
Oh, Barry! The off from heaven. Oh, man.
Out of nowhere, you and applauds.
God.
Oh, that is a savage one.
That is grim.
You can just tell he understands like how the ranges change and when we get to lead, when we don't get to lead, and I've been thoroughly impressed with Jean Juan. And not only does he have that tower, he has something that not a lot of people have, and that is the capability to run it when you're playing for tens of thousands of pounds. We saw the huge check raise, 140% all-in turn yesterday with 2 tables left. So he's got that move in the locker as well, so that is a dangerous opponent. Someone that has a great fundamental baseline, but can really put the pressure on as well.
We're going to defend the big. Brendan has opened 10 Jack of Diamonds. Brendan has opened 3 bets at 200 with 9-4 against Brendan.
All aboard the exploit train, this has to be, and this has to be what we spoke about. So David's obviously picked up on what we've picked up. Feels like Brendan's not playing enough hands, he's potentially playing too tight, and he's not going to have he's not going to defend correctly. I feel like that's how David will feel in this spot. So if David feels like that, maybe he feels like he just gets the 3-bet deck. I'm not sure about 9-4 tower. To be fair, I'd never take it myself, but it has to come from that baseline. I feel like this is where David is coming from here. He feels like Brendan's not going to be defending correctly. He's going to be overfolding, so he's just decided to roll in the old 9-4 off.
And the flop for Brendan, 8, 9, 10 flop, top pair wrapped around it. David scored a piece as well.
Yeah, I think David though, just aware now, like once Brendan does defend, gonna trade carefully. Jack 10 of diamonds. Top pair up and down. David Lennon. Still going to come along with his middle. Was only south of quarter pot. Continue.
Off to the turn, which is the 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and now as Brendan, maybe where we do check back. Like it's horrific if we get check jammed, and we're not going to against David's particular hand, obviously, but if he ever has some hands that potentially want to go for check jam, it's a 3-bet pot, like value bet threshold. I don't think we get to go bet with a 10, so great junction to check perhaps here is the turn, but not going to get that option. They are going to go for bet instead, so finds quarter again.
150.
Now as David, no real sort of straight draw or anything to go alongside the 9. Is this where we're just going to see him get out of the way? Isn't 9-4 pot.
Chop it up. ICM. Is it still in your play?
Yeah, man. Did you hear his story? Crazy.
Oh, he made move on me, I think. He made one move on me.
Yeah, so what just happened, like in last level, BVB, he was small blind, he named, big blind raised, he got the ace at all, he 3-bet, big blind jam, big blind covered hand, he got a 50 big blind, he called with ace 8.
He's crazy.
Crazy, yeah,
When
and
he
the big
says-
blind got a pair of 8,
When he
but
said
yeah,
ace.
flop ace.
50 big blind.
So now he got a 100 big blind, more than
Oh,
100.
he made a move on me. I think he made a move on me. I
Really?
knew it. I knew he was bluffing, but I couldn't call.
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy.
Crazy,
but,
crazy.
Yeah, but you can only be crazy for a certain amount.
Yeah, now he can be whatever
Soon
crazy he wants.
you get find out. Soon you get caught. Is that right, baby? You can make moves a few times, but you get caught sooner or later. People will suss you, you know. You know the spirit. Yeah, he's fucking made up. You won't made it. I know that.
Yeah, stop sticking. Nah, that's not.
So back. Is that Vanessa Cade? Yes, it is. The Vanessa Cade? Yes, it is. What? The Vanessa Cade? It is indeed. She has not been playing a lot in the UK in the last few years at all. The first event was at the last event that we had in Manchester. It was the first tournament and it was the first cash. And now this is a second big tournament and it's a second cash. Playing well, that Vanessa. Her and Jamie Dewan travelling the world together. Gilly, 1.5 mil. 1.4 million for Gilly, who chopped the lion's share of Goliath last year. She was over in Dublin last year, was Vanessa, for the Irish Open. But Manchester was her first British flag in a tournament of magnitude. Ten, 7, 3, all diamonds. King of Diamonds now playing for Martin.
I came to look for you. It wasn't there.
Ravi Cash. I'm going to check where they finished. As you say that. Where did the man finish? Oh, the Ravster. Where did he finish? There we go, 97th. Rabbit. Gilly with a 10. Won't be calling the bet of 250k. Check bet flop. Led the turn, got called again, and now check, folding the. Oh, he's called with the 10. He is called. And mine. Yes, a bit of a bonus. 4 diamonds on the board. Pairs of 7. Ooh, Gilly. Hey, Sean, man. Hi, Tower, guys. And you guys streaming the 888 in Glasgow. Yes, we are. Got a few Dundee lads and a couple from Hamilton turning up on the 22nd. We will be there. And there it is. That's when it starts. The 13th, the week before. We turn up on Wednesday the 19th. So we will see you there. Looking forward to it. First ever event for the team. Cardroom Direct up in Glasgow this time. So yeah, we're streaming Wednesday to Sunday of the 888 Glasgow. Looking forward to it. Here's Queen for Dave Doherty. Says nearly all of it from the cut-off. Left himself 15,000 behind. on 41. Last person out. Was Tan Win. So yes, your man, we'll be up in Glasgow. Look forward to watching it, seeing you and the guys from Dundee and Hamilton. Is Dundee close to Hamilton? Or you all just get up? Mateta had to get 25 stitches today and the ref played on. Nice. And then had to VAR it. You know, the Premier League ref. Unbelievable. Mr. Tobias says, Tower, when did you last do a forward roll? I would say 30 years ago plus. A proper forward roll, as in hands on the floor, head down, and then roll over. Years ago. The new rule about leaving chips behind is, I think it's less than 5% of your stack. It's basically an all-in, and you get to use one time bank. Top pair for Mad Turk, top kicker. Gilly with the sevens, not having the best start to this session. The final session of the day. So check call from Gilly. Leaking chips at the mini is Gilly. Another flushy board.
Have to value about that, as you saw, Tower. Have to. Gotta go for value once we check back turn and get a clean river and Gilly doesn't elect to lead. I feel like ace queen's always going to be the best of it.
Man of straw. Michael Oliver too, a very experienced referee. The problem is that 99% of the time now that all these Premier League refs are just relying on VAR to get them out of it. When was the last time you did a forward roll?
Forward roll.
I've said 30 years for me. It might even be longer.
Forward roll. Probably, yeah, not a long time, I think. Probably got to go back to school days.
It wouldn't look very pretty. Somebody at 6'3" doing a forward roll, trying to bend down for a start. My age.
I used to be able to do a spring when I was younger. When you
spring?
run and you do like a flip motion, but you put your hands on the thing and like you flip over. But there's no chance of
like gymnastics.
Yeah, like you run, you do like like you're going to go do a forward roll,
yeah,
and you put your hands on the floor and like you rotate and you flip over.
Okay, like a handstand.
Well, like a handstand, but you do the handstand, but then fall the other way.
Oh. Fall.
No, but I'm saying, so you do a flip, but you use your hands to do the flip on the ground.
Got you.
As you're spinning, you use your hands to sort of propel yourself. For the people that aren't very good and can't just do a flip from their feet, you put your hands on the floor and twirl around. But you'd have to probably go back, to about 15 years.
I don't think I've ever done anything gymnastic-y. Not ever.
We will be finishing in an hour and 50 minutes time, Mick the Mod, about 2 AM.
He's having a superb year. Superb 2 years, the Mad Turk. On his rail last year for the Super Seniors.
jack. Only 9 bigs, finds an ace.
And there you go.
Yeah, even at this stage now, I feel like we don't necessarily need to just jam the ace-4 when we're final 5% of the field. Still 9 bigs so much at this stage that chooses to go with it and does run into the jacks of 1 towel. Aces and 4s. Does not find one, so we're going to lose Narman. Narman Morris out in 40th, just before him losing Martin Helmuth and Tuan Nguyen. So going to be down to 39 players, 41.50 locked out for everyone.
1 ton and 1.1 million. Martin Donahue 1.5.
And this is how everyone was looking before the break. And talk about a form game. Zhong Zhuang.
Junshan.
Zhong Zhuang.
Junshan.
Zhang. The man who won Manchester.
Think of Junction
Junction.
and forget the C in the middle. Junshan.
John Shan.
That's it.
Okay, John Shan, there you go.
Junshandu.
John Shandu. Manchester winner. Top of the shop in the UK Open. Goliath chopper. Lion share chopper.
Oh,
Gilly
Gilly.
Black. 1.5 million. B House up there. Antoine Labatt. I want an interview and I just want you to pull one trouser leg up, walk over to him and just see his reaction.
I woke up with my one leg up going, sack of the blood!
Leo still going along strongly. Dan Benson, grand final champion a couple of years ago, going along well as nice. Jamie Dale, who started the day short, has spanned that up. But there are the full chip counts across the room. Midi still in one of the short stacks. David Doherty we got on the feature. Vanessa Cage still going along. Stato we saw before the break. But they are the final 42 when we hit the break. $220k up top in this seed, Duffy.
Yep.
You can go to the Poker Live app to check the payouts.
Top right of the screen where the TV is, it says it on there if you've got good eyes.
Paul Trotter for the win, Macaulay Griffin. Eight of spades on the turn. Ace 10 of Gilly still out in front here. Fortunately haven't caught the action.
Uh, 65 on the turn.
Guessing,
Called by Gilly.
guessing checks through flop. Jamie's leading this turn, had to have checked through flop.
Six of spades on the river. Check mark for Gilly.
probably.
And get a few chips back.
Probably goes check, check here.
Terrible start to this session. Half stack. Just go check, check. So 1.4 mil. Gilly back up to $1 million was just half this sack, but now back. Rob. Oh no. Well, that's just this deck. If we got no cards. Oh no. Let's hope it's just this deck. If there's a deck change, let us see. I think these are different cards. Are they different cards to what we had before? These are the spade decks, aren't they? Well, hopefully keep his eye on this deck or these cards. I wonder if it's these cards. Because we've got two sets, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've got the trade spades, whatever they're called.
Two different brands.
Joe. 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 Could you ask this one of the valets, please?
38 players left. And now the action tracker, I think, has just signalled that there might be a few problems. We've done all the giveaways.
Giving away 800 quid. I've already gone £30 over budget, Mr. Go.
£830 we give away so far this week.
Can I have that? You know this one is Rosetto. Is it Rosetto or something?
But I do believe, and I think, that unfortunately, this session might be no hole cards and maybe the same problem that we had for an hour or two this morning. Which is a bummer for everybody, as we know. Bummer for Jay, bummer for me. We can't obviously bring the action, but nowhere near the same when we don't have the cards. I wonder if it is the deck. I wonder if changing the deck would to the old ones, or the red back tip cards.
Because there's been over 1,000 people here, man, the straw. That's how we didn't notice that
Yes.
Junction was in the field.
Yeah.
Didn't even know Sam Grafton was in the field.
Never
until
even saw him.
yesterday. Didn't even see Sam Grafton.
Didn't even
but he
see
was
Sam
there.
Grafton, and we knew he'd played only by being told that he played. We didn't even see him. One of the biggest players in the world, Sam Grafton, didn't even know he'd even been in the building. Didn't come in and say hello. Didn't say, how you doing, Tower, how you doing, Jay, nice to see you, I'm in the UK playing the big one. Nothing. He got eliminated and disappeared.
Big time now.
Never
Tower.
saw him.
Big time.
Never saw him. He didn't autograph my programme or anything. But unfortunately we get the action, we get the flops, but we don't get the whole cards. Which is a bit of a bummer. The Coda's going to be taking down the 25-50 in Walsall next week. Good luck when you play that. Yes, the chips and Gilly hardly stacked since the break. Only 20 minutes in, he was on 1.4 million. He's now down to 700. Just goes to show how the game goes. Talking about the 25-50s, where are we next? On the 25-50. There we go. March, busy. Quick look at that again. March. Next week, Luton, Liverpool, Leeds, Cardiff and Walsall. And then a couple of weeks later, Portsmouth, Luton, Sheffield and Berry New Road in Manchester.
When's Hill Street? When's Birmingham?
They're all down south, all them nearly.
No, Hill Street.
Manchester, Liverpool is as far north as you go before May. But we do have 2 events for the 888, one in Glasgow, one in Newcastle. What's that? The great comps, the 25-50s, great value, good structures, plenty of play.
I know 15 seconds already gone, so I have to press the plus button, and then like 5-6 seconds after he made it there. So that's more time. Yeah. It goes in 15 seconds, and then you give it time. That's one time I got. Whether the second one is 15 seconds. On the turn, Jared's turn. He needs to shoot first.
I can't hear, so I actually can't hear.
Okay, I was told about the first one. What's the that's why I wanted to know where the second one was.
Can't hear what's being said. Something between 8 and 9, but I don't know.
Can we get John Schwank's table on after this? I doubt it, because after this session we're done for the day.
We are.
We might get his table on tomorrow, assuming he keeps hold of that 1.8 million monster stack that he has amassed already to date.
Yes. Can we get Junction after this? After this?
I just answered
I
this.
know you have. I'm just thinking, has he not seen the time? After this, it's 2 a.m. So I know it looks like we've lost the whole cards again. You just had confirmation from the team that we have lost connection to the whole cards. We can see the flop and we can see the all-in cards. But
I'm not having that, Chris. How are we doing, Chris Chan? He says, hi lad, brilliant commentary. Was up the Vic last night. Level 1 looks really modern and spacious. Poker room level 2 is obviously crammed at the moment. But the lift is the same?
what?
It can't be. They can't spend all that money on a refurb and keep that old bloody lift.
It can't.
It can't still be there. He's got to be on the wind-up.
Are we going to fix a card issue this session? I'll get confirmation very shortly off Paul. Whether we do or whether not, as soon as we get confirmation, we'll let you know.
We need to take the lid off the table. So it's either take the lid off the table and cut the stream for the end of the night and start fixing the problem now, or play out this final 90 minutes, bag and tag without whole cards, and then take the lid off at the end of the day. And it's probably going to be the latter.
Oh, okay. I didn't realise that.
How are we doing, Candice? I mean, where have you been? The Turk's been looking fresh for about 2 months now. It was here, leg one, when I first saw the new hair colour for you, Sel. Where you been the last 2 months? He's had the old younger man look for a while now. Gilly on the button, opens to 55, Martin in the small calls. Chris Johnny says he's going back up to the Vic tonight for cash. I'll ask them to put extra mirrors in there to look bigger for you, mate. Maybe they get the new lift in a couple of months. Maybe that's the last thing. Surely the lift's one of the first things that goes in, though.
I think so,
bolt.
yeah.
The old lift
Surely
shop.
it's got to be faster.
I don't know.
Where's the button?
Much of my respect level for watching my straddle on this thing. Or it could go down as well.
It's already at peak after the documentaries.
I think I could have got Turk to put the double one as well.
So unfortunately the cards obviously have disappeared. We won't be getting them back till the end of the session. There'll be a table top off again, unfortunately. It was cruising along so nice and so good.
Let them all go home now and we'll come back tomorrow and stream roll cards from level 23.
Sounds good to me.
To be fair, the Mad Turk's one of these players that's been here since 10 a.m. Tower, so the Mad Turk is approaching 15 hours of poker.
I did see him
One of the few that made it through the day 1E flight. Marius Czech, Ison at Flipidis, Mark Foggin and the Frenchman Antoine Labat. The other 4 that are still in from this morning's turbo.
Nice to think of Vic encouraging healthier habits like taking the stairs.
There is one day 2 reg left in.
Well, just one.
Just the one.
Wow.
Jack Allen.
Well done, Jack. Well done, Jack.
And then it's Marius Check, Mad Turk, Ison Flippidus, Mark Foggin, all the rest of them. Looking from one tail, Mad Turk defends. TM says, I would suggest the Mad Turk is the only one who improves after 15 hours of playing.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Jay.
He does like it.
30 years ago today, Ronnie Rosenthal scored a hat-trick when we were losing 2. Oh, yeah, he come on as a sub, didn't he? Did he not score? Was it not 4 he scored? Was it not 4 he scored? Or was it it might have been 3. I think you're right, it was 3. Southampton. But yeah, I do remember that when he come on as a substitute. I don't remember it. I remember, obviously, I wasn't alive, but I remember videos of it. We had another iconic yellow kit, Richie Burner, because I remember I had it as a kid. Must have been the 2004, maybe 2005. Remember the yellow third kit with a bit of blue on it? Absolutely awful. You must remember that one. Early 2000, I'd say 2004, 2005 season, might be wrong. Number dropping to 34. We've lost Eminem. GDPR, MM.
That'll be Malcolm.
Yeah, I do remember the chocolate brown kit. Was that like the first season we got in Europa under Martin Yole? Was the brown one, I think. I do remember the brown kit though. I think I do. Unfortunately, guys, not really much I can get involved with without the whole cards being there. I can talk about ranges and range v range, but probably would get a bit monotonous. So just going to have to wait until we get some sort of all-in and a call for any action.
So unfortunately we do have no hole cards for the rest of the evening. We are playing another level. Apologies for the disruption in the game. The lads hate it, we hate it as much as you do, and they'll have the tabletop off again. works so well, and then all of a sudden just dies. Seems really weird. We finish at 2. We finish in an hour and 24 minutes. Or if we get down to 24 players, because they said they were stopping at 24. So that might actually come a little bit quicker than the hour and a half that we do have left. We're on 33. Try and get the eliminations. We probably won't get the players. There's PK. He's a little bit frustrated because he's unfortunately not been able to get under the tabletop. Eminem busting out. It says 33 on the board because we've just lost Vanessa Cade. Vanessa busting out in 34th. Another great effort. So Vanessa busting out another great. Busting out another great effort from Vanessa for £4,390, cashed in Manchester first flag of meaningful tournament in England, one in the UK, and then flagged again here in Coventry. She's loving it over here with old Jamie. Cheers, Chris Cheney. Great coverage, Jane Tower. Good luck to all to be tuned in tomorrow. Take care. Absolutely, we're in from 12:20 tomorrow. Don't forget, with the final 24 or the final however left, if we do get another hour and 20 minutes play. So we're on 33 at the moment. We're on 32 as it says on the screen. So just busting out was Vanessa. So there we go. But so lucky to Vanessa, just busting out. So we're down to 32 on the stream. 33rd was Jonathan Hanley. John Hanley busting out on table 18 for £4,390. Down to 32. Will we get to the 24?
Gonna go very close, as we said before, Brian.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 25, 26, or we'll be there.
And the coder says his guess is 27.
I'll have unders on that.
Oh,
Still got an hour and 20 to play.
yeah.
Feel like we'll lose one every 10 minutes, sounds about right.
Pushing all the way down. 5 queen, 7 pairs of board on the 5, jack on the turn. We're on 31. I tell you what, there's been a couple of eliminations in the outer tables. Midi busting out for £4,390. Thomas Middleton busting out. So we're on 31. All gone a bit quiet in the card room as well with the cup finishing for the day. Big numbers for the cup, by the way. Big numbers for the cup. 86 coming back tomorrow for day 3.
86.
Day 2. 86.
Day 2 buying available for that already. Look at the prize pool for the cup. 140k. That's going to have probably 40 bag up top in the cup tower.
Yep. 82 coming back plus day 2 buy-ins. There could be 25 for that.
Wow.
That is going to be a long one. The numbers have just been superb. Absolutely superb. Well done, one and all.
Let's have a look. As we've not got whole cards at the chip counts in the cup and who has bagged.
Who's chip leader?
We'll find out.
Who's chip leader?
Got the circle of death at the moment. There we go. Madge, who chopped this one.
Yes, Majid and Dean.
Last year.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
2 years ago he chopped it.
Hang on a minute.
Go on.
Did he really chop it?
Yeah.
It was a.
It was man's chop.
It was a shocking chop.
It was man's chop. I remember that.
Yes.
But I'm just gonna read a few of the top chip counts.
Go on then.
Chris Brammer,
Brammer.
Brandon Shields, Andy Hawksby, Yazoo Yin, Rob Boone, all bagging up plenty in the thing.
Yeah.
And I've got a query.
Aye.
Because it says Chris Wood has bagged up 442,000 chips. However, I've just seen Chris Wood in what looks like a pretty rowdy PLO game involving a lot of familiar faces right now. So
Okay.
maybe there's another Chris Wood?
No,
No,
definitely not.
definitely Woody. Okay.
If Woody's bagged up, he's playing Omaha.
Okay, yep, probably Woody then. So going to be a great prize pool in the cup, but we're obviously concentrating on the main event.
Yeah.
1.2 million.
So Majid over $500,000, absolutely. Local lad, Majid, was involved in a chop 2 years ago with Mockman, John Mockman. Man Mock. Coventry have done an amazing job. It's been great. The floor have been superb. Dealer's been great as always. We have a great team. The live streamers have been amazing. And Chris Wood has bagged a few in Nottingham this season.
They did run out of Guinness, Ben. That is correct. They ran out of Guinness in Coventry, but it's back again today.
I don't know how they do it.
I don't
Is
know
it
either.
they get a keg and nobody wants to change it?
I don't know because they ran out, but it's back.
It's like they sell a keg a day, which is 88 pints, and then they don't change it until the day after. It's like you're allowed one per day. That's what it seems like. Because every night there's like the little cup, the cup of death over the handle, and then you know. And then by the morning there's another one.
Surely because it's stopping you from drinking alcohol, it should be called the cup of life more than the cup of death. In my opinion, at least.
Art of the deal, Mr. Man Mock. You are not wrong. Absolutely not wrong. Crazy.
But this is the thing. You get to ask the questions when you got that big a chip lead. Like they were four-handed, and like the pay jumps are so big. When there's 325k up drop, you're looking at like 50, 60k ladders.
Yep.
So everyone else doesn't want to finish fourth and lose out on 60k. So he went to them. All right, I'll take first place, guys. You finish. You sort the rest out
Yep.
amongst yourselves. If you're worried about missing out on that 60, 70k ladder, you better take my deal.
Why has he not played this week? You think he'd come back try and do it again?
I haven't seen him.
I'm only playing if you'll do deals like I got.
That was the last tournament I've seen man play.
Any chance you get Ray Power's chip count? You have a spare minute. There's Ray Power's chip count at the start of last level. Right at the bottom, 750,000. There it is, 750, right over there. 750. Might get the intrepid reporter and the blogger back on the case. He was that quick last time. We might have to get him back on the floor again. What's your view on turbo versus standard flights as a player? Is it easier to get through a turbo, but you're likely to have less chips going into day 2?
It's easier to get through, and you are likely to have less chips, but in general it's tougher. And the reason it's a lot tougher is because recreationals tend to play on the full hour clock. They'll only use the turbo as the last resort, and a lot of recreationals can't fire 7-8 bullets like some of the pros can.
Yeah.
So they'll have 1 or 2 bullets and they'll be done, they'll go home. However, what you usually find in a turbo, it's an absolute reg fest. It's usually a tournament of unhappy regs who've been firing all week, trying to bag. They haven't been out to bag. Usually morale is low when you sit in a turbo, and it's just all these people that have been firing away, haven't bagged yet, and a lot of the time it's very reggy. So if you only have 1 bullet, I would highly recommend playing one of the longer flights on an hour clock, where you're going to have more recreationals, less regulars. If you can only play the turbo, say for example you've only got a few hours to spare in the evening to try and bag for day 2, then I guess you just got to go and battle against most of the regs. But as you say, because the time we play over the course of the flight is a lot shorter because of the shortened clock, we are probability wise more likely to make a day 2 in a turbo than we are in a normal flight, just because how long we're going to be playing. However, in terms of tables and ability, the turbos seem to be much tougher because of all the regulars that haven't bagged yet that can just relentlessly fire.
Good news. Sandra's coming to play the seniors. Bad news. You ain't got time to bake a cake.
Well, yeah, it only takes an hour to bake a cake, Sandra.
Did you do yours?
Yeah.
What? You said that with so much conviction.
I baked my cake. It wasn't filmed, but it was baked.
It's only got an hour to bake it. Did you make yours? Yep.
Yep. Does it take an hour to bake a cake? I don't know.
To be fair, Chef Brad's not been in the chat. He must
Yeah.
have been busy this week.
Probably.
Being busy, you're lucky.
She goes, "You're having a laugh." She's not baking us a cake.
No worries, Sandra. We'll look forward to it next time we come down to Reading.
Yeah, we got problems with the whole card, so
Yeah.
for the foreseeable.
Next level.
How does this? Oh, okay, I get it now. We're going to be going to a flop.
Till the next level, yes.
Just going to be a call from one tout. No. Does Gilly 4-bet rip King 10 off? No, he does not. No, he does not rip King 10 off here. I guess he plays cool. I guess he calls. Like, we should just fold, obviously, Tower. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So Gilly goes for call. And now we're going to see some sort of action flop. We know the whole cards are there. Anyone that's been watching knows this goes to showdown. But we don't know who wins the pot.
We do not.
That is the best thing about it.
Well, they're in. There's a flop out there. They're in. Gilly's in. Glasses are on. He's heading back to Liverpool. What's that near? Jack Eye flop. He's got the lottery with King 10
He's
off.
just check shoved the gut shot in the 3-bet coup.
Is he double parked outside? Gilly, 1.4 million and chip leader. At the break. He's out in less than 40 minutes. Unless we see a queen or a king. And we see a 4 on the river and Gilly Gilbert Black, oh Gilly Black, has just been eliminated out of the tournament, finishes his course, and look at that, 1.52 million. 50 minutes ago, he's now walking out.
And I hate to be a broken record, guys, but once again, we don't see these plays early on day 2. We don't see these plays middle of day 2. They're always happening. The back end, it's just fatigue. It's all it usually is. It's just little missteps and you're getting tired. And it's always at this stage when we see it, when we're at midnight, when we're at 1 in the morning. We rarely see punts like this when we're middle of the day, early on in the day. It's always coming back end, if you noticed. It's such a draining game and so tiresome on the mind that sometimes you're just done with it all. You've got to keep your head, you've got to keep hydrated, you've got to try and be as concentrated as possible when you're playing for this amount of money in your last 4% of the biggest tournament of the year. And I hate to keep mentioning it, but for those that play a lot and are playing at a good level, like, it's so important that you keep refreshed, you sleep well, you've got the energy, the brain capacity's there. Because when it's not, and when you've been playing for 10, 11 hours, it starts to go. You start to get brain fog. You start to make missteps. You start to make mistakes. We see it so often in the later stages when players have been playing for hours upon hours. The thing is, Ben, as you age and as you get older, it's going to be harder and you're going to get fatigued more quickly. You tell me, you give me these live pros that you're saying that are playing 15 tables, 12 hours a day, and they're not making these mistakes. Name me one that's over the age of 50. Give me one that's over the age of 50. Give me one that's even over the age of 40. These are all youngsters. They're like between 20 and 40 years old, a lot of them. This is the thing, like, that I feel like the older you are, the quicker you're going to fatigue, the quicker that brain fog's going to come across. Since you say that, Jake, there's plenty of online pros that don't ever make those mistakes even after 15 tables for 12 hours, 6 days a week. Patrick don't play 15 tables these days. He most certainly doesn't play 15 online these days. He plays a lot of heads, and he plays heads up mainly online these days, so he's not playing 15 tables heads up at once, I can assure you of that. And TM puts a very good point there. Antonius might be the literal GOAT, though.
True.
Good friend of mine, you know that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good friend of mine, Patrick
We
Antonius.
introduced you and you stayed friends.
He still tells his friends about that commentary stint with me.
So he should.
Still mentions it.
So he should. I hope he remembers the guy that interviewed him.
Negrano's not playing 15 ever. He's playing 4 to 6, Ben. He's not playing like 15 at once. He's not one of these, like, it's not like a Ben CB or a Giraffe Ganger. But what?
Draft Ganger. What a great name.
But
Baccarat.
what? What? Burt Baccarat?
Yeah.
That's not his surname. Burt
it?
Baccarat.
Burt Baccarat.
Who's that?
He's one of the greatest ever writers in the entire world ever.
Burt Baccarat. What did Burt Baccarat write, Taylor?
All sorts. All sorts. So Bert. Proper guy, old Bert.
And the other thing, Ben, if you are saying Negreanu, you how well does Negreanu look after himself these days? He's in the gym. He's got a nutritionist. Like, how well is he looking after himself? Nicola says Negreanu isn't even playing 4. He plays 2 at most.
2 at most, really?
It's one of the most overlooked factors in the game that, like, people that don't play the game will never understand. Like, even as a recreational, like, you play a tournament and you're gone for 12 hours and you go back home and you go to the missus, I'm absolutely shattered. She goes, "Are you shattered? You've been playing cards with your mates all day." Like, unless you play the game and you play the game a lot and you're experiencing the game, like, you never truly understand how fatigued you can get.
Yeah.
Just sitting there, using your brain all day, thinking back and forth.
Go on the Turk, says Layla.
So, here we are, guys. A little quick look around at the room, see who is still in the mix. Well, we haven't got whole cards.
Trotter.
There's one of the chip leaders, start of the day, Trotter, with
Oh,
over a
like
milli.
So running through.
Mr. Ali's still in. Raggy's got about 1.5 million.
No way has Raggy got chips again.
Hector Berry
Bracelet winner.
sitting short. Dan Bedson there.
Not sitting short.
Oh, he is now.
He's
from the looks of
6'9".
things. Oh, okay. And Dale, who won the mystery bounty this week, still in as well.
Nice one. Good to get the guys from that table. But Raggy, look at this. Side of Mr. Ali. There's Mr. Ali all in and getting a few chips back.
So who are we looking on the other table?
Leo Marius.
There's Tower's new best friend.
Yes.
Who's got
Antoine.
2 million, Tower.
Look at that.
2 million for the Labatt.
And Leo, Antoine Labatt, Biassi Bourgeois.
Mark Foggin, remember the river card that kept him alive first session of the day, and he still fights
man.
on.
Amazing. Down to the final 3 tables. They're all the players. Brilliant stuff. Right, you carry on.
It's a nice little walk round the...
You can't be quiet if you're wearing docks. The 14 eyes right up to your knee knobs. With red laces.
What do you mean, docks?
Did you have red laces in your docks?
You down with the kids now? You shortening words for no reason?
No, that's what they're called.
Are they? No, not called Doc Martens.
Well, docks.
Yeah, but you still shortened it.
Oh, I am very, very sorry I didn't use the entire word of Mr. Dr. Martin's shoes. Docks.
I like to check when I have a low position. I'm always check.
You're not like your friend.
He the crazy guy.
Crazy guy is your friend, isn't it?
No.
He's not your friend.
Now we are friends. Who's the poker player on my team? Well, I just met him this time.
Ah, you just met
I
him.
didn't know him before.
You don't know him before.
Yeah. I only know he go to the champion of the Manchester event. He got the champion.
Giant Tower, when you're making a podcast. This is the podcast right now because we haven't got any old cards, unfortunately. So
This is it, podcast. We're on it. We're on it now. We're on the podcast. Wave to the podcasters. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Imagine.
what's the subject? What's the debate on?
Everything. Absolutely everything.
Why it's unethical to take cows on an aeroplane is what I'd like to debate. That's what I'd like
But-
a chat about.
But it did happen, and they milked it for 72 miles.
The poor cow, though. Come on, it must have
Exactly,
absolutely
poor
been
cow.
crapping itself.
You
Like,
poor cow.
yeah, but you think what's happening up there? Imagine now you're that cow.
Yeah.
You've never been on a flight of your life. You get loaded onto this aeroplane, and suddenly you're flying. You'd be thinking, what on earth is going on?
I'm not giving any milk, let me tell you.
You'd be thinking,
I'll be keeping hold of it.
literally. I just think it's a bit unethical.
Me too, I don't even know why they did it.
Yeah, well, you asked the question.
But they did it.
Shouldn't have done
It's
it.
in there.
Should not be putting a
72
cow.
miles.
There's no reason why you should be putting a cow on an aeroplane.
True.
It would have been absolutely terrified. It would have think,
Poor
what?
cow. Honestly. 72 miles it went.
72 miles?
Yeah, but worst thing was, they had to walk back.
It didn't have to walk back.
They landed and off it went.
No, not having that. So an hour left to go of the day, guys. 29 left. Either lose 5 players and done, or an hour to play.
Hour.
So we're 29 left. We just lost Hamza Nasir. Jamie from +1 opens to 50k. We know what's going to occur here already, guys. Yeah, this isn't right. This is Jamie Dow leading here. Jamie Dow betting here. David Doherty hasn't donked the Jack 10-5 with his straight and flush draw. He's gone check bet. Now Dave's just thinking here, do we fold out the Ace King, the Ace Queen? Some Ace X suited. I feel like we're fine to just run this here and now. I know we can see Jamie's got a set and it's going to be badly timed, but even if we're up against the overpair, we'll run our equity. Where's the all in from Jamie? So now David just going to have a little think up.
You know, you got this betting pattern's wrong way around, but he just call. So we have ended up with the same scenario as it is. So it wasn't David that was all in. So when David watches it back, he'll realise the action tracker got the betting the wrong way around.
There's no dead on the turn. We're not dead on the turn. You can still win. Just one sweat, okay?
Just want to sweat a little bit, yeah.
Thank you.
So 5s on the flop. And David Doherty has been eliminated in 28th. Whoa, hang on a minute. 26?
Whoa, yeah, because Dan Bedson, who you said wasn't short, was out in 29th.
Well, he's not short.
Dave Doherty out in 28th, and Lee Wang seconds later on table 16 out in 27th.
Wow.
So that will update.
Oh, we've had him one back. We're on 27.
I should take it off again.
Yeah.
Definitely down to 26 players, so the screen and the ticker should update. There we go, right on cue. Down to 26. Lee Wang out in 27th.
Oh, it's not even water. There was no small line. How much you have?
Yeah, dropping like flies.
50 there, yeah? That's correct.
I got the wrong one. I got the wrong time.
Or the first.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Come in. What is move?
Did you have a bet with somebody on the unders or overs?
No, just a friendly bet. Just a friendly bet.
Can you friendly bet?
Yeah, you can friendly bet.
When have you ever friendly bet? You always want to take all my money.
Yeah, but that's your money.
Oh.
You've got enough of it, so you don't mind parting with it.
I changed.
They are dropping like flies. Last half an hour has been a bit mad. Down to 26. Lose 2 more.
Straight.
And we're done for the day.
Yes.
Which is good for us because obviously we've got no hole cards. So I'd like to lose 2 in 2 hands.
That would be great.
If we could lose 2 in 2 hands, please, players, dealers.
We were from the same minute.
We apologise for the no hole cards. Guys will be tabling under the table and all sorts again. Apologies for the technical team. But hopefully get it sorted. Apologies about the hole cards. But tomorrow, fingers crossed for a cracking final day of the UK Open with 24 left. Because I don't think in the next hour we're not going to lose 2 more players. I think we will.
Just been told the guy in seat 9 has won 2 WSOP bracelets. Is that true? Yes,
I was there both times.
Yeah, you were. What was it? The 50k PLO and was it a 2k PLO?
10K.
10k PLO. What won the PLO championship? Was it?
Yep.
No. Was it what the gold bracelet he won?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, it might have been 3K. But the most interesting news on that, Rob Cowan winning 2 bracelets to Mr. Darren Oliver. The same dealer dealt him the winning hand both times.
Really?
The same dealer.
People have their dealers.
But the same dealer. His name was Ginge. And when he won the first one, I think it was the 50k the first time.
No, 50k was the second
Was
time.
it the
That was a couple of
50k
years
when I
ago,
was
yeah. Yeah. Because I remember, this is so funny, I was at a cash game,
Yeah.
and we had the stream on because someone had a piece of Rob. That was someone had a piece of Rob. We had the stream on at the cash game,
Oh, yeah.
and then I just saw you. I think you were wearing like a bright top or something. I went, "That's the bloody tower." I went, "Of course he's there. Of course he's on the round. Why wouldn't he?"
So
be?
I'm filming when he's winning the first one.
Yeah.
We're filming when he winning the first one, and he got it, and I sent it to him. I said, "That's brilliant." He went, "I can't believe it. Nobody else did that but you. Thank you very much." So he wins it. So the dealer was called Ginge. He literally had the longest ginger hair ever, and he had a beard that come down here.
I know. The
You know
one
the guy?
Yeah, I know.
You know the guy?
Ginge, yeah.
So his name was Ginge. So of course, he wins a bracelet, wins a chunk of money. They all go out in the evening. Rob Cowan says, "Can I take the dealer on the night out? First bracelet ever? Of course you can. Ginge, come with us." They end up going to Subway for a meal and all that. They end up on a night out for a couple of beverages, and they end up having a good night. So Ginge, 2 days later, wakes up. He went, "That's the best night I've ever had in my life. The best night I have ever had in my life. Best night." 12 months later, playing the 50k, gets down to the final 2. On comes Ginge.
Sorry, I've just seen Ben's comment, and he's so right as well.
On comes
Okay, carry on.
on comes Ginge. Half an hour later, deals the final hand again to win the bracelet for Rob Cowan again. Same dealer, 2 bracelets. Now that's the thing. Rob Cowan obviously says, "Ginge, you're coming with us. This time we're going to KFC." And off they went. So yeah, great story. So yeah, Ginge dealt Rob Cowan the winning hand for both bracelets.
I feel like Bradley Walsh on the chase.
In which sport?
And breathe. Right, on that note, we are going to see how we got to 26 players.
Amazing.
So it was Foggy, all in with the ace queen against the nines.
Ace queen on the turn. Queen on the flop. Ace on the turn.
So Mark Foggin doubling up
Well done, Foggy.
through Lee Wang, and then a few hands later, specifically a couple of hands, I think it's 3 hands later, this happened. Lee Wang had the ace 10 all in against, the king queen all in against the ace 10 of Leo, and missed the lot. So we ended up losing him in 27th place. So that is how we are left with 26. I'm back. I am recouped. I have reset, and we can enjoy the last 50 minutes of the day. I just got caught off guard by the chat box. Martin in the big, set Shapir in, applying maximum up to 2.2 mil. One out makes it 50k from under the gun.
How much you play?
How much you play?
What you have to?
Rob Cowan all in. We know it works. So tomorrow, guys, we will have whole card coverage back. Unfortunately, just a few issues that we're unable to resolve right now, but we're going to get the roof off the table, get inside it, get everything sorted so that we are back tomorrow for what's going to be one of the biggest day threes of the year, playing for 220k, just shy of that up top. And we will be live from 20 past 12, so make sure you're tuned in. We'll have our live stream free roll. We will have a sports book as well running, so if you fancy a little bet or a flutter on some of the players left in, you can go to Grosvenor Poker, Grosvenor Sport, and then there will be a poker tab that you can click on, and it will have all the prices of all the remaining players, whether that be 26, whether that be 25, or whether that be 24, if we can somehow lose 2 more players in the last 45 minutes of the day. Lakota says, I'd love to see Turk double before the end of the day. Always there, Yusel. He has his own game, he has his own style, but he always manages to find a way to run deep. I guess Shapir wins this hand. Overcard to the board comes. As the C better, just going to barrel. We've had a few issues today, Layla. That's why there's no whole cards, but they're going to be back tomorrow for the final day when the old man's playing for 220k. So make sure you join us tomorrow.
Did you say with the old man?
Yeah, the old man. Mad
I'm
Turk.
not that bad.
No, well, you're an old man as well. You're just not. Turks.
Did you just said come and join us tomorrow with the old man?
Yeah, to watch the old man, as in.
Oh, you didn't mean
Turk.
me?
Well, you're an old man. The Mad Turk's an old man because you can play seniors. The Mad
Yeah, I
Turk
can.
can play super seniors.
He can.
So that he's old. You're just old.
Right, thanks. I feel lucky. Just to be old.
Layla's going to be here tomorrow.
No way. In a new car that costs a little bit more to fill up. So 25 players left. So if we get to 24, we're done. 100 bigs for Martin. That's some stack.
That is.
If you're looking at all the players overnight, like you would do if you did the final three of a massive comp, you probably did when you were in the World Series.
Yes.
Do you look at the stacks at the side of the players and your own stack to think what you can do? I know you were unfortunately down to 11 bigs when you got to the final table, but that weren't a spot that you could really do something unless you doubled up. Is it? Do you look at the stacks at the side of the player and think, well, they've got to do this, they've got to do that?
You look at your table drawer. So the first thing you sort of do when you bag and the seat drawers out, you'll go to your table drawer. You may recognise a few names. The ones that you don't, you'll probably search up on the database, see their scores, see how long they've been playing this type of stuff.
Yeah.
But in general, Tower, like, you're just going to sit down, you're going to play your stack in terms of big blinds and try and just play the best poker given your stack. You're also going to have information over the course of the last 2 days. You're down to 2 tables. There's going to, 3 tables. There's going to be a few faces that you've played with over the course of 2 days. There's going to be a few faces you haven't. And the important thing is maybe to just remember a few things, a few of the hands of people that you're unaware of before this tournament that you've been playing with the last couple of days, just their tendencies, as I always say, any way we can exploit them. Are they opening too much? Are they folding to free bets too much? Are they peeling free bets too much?
Yeah.
Like, you've got to ask yourself all these questions and think, how can we potentially exploit these? But then you've also got what are the good regulars in the field, and the good regulars are the professionals that rarely make a mistake or a misstep. And against these guys, this is where we just want to play optimally. If we've studied and we know our theory against these type of players who are rarely going to put a foot wrong, we just want to play our best fundamental poker.
Yeah.
So that's how I would approach it against the recreationals. Try and look for the exploits. Against the good regulars, just play good solid fundamental poker.
Like it. There might be a couple of spots you can get to, but listen to Jay's analysis and listen to Jay's reasoning on what to do. Just woke up, says Mr. Needleman. Amazing prize pool. Cannot believe the hours you two both put in. Well done for the commitment to poker commentary and expert opinion. Cheers, Ian. Cheers, Mr. Ian.
Cheers, Ian. I just woke up. Amazing prize pool. Cannot believe the hours you two both put in. Well done for your commitment to poker commentary and expert opinion.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Means a lot.
24.
Range 250.
Are we playing in the 2550s next week, Mr. J?
It depends the code. Usually, if for me, it's the turbo flight. Like I just like them 2550s one day and done. So you may see me, you may not. We will see how next week goes. So with 26 left, this is what occurred on the outer table. So a 3-bet pot here.
Oh, the 10s!
The 10s were already in front. The ace-queen heroed off on 7, 8, 9. Non-believer in Kyle. Did not believe Twan. This was a 3-bet pot, guys. And he's called off ace-high on 7, 8, 9. And once again, Tower, I hate to say it again, but surely got to be a bit of tiredness in there. You've made it this far. You've put all your chips in on 9,
Yeah, but
8, 7 with ace queen high.
No, if you've made day 2, you don't start till 2. You've only played 11 hours with 4 breaks.
Okay, you go sit and play 11 hours.
No, I
see
know,
how you
I know,
feel. See how you feel.
It's not an extended day.
I understand
Because
that.
we start later doesn't mean it's an extended day.
I know.
But if you bust out on the last level,
Yeah.
you can't instantly just blame it on tiredness.
But I always do. I've been for the last 5 years.
Well, that's you.
I know, but I've been saying it for the last 5 years.
Well, don't play the last level.
Well,
Like, do what Willie Tan does.
Yeah.
Get Albert Sapiano to bag up 2 hours earlier,
Yeah.
and then come back for day 3.
but this is why I say that's why I always say broken record. I say it every single leg, not just the UK Open, because there was a 10 a.m. turbo flight today. I say it every leg. About 11, 12 when we're level 20, last level of the day. This is what I always mention when people make, not going to call it a stupid play, but when people make suboptimal plays.
I think that played itself, didn't it? Ace Queen into 10s. So it is very tiring. You're right. How are we doing, Ravi? Well done on your cash. Well done this week. Well done this week, Mr. Rabbit. It is very tiring, and when you go to Vegas, you have even longer days, and you start at 10 a.m.
Like I said, I literally fell asleep
Yeah.
at the table last year in Vegas because the days are too long. I was
Yeah.
falling asleep last level. People nudging me, telling me it's on me because I'm asleep at the table.
Yeah. When you fall asleep at the table this year, can you make sure your phone's in your pocket,
Okay, yeah, I will. do.
please? Don't want it on the rail and somebody going, oh, look at this phone, he can't see it.
How you doing, Nav, mate? Hat and Tower doing a great job as usual as commentators. Hat, like you take every Friday off sometimes. Is there any chance Tower takes a Saturday off to save me money? Why are you backing it, Nav? Come on.
Cheers, Nav.
That's quite funny. Any chance you can have a Saturday off once in a while, Tower? Apparently that's why Ravi's wearing his sunglasses. He's having little power naps in between hands. Micro sleeping.
Micro sleeping. So we're on 25 players. When we lose one more, we'll finish for the evening. It probably will happen, but you never say never in this one. So we'll see what does happen. The Turk. Can we survive to make day 3? The Mad Turk folds with the blinds at 25. 30,000 on the blinds tomorrow, so 30k when we come back. In fact, if we lose one, he'll still play half an hour at 25. So that's good for the shorter stacks. Is Matt Davenport still in? Yes, he is.
$30 minutes left of our day, guys, unless we happen to lose one.
So it raises to 50. Jamie Dale coming in for the re-race. Here's your 2.5. Oh, makes it 125.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, 5 whites. Of the 25k chips.
Even 125 might be slightly too big tower when Turk opens off at 16. Like, could just go for like 4 BBs here if we wanted to as Jamie, just like 100k, 105k. We're getting very close to that remit of pricing ourselves in versus the 4-bet send. Like now, though, 3% of the field left. Like ICM is still real. 24 players left. It's still there. Should be in the back of people's heads that should be playing tight up. So, as you can see, the tick up in the top right has dropped down to 24, and that is because we have lost Mark Foggin from the outer table. However, one of the outer tables still finishing up, and we're going to head over there now because it's an all-in and a call. It's Ace Queen versus Ace King. Bodjadar needing a lady or a 9 or 10 for a chop. With the King of Spades on the river. Stato takes out Bodjadar, Bodjadev. And that means, Tower,
yes,
we're going to be coming back tomorrow without 24. It's going to be 23 players.
You're bagging up.
Because we are bagging and tagging. And that is going to be it from us, guys. Day 2 completed. What a fantastic day. We come back with well over 200. We lost 100 in the first session, and we have made it to the final 3 tables. I'm going to send this man out to the floor. We're going to finish up there. We'll see if you can grab a couple of plays. It's your hobby. Go chat to your mates with a microphone in your hand. Go enjoy yourself, as you always do. So we're going to send Tower over to the floor. He's going to have a chat with a few of the players. When we finish, we're not going to come back to the booth, but we will put the chip counts on the screen for you all to see in full. So that's going to be it from me. I will see everyone tomorrow bright and early at 12:20 when the stream starts. But right now, we're going over to the tower with a chat with a few of the players. See you tomorrow, guys.
The best. How has this table finished before any others? Hey. Come on, son.
Hanging on.
Another day 3, my man.
Yeah.
What a year you're having.
I'm hanging on though, very little.
It doesn't matter. It
Thank
doesn't
you.
matter. An amazing event. 951 runners. We're down to the final 23. What an effort from you.
Thank you.
And we tried a satellite in. We tried to get a couple of tickets.
Well, I
you know
tried
what?
everything.
Absolutely.
I thought if I make day 2, I will have a chance, but day 1's 40 minutes clock is just anybody's game.
but I'm happy tomorrow.
Well, day 2 turned into a 60-minute clock.
That's it.
We started the day with 266, which is
Wow.
the biggest day 2 we've ever had.
Yes.
And now we're just down to the final 23. We've got a sneak, haven't we, Turk?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it, bro.
We've got a sneaky feeling for the Turk. Great. Good luck.
See you tomorrow.
Good luck for day 3. What a... Oh, let's just pull this out of the way so I don't drop it down. Oh, yeah. Mr. Power, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good.
Nice to see you.
And you?
Nice to see you. 1.2 mil with the blinds tomorrow at 30.
Yeah.
So 40 bigs.
It's not bad.
Would an amazing day because 266 starting day 2, and it's been 12 hours long.
Yeah, it's been a
It's
grind.
been a bit of a grind.
It's been a grind.
You've been on the feature.
2 days of grinding.
You've been on the feature a couple of times.
Yeah.
What's it like on that feature table?
I enjoy it. I enjoyed it earlier because I ran well. So it's always good when you run well.
It
Yeah.
really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
But no, I liked it.
Couple of big hands today. Did you have any spots?
There was an easy one. Me and Jamie Lee, I had aces against kings, so plays itself, doesn't it? Our race. Someone 3-bet, I 4-bet, and then he's gone all in. So yeah.
Nice one.
Happy days.
Day 3. We've got about 12 hours sleep to get
Yeah,
before then. We're 12 o'clock. Do not be late. Don't we make you work for your money.
I tell you
We
what.
make you work for your money. You can have a quick drink at the bar.
So I'll get a
and
few
then
hours sleep then. A few hours sleep and then come in.
9. Nice
struggle.
breakfast. Walking.
Yeah.
Nice and fresh.
Well, you got to remember, it takes you a bit of time to get home, so we'll probably get about 6.
Oh,
that'll be
you're a
all right.
poker player that doesn't think I'm not making day 3, so we don't buy a room upstairs.
I'm only in Birmingham.
Oh,
30
that's
minutes
all right.
away.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
yeah,
You sound like
yeah.
you're from Birmingham.
Do I?
No.
I'm from London originally. Yeah.
Super effort making day
All
3.
right.
Good luck
Cheers,
tomorrow.
man. Nice one.
Top
Thank
man,
you. Thanks.
Mr.
Cheers.
Ray Power bagged up 1.3 million, and I think everybody else has bagged and tagged Mr. Allen. Marius is here. So quick with Marius. He wouldn't speak to us the other day. We didn't get a chance to speak to him when he comes second in the mini, so we'll have a quick chat now. This is turning into one hell of a week, sir. This is turning into a great week.
Oh yes, wonderful.
Yep. Second the other day.
Yeah, second, but we chop so.
But this
it's okay.
is a big tournament.
Yes, of course. This one is my like a first big like this.
Yep. Well,
So I'm very happy.
we have 1,080,000.
Yes. I just was lucky last hand of the day.
Really?
Yeah, I was big blind. Guy on small blind shove all in. We got the kings.
Oh,
Super snap
beautiful.
call. Ace. We was against A6 and kings hold. So.
Sweet. So tomorrow, day 3, £220,000, first place. Can we do it?
Of course, always. I always fighting for first.
Love it. Well, you've had a great week so far.
Thank you very
Well
much.
done,
Sarah.
sir.
Thank you very much.
From Marius and myself, what an unbelievable day today. 951 started, 226 started day 2, and we're now down to the final 23. This is going to be an epic day 3. Please come and join us for one of the finest live streams I think we'll ever have, because this is playing for chunks and there are 23 superstars still in. We can't wait. Can he make it another final table? Can he beat second place in the minute? We'll find out tomorrow. Marius, well done, sir.
Of course we can. Of
Go-
course. Always.
Marius, well done, sir. If he takes it, it'll be absolutely epic. But 23 to a winner tomorrow. Please come and join us. Ta-ta.
Oh no! I was just. Okay. No. I know. No, it's all good. I get it. Like I just really straight. So that's why.